in your gradients, and it's actually really easy. In fact, the workflow is remarkably similar to working with your hatching and your gradients in the last two videos. I'm going to zoom in on the conference table, top right corner. That was the first thing that we hatched in our AutoCAD drawing. All I've got to do is hover over the hatch pattern, it highlights, and I click on it and select it. You'll notice it has one central grip showing the geometric center of the hatch pattern. Now, as soon as I do this, the Hatch Editor tab appears on the ribbon, and it looks remarkable. Hello there, and welcome to AutoCAD 2022 Essential Training. AutoCAD is one of the world's most well-known computer-aided design applications. And just over 39 years ago, Autodesk released AutoCAD, and it's come along in leaps and bounds since then as a highly usable interface for architects, designers, and engineers to communicate their designs in both 2D and 3D. Not only does AutoCAD allow you to visualize your designs, but it also allows you to communicate your design intent by plotting your designs to drawings in both electronic and paper formats. At first glance, AutoCAD looks like a complex undertaking, which can be daunting for the first-time user who wants to get their designs into the AutoCAD DWG file format. This course will get you using the AutoCAD tools and familiarize you with the processes needed to use AutoCAD effectively. As you work through the course, you'll get used to the methodologies in AutoCAD and build up your muscle memory so that these skills become second nature. You'll also learn some neat tips and tricks from me on how to use AutoCAD smarter, not harder. And with over 30 years of experience, I know a shortcut or two. So join me, Sean Bryant, as we explore the essentials of AutoCAD. So what are the advantages of AutoCAD? AutoCAD is the world's most well-known computer-aided design application, with its file format, DWG, being supported by many other third-party applications all over the world. The full version of AutoCAD supports both 2D and 3D design, allowing for the creation of 2D drawings and plans and 3D models. AutoCAD supports many output formats so that your designs and models can be exported and imported into other applications in the design workflow. Your 3D designs can even be 3D printed if required. AutoCAD also supports many other file formats, allowing third-party designs and models to be imported into AutoCAD and converted into the DWG file format in your AutoCAD workflows and processes. AutoCAD is subscription-based. You can set up a subscription to suit your usage and financial requirements, which can then be easily managed via your Autodesk account. The AutoCAD DWG format is highly established in the design world, allowing for easy collaboration with your CAD team and other stakeholders and collaborators on projects you're working on. AutoCAD is also available in a browser-based version and a mobile version. This gives your designs full mobility in the DWG file format. Imagine being able to jump quickly into a browser to show a client a new design, or work with a tablet on a construction site instead of using large format paper drawings. AutoCAD comes in many shapes and forms known as toolsets, ranging from architecture to mechanical and electrical and more. So take advantage of AutoCAD, the world's leader in computer-aided design, and learn everything you need to know to get started. What you should know before you start this particular course. This course, ideally, needs you to have taken the Learning AutoCAD course in the library. Now, the reason I say that is the Learning AutoCAD course gives you an introduction to AutoCAD and some of the methodologies and terminology that we're going to cover in this course. You should also have a basic understanding of technical drawing concepts, especially in AutoCAD. And the whole idea of the Learning AutoCAD course in the library is it gives you that basic understanding. You might already have a basic understanding of technical drawing concepts, especially in CAD, which is why you're taking this course. But ideally, you should have taken the Learning AutoCAD course first, because it is the base course for all the other AutoCAD courses in the library. Ideally, you should know how to work with Windows-based applications. In this particular course, we're using AutoCAD on a Windows operating system. So you should know how to work with dialog boxes and so on in Windows-based applications. You should also know your operating system. In this case, it will be Microsoft's Windows operating system, and we're running AutoCAD for Windows in this particular course. If you've kind of got all these points covered, you can jump straight into the course and start working your way through it. But what I would recommend is if you haven't taken the Learning AutoCAD course in the library, I would jump back quickly and do that now. It's not too long, so it won't take up much of your time, and then you've got that good basic understanding of technical drawing concepts in AutoCAD, and you can then follow along a lot easier in this particular course. Exercise files are provided for this particular course, and when using the exercise files, all the associated exercise files can be downloaded from the library. So ideally, you want to download the files from the library to a known location somewhere. But the good thing is they're in the library and you can download them all for this particular course. All of the files that you download will predominantly be in an AutoCAD DWG native file format. And all DWG files are saved back to a 2013 DWG format. What this means is you don't have to have the latest version of AutoCAD to follow the course. You'll still be able to open the DWG files all the way back to AutoCAD 2013. So basically what it means is you can be running AutoCAD 2013 and upwards to follow along with this course when you download the exercise files. I'll also let you know what file to use for each particular video. It might be the same file throughout the whole chapter for each of the videos in a chapter, but I'll always let you know what file to use so that you know you're using the correct file for that particular video. Store the exercise files in a known location. So as I said at the beginning, you can download them from the library and then store the exercise files in a known location. That might be your hard drive, a portable hard drive, your server. You might even store them in a cloud folder somewhere for use when you're learning and following along with the course, but store them in a known location so that you know where they are. And one little tip here to follow all the way throughout the course: have the exercise file open before starting the video. There's always a little prompt at the beginning of the video as to which file you need to have open as well, but I will also tell you verbally in the video as well. But always have that exercise file open. It saves you messing around trying to find the file in your known location while the video is playing. You've got pause, you've got play. So pause the video at the beginning, check which file you need, and then have that file open before starting the video to learn during the course. In this particular course, we'll be using the latest version of AutoCAD, which is AutoCAD 2022. Now, if you're using a slightly older version of AutoCAD, you may notice that the interface is different. I'm just going to give you an idea of the AutoCAD 2022 interface so that you're aware of some of those differences. One of the big differences might be, for example, when you just look at the AutoCAD screen, you can see it's a very dark setting in AutoCAD 2022. Autodesk went to this dark mode a few years back with newer versions of AutoCAD to reduce eye strain on an AutoCAD user. You'll also notice that the interface and the icons are subtly different in the newer versions of AutoCAD. So you'll notice that the icons are now much cleaner and much sharper. That's to work on these HD and 4K monitors that we now have available to us. Also, you'll notice that the icons have been tidied up and all sit nicely now on the ribbon and all fit the ribbon really cleanly as well. So you've got the application menu up here, top left. You've got the quick access toolbar here. You've also got the ribbon. The ribbon has the tabs, like so. And as you work through those tabs, you'll see all the different commands available to you in AutoCAD. I'll just jump back to the Home tab now. Now, you'll notice as well on the top right of the screen, you've got your help here where you can type in a keyword or phrase and search for it in the AutoCAD help screens. You'll also notice that I'm signed in to my Autodesk account. The Autodesk account makes sure that your AutoCAD license is connecting with the subscription service. So make sure that when you're in AutoCAD, you're signed into your Autodesk account or your company Autodesk account. On the ribbon itself, when you jump across the tabs, you'll see that you have panels like so. So I've got the Draw panel, the Modify panel. These are all on the Home tab on the ribbon. You'll also notice there's lots of little triangles everywhere. Those are flyout menus. So on the Draw panel here, if I click, there's more commands. I can pin that open and it stays open. When I unpin it, it pops back into the ribbon again. It's the same with commands as well. The circle command there, if I click on it, there's lots of different ways of drawing a circle in AutoCAD. If I hit escape there, that menu will just pop back into the ribbon too. You've obviously got the drawing area, and down here you've got the command line, you'll notice here, and also you've got your tabs. So we're in the model tab at the moment. We've also got layout tabs, the ISO A1 layout tab there, and also we've got a default layout 2 tab just there. On the bottom right here, we've got the status bar, and you'll see the various icons there allowing you to control your drafting settings. By default, if you're running a regular version of AutoCAD, you'll also have the navigation bar and the view cube here as well. We won't be using the view cube in this particular course as most of the work we're doing is 2D, not 3D. So that hopefully gives you a quick breakdown of the interface of AutoCAD 2022. Don't worry too much if your interface looks slightly different if you're using an older version of AutoCAD. The layout of the commands on the panels on the ribbon are pretty much the same. It may be that the icons look a little different, but normally if you go to the appropriate panel, you should be able to find the corresponding AutoCAD command. We're starting a new chapter now in this course, and what we're going to be looking at is units and options in AutoCAD. We've got a new drawing for you. It's called, surprise, surprise, units and options.dwg. You can see the name of it there at the top of the screen, and you can download it from the library to follow along with the videos in this particular chapter. When you do open up the file, though, make sure that you are on layer 0, which is right at the top of the layer dropdown, just there. Just click on the 0. That makes it the current drafting layer. Also, make sure that you are in the Model tab here, bottom left of the screen, so that you can see your floor plan. Now, we're going to start moving through how we utilize units and the options dialog box in AutoCAD. So with our floor plan, let's have a look now at how our units are set up in AutoCAD. Now, one of the things that is a giveaway for units is dimensions. So you'll notice we've got lots of red dimensions on this particular drawing. And you can see they're in their thousands and even tens of thousands. That's because this drawing is drawn in millimeters. Normally, when you're working in AutoCAD, you work full size in the Model tab. So I've got a floor plan here that has been drawn full size as if I'd gone out and measured the floor plan in millimeters. And that's how we work here in the UK where I'm based. An architectural floor plan would normally be drawn up in millimeters. So, for example, that dimension there, 10,363, that's roughly 10.4 meters because it's 10,363 millimeters. Now, normally in context, if you want to check your units in an AutoCAD drawing, you would zoom in to a known quantity, such as a doorway. And we've got plenty of those. I'm going to zoom in on this doorway here. I'm just going to get in nice and close, rolling up on the wheel. And a little trick you can use is to measure a doorway. So in the Home tab on the ribbon, if you go to Utilities here and click on Measure and just go to Distance, making sure your object snaps are on down here. There they are, object snaps are on. I can snap from this endpoint snap, left click, and go to this endpoint snap here, left click. And that doorway is 1155.7 millimeters wide. Now, obviously, you wouldn't worry about 0.7 of a millimeter. The reason being is this drawing possibly has been converted from an imperial drawing at some point and scaled up into millimeters. But the distance there in context is 1.155 meters or 1155 millimeters. It wouldn't be, for example, 1155 feet or 1155 inches. So that's how you can measure something in context and get an idea of those units. So let's just hit escape a couple of times to close out the measure command there. And I'll double click on the wheel just to zoom to the extents of the visible drawn objects again. Now, that's how to gauge your units in context of your drawing. What about how your units are displayed on the drawing? How does that work? So, for example, when we did that measure of that doorway, you could see that a length had 2 decimal places, that 0.70 millimeters. So we just type the word units. It's that simple. There's the units command there. It comes up on my dynamic input like so, along with the suggestion menu. Just type units, press enter. That'll bring up the drawing units dialog box. Now, bear in mind, this is not how you set your units. If you're going to draw something in the model space, you draw it and just draw it as units. So my units are millimeters, and I know that because I'm working in millimeters. There's no button in AutoCAD to say, oh, you're working in millimeters. All this drawing units dialog box does is it displays the units you're working in. Now, for example, if I'm working in millimeters, that's a credit from the library to follow along with the videos in this particular chapter. When you do open up the file, though, make sure that you are on layer 0, which is right at the top of the layer dropdown, just there. Just click on the 0. That makes it the current drafting layer. Also, make sure that you are in the Model tab here, bottom left of the screen, so that you can see your floor plan. Now, we're going to start moving through how we utilize units and the options dialog box in AutoCAD. So with our floor plan, let's have a look now at how our units are set up in AutoCAD. Now, one of the things that is a giveaway for units is dimensions. So you'll notice we've got lots of red dimensions on this particular drawing. And you can see they're in their thousands and even tens of thousands. That's because this drawing is drawn in millimeters. Normally, when you're working in AutoCAD, you work full size in the Model tab. So I've got a floor plan here that has been drawn full size as if I'd gone out and measured the floor plan in millimeters. And that's how we work here in the UK where I'm based. An architectural floor plan would normally be drawn up in millimeters. So, for example, that dimension there, 10363, that's roughly 10.4 meters because it's 10,363 millimeters. Now, normally in context, if you want to check your units in an AutoCAD drawing, you would zoom in to a known quantity, such as a doorway. And we've got plenty of those. I'm going to zoom in on this doorway here. And I'm just going to get in nice and close, rolling up on the wheel. And a little trick you can use is to measure a doorway. So in the Home tab on the ribbon, if you go to Utilities here and click on Measure and just go to Distance, making sure your object snaps are on down here. There they are, object snaps are on. I can snap from this endpoint snap, left click, and go to this endpoint snap here, left click. And that doorway is 1155.7 millimeters wide. Now, obviously, you wouldn't worry about 0.7 of a millimeter. The reason being is this drawing possibly has been converted from an imperial drawing at some point and scaled up into millimeters. But the distance there in context is 1.155 meters or 1155 millimeters. It wouldn't be, for example, 1155 feet or 1155 inches. So that's how you can measure something in context and get an idea of those units. So let's just hit escape a couple of times to close out the measure command there, and I'll double click on the wheel just to zoom to the extents of the visible drawn objects again. Now, that's how to gauge your units in context of your drawing. What about how your units are displayed on the drawing? How does that work? So, for example, when we did that measure of that doorway, you could see that a length had 2 decimal places, that 0.70 millimeters. So we just type the word units. It's that simple. There's the units command there. It comes up on my dynamic input like so, along with the suggestion menu. Just type units, press enter. That'll bring up the drawing units dialog box. Now, bear in mind, this is not how you set your units. If you're going to draw something in the model space, you draw it and just draw it as units. So my units are millimeters, and I know that because I'm working in millimeters. There's no button in AutoCAD to say, oh, you're working in millimeters. All this drawing units dialog box does is it displays the units you're working in. Now, for example, if I'm working in millimeters, that's a decimal length, isn't it, there? So there's my type decimal. Now, if I wanted to work in imperial and display feet and inches, I would use something like architectural. As you can see, there's a precision there. Basically, the precision there is every quarter of an inch. But I'm going to go back to decimal because I'm in millimeters. As you can notice, I don't want to be in feet and inches. But if I did, I'd use a different drawing unit setting. Also, you've got there engineering, as you can see, inches, and we've got fractional, which is also inches, but without all the little sort of speech marks and apostrophes that represent the imperial measurement. Now, also as well, you could potentially be working in decimal inches. You might be drawing 1.5 inches, 1.5 feet. So this is representative of the display of your units only. That's all it does. It displays what you're working in. So just be aware of that. AutoCAD is not going to say, oh, are you working in millimeters today? You have to decide that. You have to decide how these units are going to be displayed in your drawing units dialog box. So for me, it's millimeters, metric, decimal, like so. And you can see the precision there is 2 decimal places. That's why we got that 0.70 showing up when we measured that doorway earlier. So what I'm going to do here is maybe set that to 1 decimal place, just so I know if there's any weird discrepancies of, say, 0.5 millimeter here and there. It means I can update things and change settings and even change geometry if I need to. Now, decimal degrees, you've also got things like degrees, minutes, and seconds. You've also got gradients and radians, which involve pi when you're working with circles and so on, and 360 degrees. And if you're working in surveyor's units, you might be working to points of the compass. You can see north and east there in the precision. Again, I'm just going with good old decimal degrees, which tends to be the default setting. Now, you'll notice my precision there is quite high. And the reason for that is, over long distances, a small discrepancy in an angle can get bigger and bigger, like the slice of a pie. So it's up to you what precision you use. Normally, I double what I'm using for length. So in this case, I could potentially go down to 2 decimal places. You'll notice as well, clockwise here, I've got that unticked. AutoCAD, by default, measures angles anti-clockwise. And that's always been the norm. As long as I've used AutoCAD, I've always measured angles in AutoCAD counterclockwise or anti-clockwise. If you want to use clockwise, tick the box. Insertion scale. We will cover this a little bit in this chapter, but ideally, because I'm working in millimeters, the units to scale inserted content would be millimeters. Now, ideally, anything I want coming into this drawing, whether it be a block or I've blocked another drawing to bring into this particular drawing, I want it to come in millimeters. Now, we'll cover insertion units and things in one of the videos in this chapter, so don't worry too much about that right now. But my drawing's in millimeters, so the units to scale inserted content should be millimeters as well. Sample output shows you what you're going to get on the screen there. Lighting, you don't need to worry about. That's when you're setting up lighting in 3D models. Direction here, though, we do need to worry about that because this applies to our clockwise, anti-clockwise setting here. So east at the moment, going to the right, is 0 degrees. As we go counterclockwise, north would be 90 degrees, west 180, and so on. If you need to change that direction control, sometimes you do because of project constraints, company standards, etc. The default, though, which we will be using, will be east, set to 0, and we OK it. All I've got to do now is click on OK, and my units are all set up in my drawing. Once again, we're in our units and options.dwg file, and it's in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. I've left it zoomed to the extent in the model tab, as you can see bottom left there. Now, what we're going to have a look at is another way of setting settings in your AutoCAD. Now, we've touched on units already in the previous video. You can also utilize the options dialog box. Now, the options dialog box has many settings in there, many of which you will never touch or change, but you just need to know where it is in order to change those settings. Now, you can jump up here to the application menu, click on the flyout and open it up, and there's a button at the bottom of the application menu that you click on. It says options. Click on it, it opens the options dialog box. That's one way of doing it. I could also just type the word options if I wanted to. On my dynamic input, you can see there's the options option, if you'll pardon the pun, on the suggestion menu. So I could do that and just press enter, and that will bring up the options dialog box. Now, the way that I like to do it, though, I'll just cancel it, is if you haven't got a command running, just a quick right click, options at the bottom of the shortcut menu, and that'll bring up the options dialog box. Now, as I said, there's many options, commands, settings, and everything in here that you can change, update, and move around. Now, what I'm going to do is just show you a couple of things that are always useful. So if I go to Files here on the tab at the top, you can see these are all the locations of all of the different files that AutoCAD uses to function in your Windows operating system. One of them that I always recommend that you change is the automatic save file location. Now, I haven't changed it. It just goes to my temp folder on my C drive. But what happens if your machine breaks down? You've got no way of getting back to that last automatic save in a different AutoCAD, perhaps on a different workstation, perhaps on a laptop. You've left a file at home and it's somewhere else in a cloud server. You can't get access to that temporary file. So what you do is you just click here, go to Browse, and change the location and set it in your options. Always change that from the temp folder on your C drive. I'm not a good example because I haven't, obviously, but I'm just using my training machine that I use to record all my videos. So I wouldn't worry about it too much in my particular case. But always change your automatic save file location in the Files tab. Now, display. You can change things in your display if you wish. Now, again, lots and lots of different settings here. You can change your crosshair size. And one of the ones that I often show people is this here, colors. So at the moment, you can see we've got a nice dark background in the drawing area. So what I can do here, 2D model space is where I am, uniform background. Let's change that to say white. And when I apply and close that, can you see it goes white? And we've still got the options dialog box open because I clicked on apply and close. Now, what we've got here is a really bright white that I find really difficult to look at because I'm so used to working with that dark setting. Now, you'll notice the dark color theme is still set to dark up here on the ribbon, but not in the drawing area. So I go back to colors, 2D model space, uniform background. I restore that current element. You'll also need to make sure that your crosshairs are restored and your viewport control is restored. So there's your viewport control there, and obviously your crosshairs are what move around your cursor on the screen. When you apply and close that, you can see there's your view control there. And if I close this by clicking on OK, my crosshairs are white again as well. Otherwise, they'll be black because they've gone black because you changed the background to white earlier. Let's just right click and jump back into options again. I just want to show you one more thing in the open and save tab. You'll notice here all my drawings save back to a 2013 DWG file. Like I said in the introduction, all of the exercise files are saved back to this 2013 format. You'll notice you can go up to a 2018 DWG. But the problem you've got there is you can then only open that DWG file with AutoCAD 2018 and above. If I save back to 2013, that means everybody with AutoCAD 2013 and upwards can open my DWG files. Always worth remembering that one. And if you do save back to a much older version of AutoCAD, make sure that these two are ticked as well. Maintain visual fidelity for annotative objects and maintain your drawing size compatibility for large files as well. Just make sure that they're ticked as well if you're going back to older versions. Now, we've got plot and publish. You can set your printer that you're going to print to. System, we've got things like graphics performance. So we can open up the graphic performance dialog box and check what our settings are on our graphics card. User preferences, I can change settings in here. Now, we mentioned units as well. Here is the insertion scale setting. Do you remember when we set our units, we said that we wanted things to come in millimeters? Well, what it's done is it's set those there to millimeters, okay? Now, in one of the videos in this particular chapter, I'll show you how to change this and bring imperial units into a metric millimeters drawing. And that's really clever because what I can do is objects that are using those imperial units can come in, but they will be metric already. And AutoCAD will scale those up for you. You can do it with blocks, you can do it with drawings, and so on and so forth. And I'll show you how to do that. Drafting, you can change your drafting settings. So things like your aperture size on your crosshair can be changed. 3D modeling, I'm not going to go into that because we're not 3D modeling, but again, settings in your options. Selection, you can change your grip size, your pick box size, and so on. And you can also have different AutoCAD profiles as well. So you'll notice there we've got an unnamed profile in place, and obviously that's what we're using at the moment. So that's all your different options available to you when you're setting up your AutoCAD. I'll just basically cancel that now and come out of it so that I don't make any dramatic changes to my AutoCAD setup. Once again, we're staying in our units and options.dwg file. Now, I did mention previously in this chapter about our units and about that setting where AutoCAD will automatically scale an object to the settings you have in your current drawing. That's what we're going to take a look at now. Now, you'll remember in the previous video, we looked at our options. We're going to do the same, but we're going to change a particular option setting. So I'm just going to right click on the mouse, go down to options on the shortcut menu, and that brings up the options dialog box. Now we're going to go to user preferences, that tab there, and we're going to look at this insertion scale setting here. Now the default settings when the units are set to unitless are millimeters and millimeters. Now this is where you can tell AutoCAD to scale things up. So what will happen here is you can set things that might be imperial to come into a metric drawing in, say, millimeters. So if my source content unit, where I'm getting the information from, which as you can see is my ins units def source system variable, if I set that to say inches, it means I can bring in, let's say, a block of a chair or a table that is in inches into my target drawing here, which I know is in millimeters. It's right here. There's all my millimeter dimensions there. So it's options, user preferences, insertion scale. Set your source to inches. Set your target, which is your ins unit def target system variable, to millimeters. And what will happen is AutoCAD will see that something that is set to unitless, which might be an AutoCAD block, for example, if it's in inches, it'll bring it in and take it into millimeters in your drawing. So if I apply that now and OK, that setting is now updated in the drawing. OK, it's all ready to go. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to jump over here to view. And that's the View tab on the ribbon. And we're going to look at this Palettes panel. Now, there's a really lovely piece of functionality in AutoCAD that doesn't get used that often, but it's very clever. And it's called Design Center. It's this little icon here. So if I click on Design Center, what'll happen is this is how it looks when you first open it up. So you've got the Folders tab, you've got your Open Drawings tab, which is the Units and Options.dwg. You've also got the History, which at the moment obviously is empty. If I go back to Open Drawings, we can see that we've got blocks there. So if I minimize that, there's the one drawing I've got open. I can expand the list and there's the blocks, etc. there. They also display over here. So at the moment, if I clicked on blocks like so for my open drawing, it'll load up all the blocks that are available in that drawing. Now, we do cover blocks in some of the AutoCAD courses as a deeper dive course in the library as well. So don't forget to check out blocks. Blocks are very useful. So we've got all different types of chairs and bathrooms and things, and you can create geometry for these and save them as a block. Now, I'm going to go back to the Folders tab, because by default, this goes to the AutoCAD sample folder. And if I come down that list a little bit, there's an ENUS, which means English, United States. So if I expand that out a little bit, there's a Design Center subfolder. Expand that out there, and there's loads of different sample drawings that are available as part of your AutoCAD installation. Now, depending on your installation, if you don't have these, talk to your IT department who may have installed your AutoCAD. I'm going to go to the Home Space Planner drawing there. And if I expand that out, you can see I've got blocks, dim styles, layers. If I double click on the blocks there, I've got all these different blocks, and you'll notice they're in inches. Can you see that? The readout is in inches. And I'm going to make sure that I bring that chair into my millimeters metric drawing. So I'm just going to bring Design Center down a little bit. And because I've set up my insert, remember we did inches and millimeters in the options. If I click on this once and then just click and drag, can you see the chair is in context? It would be way smaller if I brought that in, obviously, just in inches, because it would be very small. I'm just going to pop it into that conference room there like that and release. There's my little chair there. You can just see it there. If I zoom in close now and pan across, there's my chair. Can you see it's in context with all the other chairs? Now, if I measure this like so, go back to the Home tab on the ribbon, and I just do a distance across the back of the chair from, say, that end point to that end point, it's 431.8. That's in millimeters. There's no way a chair would be 431.8 inches across on the back unless it was a very, very large chair. I'll just exit the measure command there like so. So that's this benefit of setting that insert units set of variables in your options. I can go to a drawing here in Design Center, and if all the blocks are in inches, I can drag and drop those inches blocks, but AutoCAD will take them up to millimeters for me. And it's a really nice feature to allow you to convert from one unit setting to another unit setting if you've got some content that you want to reuse from, say, an imperial drawing like the Home Space Planner drawing into our units and options.dwg file. At the moment, we're staying in our units and options.dwg file. And you can see I've left it in exactly the same state as it was at the end of the last video when we brought that little chair into our drawing utilizing our insertion unit settings, where we brought an imperial chair into a metric millimeters drawing. Our chair is sitting just there like so. Now, I'd like you to close Design Center down. That can be closed now. We don't need that anymore. And just do a double click on the wheel of the mouse to zoom extents. So there's our drawing there, our units and options DWG file. What I'd like you to do now is go to the Home tab on the ribbon, go to the Layers panel here, and just click on the Layers drop down. And you'll see there's loads of different layers all set up for all our different things in our AutoCAD drawing. I'll hit escape to deselect, and that menu disappears. If I type units and press enter, you'll see that my units are all set up in my drawing as per the settings we set up previously. I'll just cancel that now. Now, this is what you can do with each individual drawing. You can set up all these individual layers, unit settings, line types, line weights, and so on. Now, one of the benefits you have is instead of using a DWG file, you can set up a DWT file, which is a drawing template file. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually take you to the Start tab here. Now, this should be there anyway, regardless. I never close it. I always leave it open. So when you open up a version of AutoCAD that's reasonably new, let's say the last 5 versions, you will have this Start tab. Now, if I click on this, it will look very different in AutoCAD 2022 because they've changed it around a bit. So if you're using older versions of AutoCAD, it will look different to this, but you will still have the open and new here like so. So you'll have a new drawing option. Now, this is the bit I want to show you. So if I come in here like so, click on this flyout here, I can use a template. So I can use the AutoCAD ISO.dwt template, or I can browse the templates. If I click here, there's my templates there. Now, there is a method of doing that in older versions of AutoCAD 2. It's on the left-hand side in the templates box on the Start menu. The AutoCAD 2022 Start menu does look very different, you'll notice. Now, I've got the AutoCAD ISO.dwt there. That means it's an AutoCAD ISO metric template. I could go for the AutoCAD.dwt. That tends to be biased towards imperial units. So let's create a new drawing using AutoCAD ISO.dwt. When I click on open, the good thing is about AutoCAD is you can have as many drawing tabs open as you like. The files tabs are up there. You can see units and options and drawing 1. So AutoCAD has created now a basic drawing for me using that AutoCAD ISO.dwt file. Now, here's the difference. Everything is based on that DWT file. So if I type units and press enter, you'll see that my unit settings are very different to the units and options drawing. You can see there the length is set to 4 decimal places. The angle is set to no decimal places. The direction, though, is east 0, like it was previously in the units and options drawing. I'm just going to cancel that for the moment. The other thing that's really important, let's go to the layer drop down. You only get the one default layer, which is layer 0. I'll just hit escape there to lose that menu. If I go to layer properties, you'll see in layer properties, I only have the one layer. So if I went back to, say, the units and options here and clicked on the tab, it keeps the layer properties manager open, but there's all my layers with all their colors, line types, line weights, etc. If I go back to drawing 1, I've only got that one default layer. So that AutoCAD ISO.dwt file is a very basic template to give me basically a simple blank drawing to start from scratch with. So you can see the difference there. I could save the units and options drawing to a template if I wanted to use that as a template for other projects. But that's where this DWT file becomes really useful, because you'll notice at the top of the screen, drawing1.dwg, it's a DWG file. So any template you use opens up a new DWG file set to the settings in the template. Now, what we'll do is set up our settings now in this drawing, and we can save it as a template if we want to. It's really quick and easy to do. So I'm going to add a new layer in here. So this is in the drawing 1. It might be drawing 2, drawing 3, depends on how many drawings you've opened in AutoCAD. It just picks the next sequential number in the list. So I'm going to create a new layer there, and I'm going to call it objects, like so. And I'm not going to worry too much about color. I'm just going to pick a random color. I'm going to go for that red one there and say OK. So now we've got our own layer in our own drawing1.dwg. I'm going to close the layer properties manager. I'm going to type units, and we'll go in here, we'll go for decimal, and we'll have 2 decimal places there, decimal degrees, and we'll have 4 decimal places there. Okay, that. Don't worry about any other settings. So we've changed those particular settings in our drawing1.dwg file. Now we need to do a save as. Now the quickest way to do this is the quick access toolbar, and it's the little disc with a pencil. So I click on save as, and you can see at the moment, there's our units and options.dwg, and it's in our using units and options folder. That's the folder where I've kept the drawing for this particular course on my machine. Now it's trying to save drawing1.dwg. Let's change that. If I go here and change it to a file AutoCAD drawing template, DWT, it defaults to the default template folder in AutoCAD. That is set in your options that we talked about previously. So I'm just going to call this very simply just a ACAD, as in AutoCAD underscore metric underscore basic, like so. ACAD metric basic, and it's a DWT. So when I click on save now, it'll ask me for an option there. What is it? So I'm going to call this AutoCAD underscore metric underscore basic. Very similar to the file name I gave. Make sure the measurement is set to metric, obviously. New layer notification, just leave that as all layers as unreconciled. You don't need to worry about that right now. So when you click on OK now, you'll see at the top of the screen that it is now ACAD metric basic.dwt. What I'd like you to do is close that. So you can click on this little cross here on the file tab, and that'll close. And you can see we're back to our units and options drawing. Now we're going to go back through that creating a new drawing process from a template. So if I now go back to start here and click on new and browse templates here, you'll see there's my ACAD metric basic DWT file. So if I use that template and open, as you can see, it's now drawing2.dwg, it's called itself. See it on the file tab there. But if I go here to the layer dropdown, it's remembered the objects layer in the new drawing based on the settings we put in the template. I'll hit escape to lose the drop-down menu. And if I type units, you'll see that those units have been set to the units that we set in the template file. So you can see the benefit there. Basically, what it is if you create a template and it's got all of your settings in it that you need, you can then create new drawings from it over and over again instead of having to set up all of those different settings individually each time. So if you've got a whole load of settings that you want to use over and over again in a group of drawings, create a DWT file with all of those settings in it and create your new drawings from the DWT file instead. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to start thinking about drawing more objects in our AutoCAD drawings. For that reason, we have a new drawing for you in the library. It's called drawingmoreobjects.dwg. Just make sure you download it from the library to follow along with some of the videos in this particular chapter. Now, in the introduction to this course, I did mention the Learning AutoCAD course that is also available in the library. In the Learning AutoCAD course, I take you through some of the basic drawing methodologies available to you in AutoCAD. So what we're going to look at now is drawing more objects on top of that as well. So in this particular video, we're going to look at some rectangles and polygons. Now, we do cover that in Learning AutoCAD as well, but I'm going to show you some neat little tricks in a live working environment, creating rectangles and polygons. So we're in our drawingmoreobjects.dwg file. Go to the Home tab on the ribbon, and what we're going to do, we're going to go into the Layer Properties here, like so. Click on Layer Properties, and what we're going to do, we're going to click on New Layer here. Now, you'll notice the current layer is A700M FFE. That is the furniture layer for this drawing. We're going to create a new layer, and we're just going to call it Furniture. So put it in caps, F-U-R-N-I-T-U-R-E, like that. And just press enter to confirm. Now we're going to change the color of that layer. So as you can see, there's the furniture layer, our new layer. Click on the color box, and I'm going to select this color here, color 30. Click there. You can put just 30 in the color box and click on OK. Just make sure that your line type is continuous here. So select continuous when you click on it and OK it, and make sure it's using the default line weight. Again, just click on whatever line weight is there, scroll up to the top and select default for now and OK it. That's all you need to do. Now we need to make the furniture layer our current drafting layer. So you can double click on this little sheet of paper icon here, or you can select furniture and click on the green tick there, like so. That will make furniture your current drafting layer. You can see it there in the Layer Properties Manager. If I close the Layer Properties Manager now, you'll see that furniture is the current drafting layer up here in the layer dropdown as well. All that means is we've created a new layer just to put our new items on as we work through the rectangles and the polygons. Now we're going to create a new table down here in this area here in like the atrium entrance part of our floor plan. So you want to zoom in, maybe pan up a little bit, holding down on the wheel to pan, like so. Now, I mentioned the Learning AutoCAD course previously. The Learning AutoCAD course also teaches you how to zoom and pan effectively as well. I'm showing you here, but again, just bear in mind that some of the methodologies are in the Learning AutoCAD course to get you up to speed. But to pan, you just hold down the wheel, move the mouse like so, zooming up and down on the wheel like so. Now, I'm in this area here and I want to create a new table. So I'm going to use the rectangle command. I'm going to come up to the draw panel on the home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout here and select rectangle and come into the drawing area. Now, one of the quickest ways to draw a rectangle is to pick a point, drag, perhaps put some dimensions in the boxes there. So we've got 3680 and 1530. If I click, it'll follow those dimensions for my rectangle. I'm actually going to undo that now, and I'm going to show you a really neat rectangle that you can come up with in the rectangle command. So I'm going to go back up here to the flyout and select rectangle and come into the drawing area. And I'm going to pick my corner point, say there, and click once, like so. And as you can see, I can drag and I can pick another point to create the rectangle. Now, as soon as I've picked that first point, I've got some options available to me down on the command line. I can specify the area of my rectangle. I can specify the dimensions of my rectangle. I can specify the rotation of my rectangle. Now, if I right click, they come up on the shortcut menu as well because it's context sensitive. I'd like you to select dimensions. Now, it prompts you now for the length of the rectangle. Now, the length is in the X direction, horizontal. So what we're going to do there is we're going to type in a value of 1500 and press enter. Then it'll ask for the width of the rectangle. I'm going to say that that's going to be 3500 and enter. Now, as soon as I do that, it'll place a rectangle with those dimensions for me. You'll notice there 3500 and 1500. Now, the 1500 is the length in the X direction horizontally. The 3500 is the width in the Y direction vertically. Here's the trick though, because I've specified my dimensions, I can now move around and place that rectangle anywhere around the origin point of the rectangle. Can you see that? So I can take it through any quadrant I want to. And when you're happy with the positioning, it's just a left click on the mouse like so. So I've got my new table available to me. And you can see there, it's all nicely set up in the atrium area. Now, you'll remember in the previous chapter, we did actually bring a chair in. If I just pan a little bit here, there's a chair there. I'm going to select that chair, click on the grip because it's a block, and just pop it down here, maybe pan a little bit, and we'll zoom in nice and tight. And there's my chair. Just position it at the bottom of the table there. Hit escape a couple of times, and you've now got a chair to go with your table in your atrium area. So that's great. We've set up a rectangle using a different method, using the dimensions method. Let's just pan down a little bit now. And as you do so, If I come out a bit as well, just zoom out, there's some stairs there going up to the next floor. Can you see that? In the center of our floor plan. And you'll recognize them with the arrow that says up. Now, I'd like you to zoom and pan here to this point here. So again, just using the wheel on the mouse, up and down to zoom in, and holding pan, like so, holding the wheel down, you can pan and zoom as well. Now, the trick here is we want to place on our furniture layer a marker to show that we don't want any furniture placed at the bottom of the stairs. So we're going to utilize the polygon command to do that. I'm going to go to the draw panel, click on the flyout where the rectangle is, and select polygon. I'm going to come into the drawing area. Number of sides is going to be 4 sides. I want a 4-sided polygon. So that will be a square or a rectangle. Press enter to confirm. Now, I've got a choice here where I can specify the edge of a polygon. I don't have to specify the center. I can specify the edge, one side of the polygon. So if I right click now and select edge, like so, and using my object snaps, snap to one end of the stair there, to the other end of the stair there, I've now got an area on the furniture layer that says, hey, I don't want furniture there. So if I now zoom out slightly, rolling back on the wheel, can you see we've got a nice square area there showing that we don't want furniture in that area because it will block the stairs. Similar to what these door blocks have. Can you see we've got a funny shaped door block? The squares on there indicate where we don't want furniture because it will affect the entrance and egress into the door. But also don't forget the door swing as well needs to be contained in this particular area here. So the door blocks, as you can see, already mark up where they don't want any furniture. So that's another use of the polygon command there. Now, obviously, like we did in learning AutoCAD, you can just create, let's say, an 8-sided polygon, and we could have an octagonal table here as well. So let's go up to polygon again. And this time we want 8 sides. And we'll pick a center of the polygon, like so. And I'm going to go for circumscribed about circle. So that means going from the radius out to the midpoint of a side. Can you see that? So if I use my polar tracking now, I can just drag vertically upwards. And what I'll do is I'll say I want that to be 750 radius of the circle that forms this particular polygon. And there's my little octagonal table there available to me as well. So we've utilized the rectangle command to create a new type of rectangle using the dimension setting. We've also created a 4-sided polygon on the stairs, just up there near the top of the drawing. And we've also used a regular polygon, an octagon, like so, to create an octagonal table in the entrance area as well. So you can see how quick and easy it is to utilize the rectangle command and the polygon command to add geometry and draw more objects in your drawing. We're staying in our drawingmoreobjects.dwg file. And what we're going to do now is do a zoom extent. So just double click on the wheel of your mouse, and that'll zoom out to the extents of the visible drawn object. We're then going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon and into the Layers panel and click on Layer Properties. We're going to create a couple of new layers like we did in the previous video. So we're going to click here like so, New Layer, and the first new layer is going to be Setting Out Point. I'm going to put it in capitals. So Setting Out Point, like that. Sometimes known as an SOP on an architectural or construction drawing. So there's Setting Out Point. I'm going to change the color of the layer here, and I'm going to make this red. I'm going to use that color there, which actually is the color red or index color 1. You could put 1 in there if you want to, and you'd still get the red, like so. Make sure that the line type is continuous. Click on OK. Make sure that the line weight, click there, is set to default as well, just for now. And there's our Setting Out Point layer. I'm going to go back to New Layer again, and we're going to create another new layer. And this time we're going to call it Points, P-O-I-N-T-S, just like that. And press Enter to confirm that layer name. And just make sure that that is also red, also continuous, also default, because ideally we want to make sure that these are all set up accordingly so that they look the same. Our setting out point and our points are red, continuous, and using the default line weight. Just gives us a little bit of consistency in the AutoCAD drawing. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at points and donuts in this particular video. So we're going to make points our current drafting layer first. So you can double click here on the little sheet of paper like so, or you can select the layer points and make it the current drafting layer by using the set current icon. As you can see, it's called there in the layer properties manager. It also tells you here current layer points, and when I close the layer properties manager, you can see that we have got points up there in the layer drop down menu. Now we're going to zoom in on this wall here. So zoom in, roll up on the wheel, and maybe pan a little as well. So just get in close like that. You want to be able to see this end point of the wall and this end point of the wall, because you can see it's all formed by one line. Now, before we put some points into our particular drawing, we're going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, and what we're going to do, we're going to expand the Utilities panel and click on the pin there, because we need to set our point style just here. So click there like so, and our point style dialog box will appear. We're going to use this one here, that one there, because it looks the same as the object snap node, which represents our points in our drawing. Now you've got two settings here. You can have a point size that is 5% relative to the screen size, or you can set the size in absolute units. You might want a specific size. Normally though, if you stick with a point size of 5% relative to screen, that's really useful, because that means every time you zoom in and zoom out, they're always going to be the same size. If you set them as absolute units, when you zoom in and zoom out, they're going to get bigger or smaller. And if you zoom out a long way, they might be too small to pick out in the drawing. So I'm leaving that at 5% set size relative to screen and okaying it. And it's that one there. Okay, that like so. We can then unpin the Utilities panel. We're going to go over to the Draw panel now, which is over here on the Home tab on the ribbon. And again, click on the flyout and pin it open. Now, what I want to do here is I want to divide this wall into an equal number of segments so that I can start placing some vertical internal walls in this space below the wall. So I'm going to come up here to these commands here. You'll notice I've got divide and I've also got measure. We're going to utilize divide like so. So we're going to go divide and come into the drawing area, and we're going to select this line here to divide like so. Now we need to enter the number of segments we're going to divide that line into, and that's going to be 5. And we just press enter to confirm, and you can see now it's placed 4 points using our point style on our points layer. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments, and these points here are individual point objects on the points layer, and they use the object snap node to snap to, N-O-D-E. So that's how we would place some points in our drawing. So I'm just going to unpin the Draw panel, and what I could do now perhaps is draw a line, let's say from that node snap there. So it's a shift and a right click. That'll bring up the override object snap menu. There's node there, and I snap there. There's the node snap, and I come vertically downwards, let's say by 2,500 using my polar tracking, and enter to confirm. Now that is on the points layer at the moment. What I can do now is go to match properties. I'll pick my wall like so as the source object, and then select my destination object there like so, enter to finish, and you can see how I can now start dividing up my wall, perhaps using offset to give a thickness to the wall and so on. So that's how I can utilize the points in AutoCAD. Now I mentioned the donut command as well in AutoCAD. That is not the ability to order donuts through AutoCAD on the internet, I hasten to add. A donut is a geometrical shape. Basically, it looks like a donut in plan, as in it's a circle with a hole in the middle. So let's just zoom out slightly. In fact, double click on the wheel and zoom extents, and then just pan, hold down the wheel and move upwards diagonally there. and we're going to zoom in on this bottom left corner. We want a setting out point here, or perhaps here on the intersection of our grid lines. I'm going to go for this corner of the building because it just stands out a little bit more. If I put it inside using the grid lines, it's going to be inside the wall, which is not quite what we want. So let's have a go at this with our donut command. Now it is spelt the American way, which is D-O-N-U-T. It's also available here on the draw panel. If I pin it open, it's right there. There's the donut command. So if I click on that now and come into the drawing area, it's asking for an inside diameter of the donut. Now I'm going to go for 125 millimeters, and then enter, and the outside diameter I'm going to say is 250, and then enter to confirm. There's my donut. So you can see, look, it's two circles forming an object with a hole in the middle. So if I position that, let's say on the end point there, on the corner of the building, and click, there's my donut, enter to confirm, and there's my setting out point that I've placed using the donut command. Now, it's not on the setting out point layer that we created. So I select my donut like so. I go to the drop down here, setting out point, click there, put it on the appropriate layer, and then just hit escape to deselect. So now, if I zoom out slightly, you can see we've got a setting out point on the corner of the building on the setting out point layer using our donut command. Once again, we're staying in our drawing more objects.dwg file. And you can see I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. What I'd like you to do is double click on the wheel to zoom extents like so, and just unpin the draw panel if you haven't done so already, just so we've got a nice clean AutoCAD interface to work with. Now you'll remember that we created a layer called furniture previously in this chapter. Just go to your layer drop down in the home tab on the ribbon in the layers panel, and just scroll down to the furniture layer there, click on the word furniture, and just make sure that furniture is your current drafting layer. We're then going to zoom in on this area here. So zoom in nice and tight, pan upwards a little bit like so, so that you can see this open space here. It relates to the 6858 dimension there between grids C and D, just so you're aware. We're going to take a look now at the ellipse command. Now, an ellipse has a major and minor axis, and as my son, when he was smaller, used to jokingly call them, squished circles was the best way. And that's one of my favorite descriptions of an ellipse. It's a squished circle. It can also be a geometric circle rotated on an axis when you're working in isometric projection, which we're also going to cover in this chapter. But all I want to do is create a geometric ellipse that represents a table in our AutoCAD drawing. Now, this particular table over here, if you remember, was 3,500 by 1,500. I'm going to create a similar table here using similar dimensions, but the ellipse will have those dimensions rather than a rectangle like that one there. So let's have a look at that and see how that works. Go to the Home tab on the ribbon. Ellipses are in the Draw panel. They're just here. Click on the flyout, and you can see we've got center, axis end, and elliptical arc. Don't worry about elliptical arc. We'll cover that in the next video. But there are two types of ellipses available. You have center, where you specify the center point of the ellipse and then specify the major and minor axis. Or you can specify by axis, by specifying the lengths of each axis. I'm going to do that one there, which is axis end. So that works with the axes of the ellipse. You can see you specify 3 points, 1 to 2 creates one axis, and then you go up to 3 and create the third point, which gives you the other axis of your ellipse. So I'm going to click here like so and come into the drawing area. Now, I mentioned the table, the rectangular one. So I'm going to pick a point here, click once, and come vertically upwards like so. Now, that was our 3,500 dimension, remember, on the rectangular table. So 3,500. Enter. So there's our ellipse there. Can you see it's now tied in to that height There's the 3,500. Now, what I'm doing now, as I come out this way, can you see I'm specifying half of the other axis? So if that distance on the rectangular table was 1,500, we need an axis now of 750. We need to half it. And as you can see now, I've now got an elliptical table, like so, that is 3,500 that way, 1,500 that way. Let's do a quick measure to check that. So we go measure and distance. So I'll go from, let's say, the center there out to there. That's 750. So we know that that axis is 750 times 2, which is 1,500. We'll do another measure and another distance, and we'll come from the center here and come out to here. That's 1,750. So we know if we times that by 2, 3,500. I'll just exit that. So what we've got now is an elliptical table with the same axis dimensions as our rectangular table. So all I've done there is use the same dimensions, but with an ellipse, and you can see the geometric ellipse that we've created there. I could have done that using the center settings as well for an ellipse, and all I would have done there is specified half of each axis. So I would have done 1,750 and 750 to generate the same geometric ellipse. So you can see how ellipses can be used very quickly and easily in your drawing to represent geometric shapes. In this case, a table in one of the rooms in our floor plan. In this video, we're going to be checking out isometric views and elliptical arcs. So we've got a new drawing for you that you can download from the library to follow along with this particular video. It's called isometricview.dwg. When you open up the file, you should be in the model tab and you should be able to see 2 red vertical lines. And you should be in the layers panel here on the layer isometric. If you're not, just click on the drop down and select isometric like so. What we're going to do, we're going to create an isometric view of a cylinder using an ellipse and an elliptical arc. So let's get through that quickly and easily, and you'll see how easy this is to do to create a simple isometric view. So we're going to go over to the draw panel on the home tab. We're going to go to the ellipses like we did in the previous video, click on the down arrow, and we're going to use axis end. Click there like so. One axis end will be this endpoint snap here. Make sure your object snaps are on. Click once, drag the axis to this endpoint, click again like so. Now you can see there as we move the mouse that the top face of the cylinder is there, but we need to position it. If you look at the command line, you can see that there is a sub option there of rotation. Right click and select rotation on the shortcut menu and type in 60 degrees. Because what you're doing now is you're rotating your circle on the top of the cylinder through 60 degrees isometrically. So just type in 60 and enter. There's the top of your isometric view of your cylinder. And it's accurate as well because AutoCAD's calculated all of that for you. Okay, we go back now to the draw panel. Click on the flyout again for ellipses and select elliptical arc. Now, what we've got to do here is go for the axis endpoint of the elliptical arc, as it says on the prompt there on the dynamic input. So you can do an axis end elliptical arc, or you can do a center elliptical arc in the same way as you can draw ellipses. Notice on the command line, there's a sub option there of center. If I right click and select center, it gives me the center option to create an elliptical arc. I don't want that in this case. I want to use endpoints because I've got my 2 vertical lines. So I'm going to go to the left-hand endpoint, left click, just like I did with the ellipse when we started out, and go to this endpoint here and left click. So you'll notice there, look, there's an ellipse there, but I need to right click first and select rotation, just like I did for the ellipse. Again, 60 degrees, because we want it to obviously look the same as the one above on the top face of the cylinder. Press enter to confirm. So now we need to specify the start angle of our elliptical arc. How does that work? Well, remember, AutoCAD measures angles and also arcs counterclockwise. So we need to go counterclockwise here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the left-hand end, click, and just drag around, and then go to the end point again and click. And there's my elliptical arc. And if I zoom out slightly, there's my little isometric view of my cylinder, utilizing an ellipse at the top and an elliptical arc at the bottom between my two vertical lines. It's a very quick little isometric view, but you can see how you can utilize your geometry and the ellipses and the elliptical arc to create an isometric view quickly and easily. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at all of the commands that you can use in AutoCAD to modify objects. So we'll be spending a lot of time in the Modify panel on the Home tab on the ribbon. In order to do this, we've got a new drawing for you. It will look familiar, but it's called modifyingobjects.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with the videos in the chapter. And you can see the drawing on the screen. You should see a floor plan with the grids and the dimensions like so. It should look remarkably familiar to you anyway, due to previous chapters in this course. And you should be in the Model tab in the bottom left corner. Now we're going to look at selecting objects first, because in order to modify objects, you need to be able to select them. Now, you'll remember in previous chapters and videos, we set up some points and point styles in this area of the drawing here. We're going to zoom in on that area like so. So when I zoom in, you'll see those points get bigger and bigger. There's the points there, these objects here. I'll just hit escape to deselect that one. Now, you'll remember we set up a point style that was 5% of the relative screen size. Now, they look big there, and of course they would. Now, what we need to do is we need to refresh the view. Now, to do that, you can use the regen command, which is R-E-G-E-N. Just type it like so, and you'll see it come up on the suggestion menu. When I press enter, keep an eye on those points, and you'll see they go back down to 5% of the screen size. So they're always 5%. You can also save the drawing. That will automatically regenerate the drawing as well. Now, we're going to take a look at how we select objects in our AutoCAD drawings. Now, the quickest and easiest way is to move the crosshair over an object, that line there. You can see it highlight. If I get the pick box over the line and left click, that will select that line. And you can see it's selected. It goes a pale blue color, and the grips that are relative to that line's geometry are there as well. So a line has 3 grips. It has one at each end and one on its midpoint, as you can see. Now, to deselect anything you've selected, you just hit escape. I always hit it twice. And the reason being, the first one will deselect the object. The second escape will actually cancel any command you may have open. So I always hit escape twice to deselect, just to be on the safe side in case I'm in the middle of a command and I might do something random elsewhere by mistake. So let's have a look at selecting. I'm going to show you some selection methods. Now, one of these is known as the window selection. So I'm going to put my crosshair here. I'm not actually on or over any object, but I'm going to click. And as I drag now, can you see any object inside the boundaries of that blue window highlights? So you can see there, one of my points is highlighted. As I go along, there's the second one and the third one. And that line you can see there has also been highlighted for selection. And as I come this way, you can see some other lines as well have highlighted for selection. So when I left click over here, you'll see the objects that were within that particular window have been selected. Now, if I only wanted the points selected, how do I remove those line objects? Well, first of all, I might zoom in a little bit. So let's position myself over here and zoom in. Now, when you hover over the grips, be aware that you do get the option to work with the grips. You need to move away slightly and then roll up on the mouse like that. Now, I'm going to just do a little bit of zooming and panning like that. And all I'm going to do now is hold down the Shift key and put the pick box over the line and click. And can you see they get deselected as I click on them? So holding down the Shift key and selecting an object removes it from the selection set. So I'm going to come down here. There's that line there. So I hold down Shift. See the little minus symbol on the crosshair? When I click, that removes it from the selection set. And when I zoom out slightly, using the wheel on the mouse, you can see that I've only got those 4 points selected. I'll just hit Escape a couple of times now to deselect them and cancel any command. Now, what happens if I do a selection the other way? That's known as a crossing window selection. So if I get in a space up here where I'm not highlighting any objects, click once and drag the other way, can you see how many objects are getting selected? Loads of them. That's because a crossing selection going from right to left will actually select not only the objects within the window boundary, but any objects that are crossed by the window boundary. So if I now left click again, lots of objects selected. Probably not worth my while holding down Shift and clicking on each one to deselect it. So what I'll do there, just hit Escape a couple of times to deselect everything. So they're the 2 main methods that you would probably use to select objects in AutoCAD. The other one being obviously individual objects, like I showed you at the beginning, where you just click on each object. Now, one of the benefits you have with AutoCAD is as you keep clicking, it just keeps adding to the selection set. Now, if that doesn't happen in your AutoCAD, and when you click on one object and then go and click on another object, only the object that you've just clicked on is selected, there's a setting in AutoCAD that you need to be aware of. Let me just hit Escape a couple of times, make sure we've got no commands or objects selected. If you right click and go down to options like we did in one of the previous chapters, and you need to go to the selection tab up here in the dialog box, and you've got some settings here. So you've got what is called noun verb selection, which we'll cover later, but it's this one here, use Shift to add to selection. If I tick that now and OK it, watch what happens. I'll select that line there, select that point there. Can you see it jumps from object to object? And I've now got to hold down Shift like I would if I was deselecting. Can you see? So in order to add, I've got to hold down Shift all the time to add those objects to my selection set. Now, for me, I find that a bit tiresome. So I'm going to hit Escape a couple of times, right click, and go back to options again and just switch that off in the selection tab in the options dialog box. So that's use Shift to add to selection. So I'll apply that now and just OK it. And now when I click on each object, can you see it's just adding them cumulatively to the selection set like so. So that's how I like to work. It's entirely up to you. So now you know some methods to select objects when you're working and modifying objects in your AutoCAD drawings. You have the individual selection, like so. I'll just hit Escape a couple of times. You have the window selection, like so. And you have the crossing selection, where everything crossed and what's in the window gets selected like that. Hit Escape a couple of times there just to obviously deselect and cancel any commands. And what we'll do now as we work through this chapter is we'll go through all the different modify commands available to you in AutoCAD, but also we'll show you some neat little tricks there about how to select those objects for each of the specific commands as well. We're staying in our modifying objects.dwg file, and we're going to take a look now at the offset and mirror commands in AutoCAD. Now, sometimes commands are available to you on the shortcut menu. Let me show you what I mean. If I select this line here, like so, and I right click, you'll notice I've got some commands on the shortcut menu. I've got scale, rotate, copy, move, erase, etc. Now, those are the only ones available to you on the shortcut menu. The rest of the modify commands are up here on the modify panel on the home tab on the ribbon. I'm going to expand the modify panel here like so and pin it open just in case we need any of those other commands as well. It's always a good habit to get into that if you do need those extra commands. Just pin it open so that they don't keep disappearing back into the ribbon. I'm going to hit Escape a couple of times just to deselect that line as well, like so. Now, we're going to take a look at the offset and the mirror commands. Now, funnily enough, the offset is this one here, just in the corner normally of the modify panel. I'm going to click on offset, and come into the drawing area. Now, this is one of the modify commands where you don't select the objects first. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. You specify your offset distance. Now, my offset distance is going to be 75 millimeters. You'll see why in a moment. I just press enter to confirm, and now it prompts me to select the object I want to offset. So you'll see the select object prompt is after you've set the offset distance. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to click on my line there like so. Now, depending on which side of the line I move, can you see it will offset either side in the same plane as the line? Now I'm going to offset to the left. So I'm going to move the crosshair to the left, left click again to confirm the side that I want to offset. And there's my offset line like so. Now I can go and offset elsewhere. I could select this object here like so. If I select that one, again, look, you see, I can do 75 either side there if I wanted to. I don't want to, so I'm just going to hit escape a couple of times to cancel the offset command. Obviously, if you've only just offset something, you can press enter as well to close the offset command. Now, you'll notice there that I've offset this line to create this line. What I'm going to do now is kind of combine the mirror command into this. So the mirror command is right here. Now, you'll notice mirror and also offset are not available on that right-click shortcut menu. You do have to go to the modify panel. So there's the mirror command there. So I select mirror like so and come into the drawing area. Now, this is one of the commands in AutoCAD where as soon as you select the command, it prompts you to select the objects. So I want to show you something here that might be useful to you or might not. Remember we talked about selection in the previous video? Well, I'd like you to hit escape a couple of times and cancel the mirror command. What I'll do now is I'll right click and go to options like we've done previously. And we're going to go to the selection tab again in options. There is this one here, selection mode, noun verb selection. Now what this means is you can select an object and then the command, which is really quite useful if you think about it, because you've got the object already selected. So you just say, oh, I'm going to select that line and I'm going to mirror it. Hence noun verb selection. The line is the noun. The verb, obviously, is mirror, the doing word, as my son would call it. So what we've got there is a setting that makes our life a lot easier. Let me show you what I mean. If I just cancel that for the moment, and what I do now is I select my line, and then I go up to the mirror command. So noun, mirror is the verb. It prompts me now for the first point of the mirror line because it already knows which object you need to mirror, which is that line. If I hit escape a couple of times now, just to cancel all of that, right click again and go back to options into the selection tab, and I switch that off and okay it, watch what happens. I select the line, which is the noun. I go up to mirror, which is the verb, and it prompts me to select objects again. I have to select the line again. So that noun verb selection saves on a step in that particular command workflow. So it's really useful if you have that noun verb selection switched on. So I'm going to hit escape a couple of times again, right click, back to options, and make sure that noun verb selection is on. If you get any command that has a select objects prompt as its first part of its workflow, that noun verb selection will save you a couple of clicks. So make sure it's on in the selection tab in the options and okay it. So I select my line. Let's get back to that mirror command. I select mirror and it says, hey, I know that you've selected that line. I know that you want to mirror it. So we're going to select the first point of the mirror line. Make sure your object snaps are on down here on the status bar. And we're going to go end point of the green line, not the blue selected line. So end point there. I'm going to come up to the midpoint there of the green line again. And can you see it's mirroring the left-hand selected blue line over the central line, and we click one more time on the midpoint. Do we want to erase the original object we selected to mirror? In this case, no, I don't, because it forms the other face of the other wall that I'm trying to create in this particular command. So erase source objects is a no, and there's our line there. So we've created that line there by mirroring that line there by using the middle line, that line there, as our mirror line. So what we're going to do now is we're going to erase the middle line. We don't need that anymore. So we can just delete that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go up to the line command and we're going to draw a line from endpoint there to endpoint there. Enter to finish. Obviously, it's on the furniture layer because that's our current drafting layer. So I'll just jump to match properties, pick one of these lines and select our little orange line. Enter to finish. And we've now created an internal wall using our offset and mirror commands. We've also learned about noun verb selection in the options dialog box as well. We're staying in the modifying objects.dwg file, and as you can see, I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. I've even left the modify panel up here pinned open in case we need any of those modify commands as we work through this particular chapter. Now you'll remember in the previous video, we used offset and mirror to create our nice little internal wall here. What we're going to do now is utilize move and copy to add more internal walls coming off of these points that we've created previously. So we're going to utilize a particular snap called node, and the node snap is what allows us to snap to these AutoCAD points here, like so. If you hover over them, you can see that AutoCAD is telling us in the little prompt there that it's a point. It is an AutoCAD point. And they're a great tool for snapping to using your object snaps. And if you put them on their own separate layer, you can freeze that layer later so that you don't have these points all over your floor plan in this particular case. Now, we're going to do a move first. Now, move is the same workflow command-wise as copy. But all you're doing is you're moving the original geometry from one place to another. With copy, you are moving the original geometry, but leaving, obviously, the original geometry behind and making a copy of it. So the workflow and the process is the same. The good thing about move and copy is they are available on the shortcut menu on the right click. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you both. We're going to go through that process twice for each of the commands so that you know how to do it off the modify panel on the home tab on the ribbon and also on the shortcut menu. So let's do move first. Now you'll remember our selection methods. If I come down here and get my crosshair just above that purple grid line, click and drag across like that and click again, it selects all three of the lines that form the internal wall there. Now I'm going to move that to the point over on the right hand end. I'm going to move it to there. Now, before I do that, I'm going to go down to the object snaps here, click on the flyout, and I'm going to switch node on. Saves me having to do a shift and a right click all the time to bring up the override snap menu on the mouse. So node is now a running object snap. So what I can do there now is just hit the arrow again just to close that menu. Now, the lovely thing is I can now snap to any of those points, those red points, because they have a node snap. So I've got my object selected. I'm going to go up to move, which is on the modify panel. There's move. Now, because I've got noun verb selection on, as soon as I do that, AutoCAD says specify the base point you're moving from. So that's going to be this node here. Make sure it says node when you hover over it, like so. There's node. Click. And can you see now I'm moving that from one node up to another node. Click again. And can you see it's actually moved all the way across to that one there? Now, I'm going to undo that. Here's undo on the quick access toolbar. Same selection method, little window selection like that, little crossing window selection. And I'm going to right click this time. And you can see I've got move there as well. So I click on move, go back to the node there, and I've moved it again another time. So you can see there that the right-hand click menu, the shortcut menu, is a little bit quicker. It's a little bit slicker. And once you get into the habit of using the right-click menu off of the mouse, you'll find that you start to draft more quickly, more efficiently. You can still use the modify panel. It's entirely up to you. But as I've worked with AutoCAD for many, many years, I find that that right-click menu, the contextual menu, becomes a much, much easier thing to use. So we're now going to look at copying. So again, using the crossing window selection here to get the 3 lines. I'm going to go up here now. Copy is on the modify panel right there. So I click copy. And again, the workflow is the same as the move command. So again, I'm going from there. There's my node I'm coming from. And then I'm going to this node, to this node, and to this node. And can you see I'm copying them? And it will keep on copying ad nauseum until I press enter to finish. So you can see there, I've done a copy. Workflow's the same, but I've left the original behind and copied the original to each of those node snaps. So let's have a look at that now on the right-click shortcut menu. So we'll just do an undo, undoes those copies that we did, like so. Little window selection again, like we did before. There's the window selection. Right-click, copy selection on the shortcut menu. You'll see the icon is the same. And again, I'm going from the original. There's the node. And I'm going node, node, node. Enter to finish. Job done. There's my copy off the right-click shortcut menu. And again, you can see it's just a little bit quicker, a few clicks quicker. Start getting into what I jokingly call the economy of clicks in AutoCAD. The economy of clicks means the less clicks you're doing to perform a command, the more economical and more efficient you're becoming as you create your AutoCAD drawings. As you can see now, we've created some nice little partitions there. These could potentially be little cubicles for desks, hot desking, for example. You could have a desk and a chair in each of those, like so. Now, last but not least, I want to show you a little trick with the layers, though. If we go up to our layer dropdown, like so, and come down here, there's our points layer. Now, we don't need those red points anymore at the moment. So what we do is we click on the little sun symbol and freeze them, like so, and they disappear and a little snowflake appears. Just hit escape to close the layer dropdown, and you've now got a nice, neat, tidy AutoCAD drawing. Once again, we're staying in our modifying objects.dwg file. And we're in the same position as we were at the end of the last video, where we've obviously got our little internal walls here now. What I've also done is I've just unpinned the modify panel now. I've just unpinned it and allowed it to go back into the ribbon like so. What we're going to do is double click on the wheel of the mouse to zoom extents. And we're going to take a look now at using rotate and scale in AutoCAD. Now, the good thing is, again, these are available to you both on the ribbon in the modify panel on the home tab and on the right click shortcut menu. We're going to zoom in on this area of the entrance here of our floor plan. So we're going to zoom in and pan upwards a little bit. And you'll notice there's a rectangular table with a single chair. And there's an octagonal table that we created using the polygon command previously. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to rotate our chair so that we've got 4 of them. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to utilize a really cool object snap called geometric center, which you may or may not have seen before in AutoCAD, depending on your usage of AutoCAD, obviously. Now, rotate and scale, like I said, are available both on the ribbon panel, the modify panel, and also on the shortcut menu on the right click. Let's do rotate first, and then we'll go on to scale afterwards. We'll look at scaling our octagonal table in a little while. Now, the object we want to rotate is the chair. Now, the chair is a block, so it's all one object, so you can just click on it like that. And we can then go up to rotate here. Remember, noun, verb selection. So that's our noun, our chair. Our verb is rotate. So when I click on rotate, it knows the chair is selected, so it asks me for a base point. Now, you don't normally have geometric center switched on as a running object snap. So hold down Shift, right click, and select geometric center on the shortcut menu. And then just come over here, and can you see as you touch on the edge of your rectangle, you get this funny circle with a star in it. That's your geometric center. So left click when that appears. And now can you see you're rotating around the center of the table. So the rotation angle is going to be, in this case, 180 degrees. We're rotating the chair to the top of the table. But just before you do that, right-click and make sure you select copy. Otherwise, it will rotate the original and you won't have one left behind. So select copy and then specify your rotation angle of 180 and press enter. And you can see now, oh, look at that. I've got 2 chairs going around my table like so. Now we're going to get 4 of them. And what we're going to do now is we're going to select both of the chairs like so, as you can see. And then I'm going to do it kind of one off of the panel and one on the shortcut menu. So it's a right click this time. And you can see there on the shortcut menu, there's rotate again. Prompts you for a base point because the objects are already selected. So shift and right click. Geometric center again. Just touch on the edge of the rectangle. There it is there. When you see geometric center, left click. And as you can see, you can rotate 2 chairs this time. But before you put the rotation angle in, right click and copy so that the originals are left behind. This time the angle is 90 degrees that we're going through. Press enter to confirm. And they're rotated nicely like so. Now, you'll notice they're obviously quite away from the table itself. No problem. You can alter this sort of individually with each chair. Just click on it, click on the grip, and just use your polar tracking. Can you see it just stays nice and horizontal if you follow the polar tracking line? And just move it closer and click again. Hit escape to deselect that one, select that one, click on the grip, just move it closer. They don't have to be exact. Click there and escape again. And we've now got 4 chairs instead of 1, utilizing our rotate command. Now scale, quick and easy. Scale is really, really easy to utilize. And we're going to utilize that geometric center snap again. So I'm going to select my octagonal table, like so. Remember, noun verb selection. Scale is up here on the modify panel. Click on scale, like so. And as you can see now, it's asking for a base point. Now, the good thing is, if I come in here, you would have thought I'd get a center, wouldn't you? No, unfortunately, because remember, we normally create polygons using a center snap. Well, that's only when you create the polygon. Once it's placed, there's no center there. So what we're going to do is shift and right click again, geometric center. When you touch on the edge, there's the center there, click. So as you can see, I can make that bigger and smaller just by moving the mouse. We want a scale factor there of 1.5. So it's going to become 50% bigger. So 1.5 in the box, enter like so. Now you can see there, that has made it 1.5 times bigger. We get that. So it's 50% bigger. I'm now going to undo that like so. That's back to its original size. I'm going to select it again, but this time it's a right click. Scale is on the shortcut menu. There it is there. Click on scale. Now it's going to ask for the base point again. Shift and right click, geometric center on the shortcut menu. Hover over the edge of it there with the crosshair and click. And as you can see, bigger, smaller. But like with rotate, I can right click and select copy and then put my scale factor of 1.5 in, and it leaves the original there as well, which now gives me what looks like a nice octagonal table with a little insert on top. It could have a glass insert perhaps on top of the table, and that's what the original internal octagon might represent. So you can see there that the workflows of rotate and scale, similar again with that right click and copy in both of them, but that's rotate and scale to modify your AutoCAD drawing. We're going to take a look now at creating arrays in our AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in the modifying objects.dwg file. And as you can see, I've zoomed to the visible extents just by double clicking on the wheel so that we can see all of our floor plan in the model tab. Now, arrays are a bit like the copy command, but kind of on steroids. They've got lots of extra features that allow you to basically work with your objects in your AutoCAD drawings. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a rectangular array first, but we're going to utilize some of the commands that we've already worked with. We're going to be working in this sort of area of the drawing here, so you might want to zoom in a bit. Like so. I'm going to get in a little bit closer and pan There we go, like that. Now I want to be able to see that chair there, and I want to be able to see our internal walls, our little partitions here, because I'm going to create a simple rectangular array of the chair in the partitions as we prepare to make these into little hot desking cubicles. So I'm going to select my chair here, like so, and then it's a right click and copy selection. So I might need to pan up slightly a little bit there. I just want the midpoint on the back of the chair. So I'm copying that from there to there. I'm just going to pan down slightly a little bit. There we go, so that we can see those internal partition walls. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm now going to place the chair using a mid between 2 points snap. So it's a shift, right click, and you want mid between 2 points on the shortcut menu, and you're going to pick that end point there and that end point there, and it places it in the middle. Can you see that? Enter to finish, mid between 2 points. Now, ideally, we now want to create what is called a rectangular array, 1 row, 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to create our array of these particular chairs. Now, in order to do that, you kind of want to check something, and it's a distance. Now, the distance you want to check is going to be, how do I place these? 1, 2, 3, like so. We need to measure a distance between 2 points. Now, how are we going to do that? Because we've got nothing to snap to here. Well, here's the trick. We draw a line, like so. And again, it's a shift and a right click, mid between 2 points. And you want that point, end point there, end point there. Just take a little vertical line upwards, use the polar tracking, and click again, and then enter to finish, like so. And this is where all of the tools in AutoCAD start to come into use. Now we're going to measure a distance. So we go measure distance, and you want midpoint snap to endpoint. And you can see there it's 968.5. Now you need to kind of commit that to memory or write it down. It's 968.5. And what I'll do is I'll exit the measure command now and delete the line. Now the reason we need to remember that is purely because if we don't, we're not going to get the spacing right on our rectangular array. So we now need to create a rectangular array. So I'm going to select the chair, up to the modify panel on the home tab, click on the flyout rectangular array. Now, as soon as I do that, it's like, oh, hello, lots of chairs. Don't panic. As soon as you do that, it creates a default array in the array creation contextual tab up here. You need to edit the values here. So number of rows, we only want 1. So we're going to double click in there and put 1 and press enter. There's our 1 row. We then go to columns, double click in there, and we want 3 and enter. The distance between the columns, we need to change here. See the between there? So that's the distance. That's where we put our 1968.5. Enter to confirm, and now they're nice and neatly spaced. Now, the good thing is you can alter anything here using your rectangular array. We're done, though, because we've got our 3 little cubicles all neatly lined up. We can potentially start thinking about desks, lighting, planting, and so on. So I click on Close Array, and that's our little rectangular array. Now, the good thing is AutoCAD remembers that that's a rectangular array. Can you see that? When I click on it, it goes back to the Array tab on the ribbon. Now, if you don't want that to be an array anymore, and you just want it to be 3 individual chairs, you'd go to the Home tab, and you'd explode your associative array. Now, I don't recommend that because then you can't go back to the array and edit the settings later. So just something to think about. Hit escape a couple of times just to come out of the rectangular array command. Zoom out slightly by rolling back on the wheel. And what we're going to do this time is we're going to move our octagonal table. So select the 2 octagons, 1 and 2, right click, move on the shortcut menu, pick a point, doesn't matter where, and we're just going to pop it up here like so. Pop it sort of roughly central in that room there. We're then going to take one of our chairs. So I'm going to select this chair here, click on it, and you might want to zoom in just a tad and get the grip there, but you want to copy it, remember? So don't use the grip. Don't click on the grip, just select it, right click, copy selection, midpoint snap on the back of the chair. Then you're copying it and the original gets left behind. Bit of panning, bit of zooming, get in close there and just pop that chair, roughly speaking, there, like that. Enter to confirm, and there we go. We've copied it from there, panned across to there. Zoom in on your octagonal chair and table, like so. We're going to create now what is called a polar array. Now, the polar array goes around a point using a center point. So we select our chair again, like so. There's our chair. We go to the array drop down on the modify panel and select polar array, like so. Center point of the array. Now, this is where we do the shift and the right click, and we want a geometric center again. So we come over here, geometric centers there, click. And again, it creates a sample array. We don't need 6 items. We just double click there and select 4. Press enter to confirm, and there's our 4 items in our array. We don't even need to set up an angle because obviously AutoCAD has worked that out. 360 degrees divided by 4, 90 degrees between each chair. Now, again, I can close the array, and if I click on the array, it remembers it's a polar array like so, and you can go to the Home tab, into the Modify panel, and explode it if you do want it to be 4 individual chairs again. Don't recommend it in case you want to adapt the array later. Hit Escape a couple of times to deselect. Last but not least, we're going to look at what is called a path array, this one here. Okay, so we're going to zoom out by double-clicking on the wheel to zoom extents. And what we're going to do, we're going to pan upwards a little bit, zoom in on this bottom left corner, and we're going to copy our chair again. So I'm going to click here, right-click, copy selection, midpoint there, and I'm going to pop a chair there. Enter to confirm. Now we've got 1 chair. Now, before we do anything else, what we're going to do, we're going to create an arc. So we're going to go to arc here on the draw panel, and we're just going to create a 3-point arc. And we're going to start at the midpoint on the back of the chair, come up here, come down here, and click again like so. Now, here's the clever thing with this particular path array. I like this. This is fun. So we go to the chair and we select it, like we've done with the previous array commands. Modify panel, click on the flyout, path array. It says select the path curve. So I'm selecting my arc, like so. And as if by magic, it's kind of done them all round the wrong way, like so. You've got to be careful which part of the curve you select. So just hit escape a couple of times and go up to undo on the quick access toolbar. Go back to the path array again and select the chair that you want to array. There it is there, like so, and enter to confirm. Select the path curve near the chair, and can you see it's now rotating the chairs in line with the curve? Now, if we have a look at our Array Creation tab on the ribbon, you can see it's aligning the items to our curve. As you can see, it's just following it around and the chair is rotating. If I switch off Align Items, those chairs just follow that little arc. Now, that arc was just a random arc. Now, you might have a specific arc there. That might be potentially, let's say, a conference room with a screen and a projector, and you might have a stage there, perhaps. It might be a sound stage to record live promotional videos for your company, anything like that. But the idea being is that that particular path allows you now to create that path array of the chairs. Enter to finish, like so, or you can click on the green tick on the ribbon. And what you might do there is your path, you might put it on a separate layer potentially so that you can freeze that or turn it off at another time. But the whole idea is that path allows you to create that path array. So you can see how arrays in AutoCAD give you that kind of copy, but on steroids with all the extras, so that you're kind of building up all of that copy tool mentality and methodology within AutoCAD. So make sure you use your arrays because they're really handy. They're really quite useful for, like, you know, multiple copying within your AutoCAD drawings. And one thing I would suggest when you create them, don't explode them, because you can go back at any time, click on your array, and if you want to align those items now quickly, you just do that and it aligns them to the path curve. and then close the array like so. So utilize your arrays in your AutoCAD drawings. They will make your life so much easier if you've got multiple copying and specific copying at, say, rows, columns, around a center point, or even on a path. Once again, we're staying in our modifying objects.dwg file. And you can see I've done a double click on the wheel to zoom to the visible extents of the drawing as well. We're going to take a look at the stretch and lengthen commands available in AutoCAD now. And what I'd like you to do is go to the Modify panel on the Home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout and just pin open the Modify panel. The reason being is that lengthen is here on the flyout part of the panel, and it just saves it keep going back into the ribbon. Once you've done that, we're going to zoom in on our little hot desking area where we placed our little array and also our little partition walls. So just zoom in close by rolling up on the wheel and then panning upwards a little bit. I'm going to get in really nice and tight so that you can see what's going on. Now, I'm going to use stretch and lengthen to improve what we've got going on down here, because at the moment, there's our grid line and there's our partition walls. And we want our partition walls here to meet up with that grid line. It's just easier from a measurement perspective for the guys on site. They can then measure these internal walls out to the grid and obviously create the internal walls for our hot desking cubicles. Now, we're going to use stretch and lengthen to perform the same workflow. What we're going to do is going to make sure that these walls are touching the grid line here. So I'm going to show you stretch first. Now, what you've got to remember is some of these commands are not on the shortcut menu. Stretch and lengthen are not on the shortcut menu, so you will have to use your modify panel. Now, stretch is a weird one because stretch will only allow you to use what is called a crossing selection. Now, it's one of the ones where I just go straight up to stretch on the modify panel rather than select the objects first and come into the drawing area, because then you get the select objects prompt. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to go to the right-hand side of this internal wall just here and click and drag my crossing selection over the end of the wall. Left click again to confirm, and you can see that all three parts, all three lines that form that wall are selected. You then press enter or right click to confirm your selection. Now it asks for a base point. Make sure your object snaps are on. You want the midpoint snap just there, like so. Click, and then using your polar tracking, you don't want to go off at an angle. Can you see? Otherwise your internal wall will look very odd. So we come down and we get a snap there. Can you see that snap? When that second point snaps at the intersection, the green X shape there, just click. And as you can see, you've now stretched that wall down to the grid line. Quick and easy to do. Let's go through that one more time. So it's a stretch. Using the select objects pick box, pick here, drag across with a crossing selection. Has to be from right to left, not left to right. There's our objects, enter to confirm, midpoint snap there, and then drag down until you get the intersection, left click. So you can see there that our walls neatly touch the grid line. Now, you can also utilize lengthen to do this, but you will in turn need to move this little line here though, because you can't lengthen this one if you're lengthening this or this. So let's have a look and see how that works. Lengthen is here. So if I click on lengthen now and come into the drawing area, it says select an object to measure or. Right, if you have a look at the command line, there's various different ways of lengthening an object. Delta, which is a part distance, percent, a percentage of the length of the original object, total, where you can say that you want it lengthened to a particular distance, or dynamic. Now we want dynamic because we don't know what our distances are, so we need to utilize our object snaps to dynamically lengthen the line. Now, if you want to lengthen one of these vertical lines, you need to pick it down at this end here. Don't pick it up at the top here because it will lengthen from the top and you want to go upwards. So you want to be here and click like so. So now What I can do there is I can select that object, and you can see the current length of that object is 2,500 on the command line there. We then right click, dynamic, then we select the object. Can you see that? So it's one of those weird commands where you don't select the object first. Let me go through that workflow one more time. Let's just hit escape a couple of times just to cancel the command. It's lengthen into the drawing area, right click, dynamic. You want the lengthening method first. Then you select the line down here at the bottom end so that you're lengthening from the bottom end. And as you can see now, I'm lengthening that line. Can you see that? So I come down to here, get the intersection on the polar tracking, click there, and our line has lengthened. Now, the good thing is it remembers that setting. So I can come here, pick on the bottom of that line, intersection there, like so. And I can do the same here, click there, down to there, click there, down to there. Now, the reason I'm getting the polar tracking and the object snap tracking is down here, I've got object snaps, I've got my object snap tracking and my polar tracking on. Make sure they're all on before you use the lengthen command. Then it's an enter to finish, job done. All we've got to do now is move our little short lines. So there's our short line there, select, right click, move, pick an endpoint like that, and it moves. Same again, I can right click, make sure you select the object first though, then right click, move, and it's endpoint. And there we go. We've now moved the ends of our little cubicle walls there down to the grid line to allow the guys on site to measure straight off grid when they're adding those internal walls for the construction of the building, of the floor from our floor plan. We're staying in our modifying objects.dwg file. And as you can see, I've done a double click on the wheel to zoom extents so that we're looking at all of our floor plan. And you'll notice that the modify panel is still pinned open. So you can unpin that now by clicking on the pin icon, goes back into the ribbon. The reason being, we're going to be looking at these commands here on the modify panel, trim and extend, like so. I'll just hit escape to obviously lose the little flyout menu. We're then going to zoom in on our hot desking area here. So get in nice and close, pan a little if you need to. And what we're going to do, we're going to create some desks just using some line geometry, but we're going to trim and extend that line geometry to make the hot desking area look a little bit more sensible on the floor plan. Now, to do that, you need to go down to your object snaps here, click on the flyout, and make sure that you've got endpoint, midpoint, center, intersection, and extension ticked. Nothing else. You might have had node left ticked from previous videos. Just untick that by clicking on it. You only need those 5 running object snaps. And we're going to utilize the extension snap. And you'll see it's really cool. So I'm going to click on the little triangle there to lose that menu. Make sure that your object snap tracking is on as well. See, it's highlighted blue there. It's on. And you also want your polar tracking on as well. Make sure that's on too. And make sure it's set to 90 degrees, like so. So click on the flyout, select 90, like so. Once you've got all of your drafting settings ready to go, we're going to go up to the line command on the draw panel. So there's the line command there, like so. I'm going to come into the drawing area. Now, we're not going to select our first point. We're going to hover over it like that. And it's that intersection there where the internal wall meets the main wall. As we come down, you'll see that we get an extension distance. Can you see that? And what I want you to do there is I want you to select a distance of 900 and press enter. And as you do that, can you see your line now starts 900 down from the original point that you hovered over? And that's all to do with your object snap tracking, your object snaps, and your polar tracking. Now, we're going to utilize polar tracking to literally go all the way across. Can you see the green dash line? As long as that green dash line is there and you get that intersection on the other side, we're going to click like so. Now, if I click there, that kind of places, can you see an orange line all the way across? Press enter to confirm that, like so. Now, here's what our boss has told us to do. He's not happy that we've only got 3 hot desking areas. So we need to utilize that orange line that we've just created and extend it to the right to create a fourth hot desking area. Okay, so here's where trim and extend come in. We go up to the modify panel, click on the flyout and select extend. Now, if you're using a newer version of AutoCAD, you will find that if I hover over that, it'll extend automatically. Now, that's because they've changed the workflow of the trim and extend command. If you're using an older version of AutoCAD, you would normally have to do this. You'd have to right click and you'd have to go boundary edge. You'd have to select an edge first like that and enter to confirm, and then hover there and extend like that, like so, and then enter to finish. Okay. In later, newer versions of AutoCAD, it extends to the nearest available edge straight away. Just be aware of that one. So what we've done there now is we've extended our orange line to represent our desks. That's great, but that orange line crosses all of our internal walls. Looks a bit messy, doesn't it? Well, that's where trim comes in. We go up to trim, click on the flyout and select trim. Now, again, with older versions of AutoCAD, you will need to select these two lines here, for example, as cutting edges. So you'd need to do it this way. Right click, cutting edges, 1, 2, press enter to confirm, and then trim that little line in there and enter to finish. That's the older workflow for older versions of AutoCAD. If I go back up to trim though, newer versions of AutoCAD, it just highlights the bit that is going to be trimmed and you can click on it. The workflow is a little bit quicker in newer versions of AutoCAD. Press enter to finish to come out of the trim command. So what we've got there is a neat little set of hot desking areas. We've extended over to the main structural wall there for our boss because he wants 4, and we've got 4 desk lines, so to speak. So those lines, the geometry of those lines represents our little IKEA tables that we've put in there for people to hot desk from. Do you see the problem? We only have 3 chairs. So remember I told you not to explode your array, like so? All we've got to do now is go over here, double click in the columns, 4, enter, it pops an extra chair in at the spacing of all the other chairs. That's why you don't explode arrays. And I cannot stress that enough, because you might need to go back to the array, add some more objects to it. So I'll close the array now, like so. All done, as you can see. Now, if I click on that array, it's just like any other AutoCAD object. If I click on that grip there, like so, I can now use my polar tracking. Can you see? I'm moving the whole array vertically upwards, making sure I'm on the 90-degree polar tracking line. Get that as close to your tables as you like. Click, hit escape to deselect. There's our hot desking areas, neat and tidy with all the chairs in line, ready to go. Utilizing our trim and extend commands and a little bit of magic there with our rectangular array. We're going to take a look now at the break and join commands available to you in AutoCAD. We're staying in the modifying objects.dwg file, and you can see that we're still zoomed in on the hot desking area that we created previously. Just before we get started, go up to the modify panel on the home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout and just click on the pin. The reason being is the break commands are there on the flyout part of the panel, and also the join command is right there as well. Now what we're going to do first is we're going to do a little bit of breaking and then we'll jump into joining. Now it's this line here that we're going to be working with, just there like so. And it's the line that forms the internal wall that our hot desking areas are kind of up against, if you get my meaning. Now, we've got 2 options to break in AutoCAD. You've got this one here, which is break at point, and that breaks the object at a single point. And we've also got this one here, which allows us to break between 2 points. We're going to use break at point first. So if we go to break at point, like so, and click on it, it'll prompt you to select the object you want to break. Now, make sure that your object snaps are on down on the status bar, because you will need to be able to snap to exact points. So I'm going to select this line here. And then what I'm going to do is select this endpoint here where the internal wall joins the main wall. Now, when I've done that, it doesn't look any different, but you'll notice now I have one line here, which I'll hit escape to deselect, and one line here. And what I've done is I've actually broken it into two lines at the endpoint of this line here. So that's using break at point. Now I could do that again. If I go back to break at point and select this line this time, and then break at this point here, the other side of the internal wall that forms the partition for the hot desking area, what I've now got is 1, hit escape, 2, hit escape, 3, hit escape. 3 lines. And I could, if I wanted to, select this short line here, just delete it, and you can see it kind of clears a space between the two vertical lines that form the internal wall there. Now, that's one way of breaking your lines in AutoCAD. What about break at 2 points? How does that work? Well, we've still got this big long line here. So let's go to break at 2 points, like so. When I come into the drawing area, it prompts me to select the object I want to break, like break at point. So when I do that, it's now telling me specify second break point. Why has it done that? Because where you have clicked on the line to break, it classes that as the first point. If you look down at the command line now, you can see that there's a first point option. So what you can do is, can you see there? Let's try to break that as I move along. So I'm going to right click and go to first point. My first point break will be there. My second point break will be on the next endpoint along. And when I do that, can you see it's broken it into that line there, cleared the gap between the 2 points and that line there. So I can hit escape to deselect that. So you can see there, I've got the same effect at the end of each of those internal walls, but by using different break commands. So you've got break at point and break at 2 points, so to speak. And the lovely thing about the break at 2 points is it clears what's between the 2 points. It erases it for you. Now, last but not least, let's have a little look now at join. Join is this command here. If I click on join, it joins similar objects to form a single unbroken object. So if I click on join and now select this line and this line here, can you see there's a gap between the two? When I press enter, they join and they form one line. Quick and easy, especially if you've got lines that you want to join together. For example, you might erase these internal walls, which means you've got loads of gaps in the lines here. So it allows you to join them together. One more join. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect and cancel any commands. Go back to the join command. I'm going to select this line and this line. Press enter to confirm. And we now are back to the one single line that we started with. I'll just hit escape to deselect it. So you can see how useful break at point, break between 2 points, or break at 2 points, and the join command are useful in your drafting when you're working in your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our modifying objects.dwg file. And as you can see, I've zoomed to the extents of the drawing in the model tab by double clicking on the wheel to perform a zoom extent. We can also click on the pin here on the modify panel and allow that to pop back into the ribbon like so. We're going to take a look now at grips and grip editing. They're really useful tools and allow you to work with your geometry and your objects in your AutoCAD drawings. Just before we start though, we're going to zoom in on this area here. So zoom in a bit, like so. You need to be able to see this little chair here in the corner, and also your little array here and your octagonal tables like so. Now, just before we start looking at any of that, I'd like you to right-click and go to Options. Now, the reason we've gone to Options is we're going to go to the Selection tab, and I want you just to check your grips settings. Make sure that Show Grips is on, and I'm going to show you that you don't want Show Grips within blocks. I'm going to switch it on and OK it. And I'm going to zoom in on this chair here. Now, this chair is a block. If I click on it now, every single grip inside that block displays. And it just looks really confusing, and it's really difficult to manipulate your blocks, in this case your chair, in the drawing. So I'm just going to hit Escape a couple of times and deselect that. If I right click again, go back to Options and untick Show Grips Within Blocks and click on OK. When I select that block now, my chair block, can you see I've just got the insertion grip? So much easier to click on that grip and move the chair around the drawing. Hit Escape to deselect the block and double click on the wheel to again zoom extents. We're going to zoom in now on the chairs and the array here. So if I click on the array like so, you can see it's our polar array as before, and you can see that we've got it all set up and ready to go. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be naughty. I know I've told you not to break the rules and explode arrays, but I'm going to do it in this particular instance because I want to show you how grips are useful in your AutoCAD drawings. So select your polar array that is around your octagonal table. We're going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Modify panel, and just click on Explode. Now you'll notice anything that is involving an array disappears, and the Array tab on the ribbon also closes down. Now, this is because they are now individual blocks. Can you see that? They're individual chairs that basically are not part of an associative array anymore. So I'll just hit Escape to deselect them. Now, the reason I've done that is I want to show you how these grips work. If I select a chair and I click on a grip, I can put that chair in the corner there, click there, and hit Escape to deselect. So that's why when you're using blocks in AutoCAD, that insertion grip is the only one you need to see. That's why you untick in your options, Show Grips Within Blocks. Now that's using a block. Now we'll cover blocks later on in the course. If I just roll back on the wheel a notch here, can you see we've got a line just there forming part of the wall? Again, you'll notice there are grips, two endpoint grips and a midpoint grip. If I click on that midpoint grip, I can drag that line down there like that. I can click on an endpoint grip, drag it up like that, and you'll notice I'm making changes using the grips. I'll hit Escape there to deselect and just undo those last few steps so that that line goes back to forming the wall. Now, the trick here is to utilize your grips to allow you to edit objects within your AutoCAD drawings. If I select that octagon and that octagon like that, what I can do now is I can utilize the grips to move my table. So if I select that grip there, it becomes a hot grip, and I can right click and there are grip editing tools available to me on the shortcut menu. Now these vertex ones here are adding, stretching and removing a vertex in the polylines that form the octagons. You can ignore those. But we've got move, rotate, scale, mirror, base point, copy. All of these allow me to work with the grips. So I can now move both of those selected polylines. If I click on move, can you see I'm moving them using that grip? It's on the corner there of the octagon as I move around. Now the benefit I've got is I can now right click again though with these grips and select a base point. Now if I do that, it prompts me now to find a base point on those polylines other than the red selected hot grip. So if I do a shift and a right click and use geometric center, can you see there's the geometric center like we've used before? And now can you see I'm moving that from the center? So I might just move it across a little bit or over here, maybe down into this corner here, like that. Hit Escape to deselect and the grips disappear. Now, as you can see, the chairs are kind of all over the place now, and I might not need all of those chairs. I might only need one or two, so I could easily erase some if I want to. But the benefit I have is they've all got that insertion point grip. So let's zoom in on this top chair here. And I'm going to select it, and there's my insertion point grip. There's only one grip. Click on it. I can move it. So as you can see, I can move a block around easily by clicking on the insertion point grip. But again, right click. If I go to something like rotate, I can rotate about that grip. So if I rotate it through 90 degrees, type the angle in, press enter, it's rotated it through 90 degrees. Click on the grip again, like so, and right click again, and I can perhaps stretch it, move it. Now you can't make the block bigger. You can't stretch a block. That's physically impossible, but I could mirror it. So if I click on mirror now, you'll see there it's asking for a second point. So can you see there that what we've got is a first point of our mirror line? If I come vertically down and click, it mirrors the object using the grip as well. Now, all of these tools, I'll just hit escape a couple of times to deselect the chair. Always a good habit to get into. When you're using grip editing, make sure that you deselect. But if I just zoom out again, you can see I can move, edit, rotate, and so on. And all of these tools are available with your grips, which is why your grip should always be on, because you can select an object and quickly manipulate it, move it, change its location. So you can see now that the drawing looks completely different to the way it did before. And we've done all of that using grips. One last thing. Let's just pan across, zoom in on our octagons. Now, these are polylines. Polylines have some really cool grips that you can use. If I click here, not only have we got the corner grips, but we've got these grips as well, which allow us to click and drag. And you'll notice now, can you see I'm dragging from the midpoint of that side of the table? So from that polygon, I'm kind of stretching that out. If I keep going like that along the polar tracking, I can now have a really weird shaped table if I want one. Obviously, I don't want one, so I'll undo that. But can you see how useful these grips can be? Because they allow you to manipulate your drawings in a regulated fashion. They're quite stringent in how they allow you to edit your polylines, your lines, your blocks, and so on. But they're quick and easy to use. And as long as you've got your grips switched on in AutoCAD, it allows you to do that quickly and easily with a right click on the mouse using the grip editing tools available. We're staying in our modifyingobjects.dwg file, and we're going to take a look at the boundary command in AutoCAD now. The boundary command allows you to pick inside an area within a drawing and create a boundary around that area, which for me, having worked in facilities management for many years, was a lifesaver. It allowed me to pick an area within a drawing, and AutoCAD would put a boundary around that area, which in turn would create a polyline around that boundary, which means that I could take that polyline, calculate the area inside the polyline, and calculate my usable area, my rentable area, areas of staircases and elevators and things within buildings, and allow me to calculate all those different areas for use for facilities management. So we're going to do a couple of things first before we start using the boundary command. The first thing we're going to do, so we're going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Layers panel, and click on Layer Properties. Click on the New Layer command there, like so, and we're going to create a new layer called Boundaries. I'm going to put it in capitals, so it stands out, like so. Press Enter to confirm, and I'm going to change the color of the layer by clicking on the color box. I'm going to give it a nice pink color there so it stands out on the drawing, and I'm going to click on OK. Make sure it's a continuous line type by clicking there and making sure you select continuous and OK. Same with the line weight. Click there, make sure it's default and OK as well. So there's my boundaries layer on the 210 color, continuous line type, default line weight. You want to make that the current drafting layer. So you can double click on the little sheet of paper there if you want to, or click here after you've selected the boundaries layer like I have, and you can see boundaries is now the current layer. Close the Layer Properties Manager, and you can see boundaries is the current drafting layer up here in the Layers panel. Once you've done that, go to the layer drop down here, and we're going to freeze a couple of layers down at the bottom here. So scroll down to the bottom using the slider bar, and you want to come to Grid. You want to click on the sun symbol there, freeze that. You'll notice the grids disappear. And also click on this sun symbol for grid reference as well, and you'll notice the grid bubbles disappear. Don't worry too much about the dimension annotation. We're not going to be touching that anyway, but the grids are important because they're crossing the areas within the drawing where we want to create our boundary. Hit escape to deselect the layer drop down there, like so. And we're going to zoom in on this area here, like so. Now you'll notice we've got a little sort of storage room here. This is all archiving and storage. If I hover over that, can you see it's on a storage layer? And it's representing the cupboards where all the archives are. But I want to calculate this usable area here, and I want to do that using the boundary command. I go to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Draw panel, click on this flyout here. There's the boundary command there. It'll bring up the Boundary Creation dialog box. Now, you don't need to change any of the settings here at all. The only thing you need to make sure of is that your object type is a polyline and not a region. Regions tend to be used with 3D modeling and so on. So just make sure you create a 2D polyline like so. Island detection, you want that on because if you've got a column like this and it's in the middle of the room, it'll actually work that out and work out where it is and put a boundary around it. So you'll end up with 2 polylines in that particular case. But in this case, we don't need to worry. So I've got the option there of picking the points inside. It's called an internal point. So if I click on pick points and pick an internal point here like so, can you see it's calculated all of that boundary for me, including this weird little bit here like so. Now, I'm not worried about that at all because what it's done is it's gone past that little space there. So I'm going to hit escape a couple of times. And if I zoom in real close, can you see we've got some lines here that represent the internal parts of the building? If I hover over that, can you see it's a line? So what I need to do, if I just want that area there, let's zoom in real close. And we need to extend that line there to the wall line there. So I'll go up here using extend that we've used before. Just click there and extend that up. Enter to finish. If I zoom out slightly and pan across, we've now got a boundary there. Can you see? So it doesn't go all the way down this little thin bit here. If I go back now to the boundary command and click on pick points again and hover here and click, there's the boundary I'm after. So if I'm happy with that, I just press enter to confirm, and it's created now a new polyline inside. Now you'll notice there's also a block reference there. This is because I've got selection cycling switched on, which is down here. So there's selection cycling. If I just switch that off for the moment, because what it's telling me there is I've got lines on top of lines, which we have. We've put the boundary line on top of other lines in our AutoCAD drawing. But there's my boundary. And the nice thing about that is it's a polyline. So I can now right click, go to properties, and you'll notice that it has an area. So from a facilities management perspective now, I know the area of that usable space in my archive room in my AutoCAD drawing. Once again, we're in our modifying objects.dwg file. And I've left the drawing exactly how it was at the end of the last video. Now, I've done that deliberately because I want to show you something that we kind of touched on in the last video, which was selection cycling. So in the last video, we placed our boundary, which is our polyline here, on top of all the other lines that were already existing in the drawing. And when I hovered over this particular polyline, it came up with selection cycling, showing me different selections that I could make based on the fact that the boundary polyline was on top of the other lines. I want to show you how to use selection cycling proper, rather than just touch on it, because it's a really useful function when you're modifying your drawings in AutoCAD. Now, first things first, we go down here to the Customize icon, the little burger icon, and click on it. Now, selection cycling is there. Make sure you click on it and it is ticked, like so. Then come down to the customization icon and click on it to lose the menu again. Now, selection cycling is one of the tools in AutoCAD that is extremely useful. It's this little icon here. Selection cycling is off at the moment. When I click on it, it switches it on. Now, what it means is if I've got objects on top of each other, I can decide on which object I select. Because if they're on top of each other, sometimes you can't select the one that you want. So if I now go and hover over there, can you see I've got a polyline there, which is my boundaries polyline created in the last video using the boundary command. But when I click on it, you'll see I've also got a line underneath. So can you see now? I can do that. None. There's the line underneath. There's the polyline on top. Now, it may be that I want to remove that polyline that I've created using the boundary command. So all I've got to do there is click on it and it selects the polyline rather than the line itself. So I'll just hit escape there and we'll do that one more time. Selection cycling is on. So if I come over here this time and this time click on the boundary, on the boundaries layer, you'll also notice you get a funny little sort of double square icon near the crosshair. That's letting you know that there's more than one object there based on the selection cycling too. So if I click there, you can see there's the polyline, there's the line underneath. You can see the 3 grips of the line underneath. So if I now select polyline, it selects the polyline rather than the line underneath. And what I can do there is I can either delete that by using the erase command if I want to, or potentially what you might do with all these boundaries you create is switch off the boundaries layer. So what I might do is instead of deleting things, I might just hit escape there, go up to my layer drop down. Let's just make the default layer 0 my current drafting layer, like so. Then go back to the layer drop down. There's boundaries there. I don't want them displaying. So what I'll do is I'll freeze that layer like so. What I might do as well while I'm there is come down here and switch my grids back on as well, just by thawing out those 2 layers there by clicking on the snowflakes. The sun symbols come back. I hit escape, double click on the wheel to zoom extents, and all my grids are back and my boundaries are currently frozen off the drawing for future use. Once again, we're in our modifying objects.dwg file, and you can see that I've zoomed to extents again, like we've done previously in previous videos. I'm going to zoom in now on our rectangular table down here with the 4 chairs around it, because I want to show you the fillet and chamfer commands available to you in AutoCAD. Now, these are on the Modify panel in the Home tab on the ribbon, and they're just on this little flyout here. There's fillet and chamfer there. Don't worry about blending curves right now. So we're going to go to fillet first. Now, the fillet command allows you to add a nice fillet radius, a curved corner to objects in AutoCAD. So it's prompting me now to select the first object that I want to apply this curve to. So for example, I've got a 90-degree corner on the table at the moment, which is a bit sharp, and we want to curve that. But before I do that, I need to right click and give it a radius first. So I'm going to go there, radius, and my fillet radius is going to be 250 millimeters because the whole drawing is in millimeters. Press enter to confirm. Now, what I can do here is I can now select that line there, and there's my curved corner with a 250 radius. Now, the command itself has closed, so I've now got to go back to fillet here and then start all over again. Now, the good thing is it remembers the radius, so I can go that line there, that line there. That's great, but I'm having to do these one by one, which is really rather slow and rather tedious. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo the last 2 fillets that I created, like so. I'm going to go back to the fillet command, right-click, radius. Make sure that that is 250 again, and enter. Then, before I start doing the corners like I did previously, it's a right-click and multiple. Now I can just work my way around. 1, 2, 3, 4. And as I keep going around, I can just select the lines that form each corner. And I've now got a nice table there. It's a right click and enter, by the way, you'll notice that I did there on the screen, or you can just press enter to finish. Now that looks better. And the good thing is it's still a polyline. I haven't broken it up. I haven't exploded it or made any changes to it, but it's now a nice table with rounded corners. Now let's undo that. Let's undo all the way back. Now the good thing is, because I use the multiple option, it's one undo to undo that. Let's go back to the fillet command again. Right click, radius. We'll set that to 250 once more and press enter. Now, here's the really nice trick. If I right-click again on the shortcut menu, there's a polyline option. We know that that rectangle is a polyline. I just select the 2D polyline, and it does all four corners at once to the 250 radius. One click instead of going all the way around the table. Lovely feature of AutoCAD. That's how you create your fillet radii in your AutoCAD drawings. Now, chamfer is very similar. I'm going to undo the fillet radii that we placed on the corners. I'm going to click on the flyout on the Modify panel and select chamfer. Now, chamfer is slightly different because it uses distances to create beveled corners. So it's a right-click, distance, and the first chamfer distance will be 250, enter, and the second chamfer distance, you'll notice it defaults to 250, so I'll press enter again. That'll give me a 45-degree corner. So if I now click on this line here and this line here, there's my corner like so. Again, like the fillet command though, it's closed the command down. I've got to go back up to chamfer. It's remembered the distances, which is great, but I've got to go around and do all of them manually. Let's undo that. Like so, 2 clicks. Let's undo those chamfers. Go back to the chamfer command, right click, distance. If I put that 250 in and press enter, and then accept the 250 or type in 250, it's up to you, and enter again, and then I do a right click and a multiple, I can go all the way around just clicking on each one like I did with the fillet command. It's the same workflow as you can see, doesn't change. So if I go around, there we go, enter to finish. So using the multiple, I can do all four at once. Let's undo that. As you can see, because I use multiple, undoes them all at once. Go back to chamfer, right click, distance. 250 again, enter. Accept the 250 or type in the 250, enter. If I do a right click and go to polyline, does all four corners at once for me again, like so. That's great. Let's undo that for a moment though. There's one more thing with the chamfer command. If I go back to chamfer, right click and go to distance, I'm going to put the 250 in again twice, like that. That's my distance settings. If I right click again though and go to angle, chamfer length on the first line, let's say 500, and we'll give it an angle of 30 degrees. So there's an angle and a distance method in the chamfer command. I'm going to show you both. So if I now right click and go to method and use distance, I can go 1, 2, and that's my 250, 250 to create that nice little corner that we created previously. If I go back to chamfer now, right click and go to method and use the angle method, watch what happens. 1, 2. It's a different one because there's my distance, there's my 30-degree angle just there, like so. So you can have different types of chamfers using the two different methods as well. So remember that when you're using chamfer, because you might want an irregular chamfer with a distance and an angle using the angle method, or you might want regular distances using the distance method. So you can see two different types of chamfers there using the chamfer command. So that covers our fillet and our chamfers in our AutoCAD drawings. Again, more modification tools that allow you to manipulate your objects in your AutoCAD drawings. Once again, we're in our modifying objects.dwg file, and you can see I've left it in exactly the same state as it was at the end of the last video where we were working with the fillet and chamfer commands. What I'd like you to do is just go up to undo and just undo those chamfers and fillets that you created previously. What we're also going to do is we're going to go to our layer drop down in the layers panel on the home tab on the ribbon, and we're going to scroll down and find our points layer here. Click on the snowflake to thaw our points out so that they're visible. And then we're going to click on the points layer and make it the current drafting layer. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents, and you'll see your points have appeared over here again where we created our hot desking area. Now, bear in mind that we might need to divide or measure AutoCAD objects and place those points along them. Now, the good thing is we've already worked on our point style and created a points layer. We're going to zoom in on the archiving area that we've worked on previously here. And you can see we've got a wall here that we might want to divide and add some areas here. So we might want to add perhaps some chairs so that people can sit in the archiving area. Now, you'll notice the line goes all the way across. We're going to utilize one of our modify commands that we've used previously. We're going to expand the modify panel, click on the flyout and pin it open. And we're going to utilize break at point. Now, you'll remember when we worked with the boundary command, we extended this line upwards, didn't we, to the wall line. So just zoom in a bit and you can see that little line there that we've extended up to there. Yes. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to break this line at the end point of this line here, that one there. So you can see there's the grip. I've clicked on it. That's where we're going to apply the break, where that grip is. So just hit escape to deselect that line. And what we'll do, we'll go to break at point and we'll select the green wall line here. And then using our object snaps, we go to that endpoint snap there, click there, like so. That's all we've got to do. And then zoom back out a bit because now that is just an individual line like so. That's the line we want there. Okay, hit escape to deselect and then just zoom in a little bit so that you can see what you're doing. Now, ideally, what we want to do is place some points there so that we can place some chairs along those points. So we can do this in two ways. What I'd like you to do is just unpin the modify panel, let that go back into the ribbon, and then go to the draw panel and pin that one open. We've got two tools here. We've got divide and we've also got measure. Now, the idea here is we can divide this particular wall into, say, 3 segments. So I go to divide and select the object to divide. There it is there. Number of segments 3. Press enter and it divides that line into 3 by adding 2 AutoCAD points on the points layer. That gives me 2 locations, 2 node snaps, where I can now place some chairs along the wall. That's great. They're equidistant. They're all spaced nice and equally. It might not be that I want that to be the case. What I might want to do is I might want to split that line differently by measuring along the wall and placing where the chairs go. So at the moment, these distances are equal because I've divided that line there into 3. I'm now going to undo that. And what I'm going to have a look at is the measure tool here. So there's measure, like so. Come into the drawing area here. Make sure you click on the object to measure at the end where you want to measure from. So if I go to the left-hand edge here like that, that now means that I'm measuring from the left-hand end. And what I need to do now is specify the length of the segment. Now, ideally, I want these chairs spaced roughly at 1250 each. So there's my 1250 distance. Press enter, and I now know from this end of the wall, it's 1250 to there, and then it's, of course, 1250 to there. They almost look equidistant. So I'm going to reduce that to show the effect. So I'm going to undo what I've just done. I'm going to go back here now to measure again. Again, click on the left-hand end because I want to measure from the left-hand end there. And the length of segment, this time 1000. Press enter. Can you see there now that it's measuring 1000, 1000, 1000? I've actually got room for 3 chairs if I want it. Now, I'm not too worried about that point there. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to delete it because I want 2 chairs in here. One 1000 along there, another one 1000 along there. So if I now zoom out slightly, you can see I've got various chairs at various orientations here. So what I need is a chair at the orientation that I want to use it at. So I'm going to select this chair here, click on that grip for the chair, right click using grip editing and rotate, and the rotation angle will be 180, like so. So there's my chair. Now the benefit I've got is I can click on that grip, come in here like so, shift and right click. On your snap menu, you want to select node. So find node on the list, there it is, and snap to that node there. There's my chair against the wall. Hit escape a couple of times, zoom in, select the chair again, like so. Select the grip, and what we'll do is we'll do a right click, and using grip editing, we'll do a move, and then a right click again, copy, and just we want to do a shift and a right click for node again and pop that there, enter to finish. And we've now placed 2 chairs nice and neatly. Hit escape to deselect any objects. And we now know that that one going from that endpoint of that line there is 1,000, and then that one's spaced 1,000 as well. So if we put some dimensions there, we could easily mark up 1,000 and 1,000 if we wanted to. But the trick there is what we've done is we've used measure along that particular line. We could have used divide, which would have divided it in an equidistant fashion, like I showed you previously at the beginning of the video as well. Once again, we're in our modifying objects.dwg file. And you can see that I've done a zoom extents and brought everything into focus by zooming to the extents of the visible drawn objects. What we'll also do is unpin our draw panel now. That can go back into the ribbon. And we're going to take a look now at editing polylines and splines. Just before we do that, in the Home tab on the ribbon, go into the Layers panel, click on the Layers drop down, and make sure that you select Furniture as your current drafting layer, because we're going to create some little furniture edits now in the drawing itself. First thing we're going to do is we're going to draw a spline. Zoom in on this central area, and we're going to take a spline off of this corner here, okay? Just to divide the entrance area from the staircase just above. So we go to the Draw panel, click on the flyout, and quickly select here a spline fit, that one there. And we just hover, make sure you get the corner. There we go, that endpoint snap there. Click, roll back on the wheel a bit so you're zooming out. And you're just going to pick some points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Enter to finish, like so. Now that spline could be like a sort of wavy dividing wall, perhaps, that divides the entrance area here from the staircase here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at editing polylines and splines. So we've just created a spline. Let's zoom in on it again and select it. Now, I selected a spline there with fit points. So each of those grips is where I clicked to place that particular spline. So if I click on a grip and drag upwards, can you see I'm resizing the spline by moving up and down? It's always a good idea to utilize your polar tracking to do this, as you can see, and click like so. So my spline has moved. If I click and bring it down again, I can bring it down to nearly the original position like so. Now you'll notice there's a little triangle there as well. If I click there, I can change the spline to a spline with CVs, control vertices. And what this gives me now is a very different editing tool to allow me to edit the spline in a different way. So you'll notice now above each of the grips now, the grips have disappeared. I have what is called a control vertex. I can click on this, and as you can see, it's a bit weird and wonderful when you move it around, but as you can see, I can drag that vertically upwards and work that way with my spline instead. If I click here on the triangle, I can take it back to the fit points like so, and just hit escape to deselect. Now, I'm not going to bore you with the mathematics there of how a spline works. It's all based on curves and what they call non-uniform rational B-splines, or NURBs for short. And it's all to do with the mathematics of an irregular curve. The lovely thing is, AutoCAD does all that mathematics in the background for you and allows you to create nice irregular curves like that one. You'll find that splines often get used for contour lines on maps, representing lines of the same elevation on a map in plan. You'll notice that if you do a lot of outdoor work and you're looking at contour lines on a plan, you see those lines that go all the way around mountains and things. Well, those contour lines are often drawn on a map using a spline such as this one. Let's just pan across slightly now and we'll look at editing a polyline. We've got our octagonal table there, you can see. Now, the best way to show you how to edit a polyline is actually to explode a polyline back to its original line segments. So I'm going to select the outer octagon there, like so. You can see all the grips. There we go. I can edit using the grips, no problem at all. But I'm going to explode that using explode in the modify panel. Now it's all just line segments, you'll notice. Can you see that? all different lines. So how do I use Polyline Edit? Well, editing polylines is very, very easy to do. You just type PE, which will bring up P-Edit. Can you see that? And that is Polyline Edit. So if I want to edit a polyline or create a polyline from a group of lines, I select that command. Now, it will prompt me now to select a polyline. Now, if I want to edit a polyline, I would use P-Edit and select the polyline. So I could edit this polyline here and work with it like so. But I'm going to hit escape and type PE again and press enter. And I'm going to select this line here. When I do that, it says, hang on a minute, that's a line, not a polyline. Do you want to turn it into a polyline? Well, in this instance, I'm going to say yes. So I'll leave the Y there and press enter. Now I get the option to edit the rest of my polyline. I'm going to use the join tool and I'm going to select all of my lines that I want to be a polyline. I'm joining line segments to my polyline. Now remember, I selected this segment here and made it into a polyline. I'm now joining a group of lines to this one polyline segment. When I press enter to confirm, it takes me back to Polyline Edit. I just press enter again to finish. Now it's a polyline again because I made this segment a polyline and joined all the other line segments to it. So that's how you can edit a polyline as well. So you can edit your splines, you can edit your polylines quickly and easily when you're modifying objects in AutoCAD. We're starting a new chapter now, and we've got a new drawing for you as usual, and it's called Hatching Gradients.dwg. You will obviously recognize the drawing from previous chapters in the course, and what we're doing obviously is moving from chapter to chapter and saving what we've done in previous chapters. You can see that in the model tab in the drawing on the screen. Now, hatching and gradients in AutoCAD, what are they used for? Well, the main thing they're used for is to highlight objects on your AutoCAD drawings. So you might use hatching to highlight an area. You might also use hatching, perhaps, to create attractive aesthetics within your AutoCAD drawings as well. We're going to look a little bit at both. Now, in our drawing, hatching gradients.dwg, in the Home tab on the ribbon, just make sure you are using the furniture layer initially. So we want our furniture layer. And what we're going to do, we're going to zoom into the top right corner here on the big conference table that you can see, this one here like so. And we're going to utilize the hatch command to give us a nice wood pattern on the table. So we go over to the draw panel on the Home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout, and there's hatch there. Now, hatch used to be a dialog box in older versions of AutoCAD. Newer versions, it's now a contextual tab in the ribbon. And you'll notice it highlight there on the top of the screen. So we're in our hatch creation tab. Now, we're going to be using a pattern. So you'll notice there you've got a choice of solid, gradient, or pattern. We'll cover gradient in a moment. And I'm going to look at the patterns here and scroll down. Now, there's lots of different standard patterns provided, as you can see as I click on the arrows. And as I come down, there is actually a wood pattern. But you can see there's the gradient fills there as we come down. Lots of different types of patterns available to you. And as I get down to the bottom, you've got things like zigzag, user, and so on. So I can potentially apply any different type of pattern here. And the sort of pattern I'm looking for is something like a zigzag that makes this table stand out. Now, if I keep coming up, you can see we've got gravel there, for example, honeycomb. All of these allow you to represent objects within your AutoCAD drawings. Now, the sort of pattern I'm looking for is something like this, the earth pattern. Now, you'd use the earth pattern to represent a cross-section through earth normally, but I want a nice, dense pattern that stands out. So you've got things like herringbone and parquet flooring and so on. And as I come further up, you've got concrete, brickwork, and so on. I actually really like this one, ANSI 37. So I'm going to use that as my inlay on my table. Now, this might be a wood pattern. It might possibly be a ceramic pattern or even a Formica type pattern to make the table kind of washable and waterproof. But the idea being is I want that pattern right there. So what I do now is I go to pick points. Now I can use select as well. I can select a boundary object because here I've actually got a rectangle, a polyline. So if I went to select, like so, it would prompt me to select the object I want to hatch. Or if I did pick points would be inside. As you can see there, it starts to highlight and it looks really dense. That's because I need to edit the hatch scale here. I'm going to change that to say 200 and press enter. And then when I come in here, you'll see, can you see it's starting to get a little less sort of dense there? So we just need to keep increasing that number until we get a hatch pattern that we're happy with. Now, hatching is a bit of a black art, to be perfectly honest. It's one of those ninja skills that you need to learn. So 500 is looking reasonable. Let's go for 1,000. And when I press enter there for that scale, and there we go. That's the sort of hatch pattern I'm looking for. So when I click now, it'll hatch that, press enter to finish, and I've utilized the hatch command for my table. And as you can see, my table now stands out. Now, I could go and find a wood pattern if I wanted to and incorporate that, but that for me stands out, and it's on the furniture layer because the table is also on the furniture layer. Now, we might want to hatch an area that stands out as well. So I'm just going to pan across a little bit, and you'll remember in one of the previous videos, we placed a square polygon, didn't we, here, to mark an area on the stairs. So what we might want to do here is have a safety layer. So in the Home tab on the ribbon, we go to Layer Properties, we create a new layer, and we'll just call it Safety for now. Like so, Safety. And Safety is normally indicated with like a red hazard type color. So I'm going to go for red and click on OK. Keep it as continuous and default as well. Select the safety layer, click on the green tick. We'll make that the current drafting layer as well. Close the Layer Properties Manager. Now, this went originally, if I remember rightly, on the furniture layer when we created it. I'm going to click on it, click on the layer drop down and pop that onto the safety layer and just hit escape there a couple of times to deselect. We're going to go back to the hatch command now. There's hatch there. Our hatch creation tab appears. And look, you can see now when I hover over, it's trying to hatch using the pattern we've previously set. I'm going to go up to the top of the list in the pattern panel using the arrows, and I'm going to use just the standard ANSI 31. ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute, by the way. So if I click there, come in there, there's a nice hatch there. It's using that 1000 hatch scale. It's remembered it. So I click there like so, enter to finish, and I've now hatched that area, and it's a hazardous area. We don't want the staircase blocked for safety reasons, as you can see. But what you'll also notice is there's a weird little bit here where the hatch doesn't meet the line, so to speak. Why is that happening? Well, if I click on this little piece of text, can you see there the text is coming into the hatch, and the hatch is designed to avoid text, so to speak. So if I went back to my hatch and clicked on it here, you'll notice you've got things like set origin, associative. If I click on the options there, you've got outer island detection in place. So it'll look for an island basically around that text. Can you see that? So that's why those lines don't quite match up. I'll close the hatch editor now, and I'm going to double click on the wheel to zoom extents. But as you can see, when you zoom out now, that table and that safety area by the stairs really stand out on the drawing purely because you've added some hatch patterns to your AutoCAD drawing. Once again, we're staying in our hatching gradients.dwg file. In the previous video, I showed you how to utilize hatching in your AutoCAD drawings. What we're going to take a little look at now is gradients and gradient fills, which use colors rather than patterns when you're hatching in your AutoCAD drawing. So you're hatching with colors rather than patterns like we did in the previous video. What I'd like you to do, though, is go to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Layers panel, and again, just create another new layer, and we'll just call it Gradients. Like so. So there's gradients there. Now, the color of this doesn't matter because the colors of the gradients in the pattern will take over. So you can potentially pick any color for this. I'm just going to go for white, that color there, and okay that. So gradients, white, continuous, and default there, you'll notice, are the settings in the Layer Properties Manager. Again, select the gradients layer, click on the green tick at the top there. That'll make it the current drafting layer, or you can double click on the little sheet of paper next to the layer name. Close the Layer Properties Manager and just check up here that Gradients is your current drafting layer. We're going to zoom in now on the archiving room. Remember, with all the cupboards and the desks where we placed a couple of chairs, this area here. So zoom and pan to that area. And what we're going to do is just type regen, R-E-G-E-N, like so. And you'll see those points regenerate to 5% of the screen size. Now, those points could potentially affect what I'm trying to place as a gradient fill. So layer drop down, find the points layer here, click on the sun symbol, and that will freeze them off the drawing for now. Hit escape to deselect the drop down, and you can see they've disappeared for the moment. What I'd also like you to do is, if you've got selection cycling off down on your status bar down here, just turn it off for now. We don't need to worry about selection cycling. What I'd like to do here is use a gradient fill to represent some flooring in my AutoCAD drawing. Now, just before we start, just make sure that this line here extends all the way up to these lines here. Remember, we extended it up, didn't we? Just to make sure that we didn't take any sort of hatching or boundary along this weird little line here. So just zoom out slightly after you've checked that and make sure you can see all of the storage stroke archiving room. Now, one of the things you'll notice is we have a grid line going through the room. Do you remember we turned that off in a previous video as well? So again, we go to the layer drop down and we need to make sure that our grids are off down here. So click on the sun symbol, click on the sun symbol for grid and grid reference. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect the menu. And as you can see there, we've now got a nice clear space that we can put our gradient fill into. Now it's up onto the draw panel again. Click on the flyout and select gradient. And all of a sudden you kind of recognize it's the hatch creation tab again. It is, but all it is the hatch creation tab using the gradient setting here, like so. And as soon as you do that, it'll take you to, as you can see, the gradient patterns. And if I hover here, you'll see that it highlights the floor in a nice blue and yellow. Now, we're not going to use blue and yellow. That's a little bit bright, and you may need sunglasses when you enter the room as well. So what we're going to do is just change our colors here. Let's go for, say, a nice gray. And potentially, let's lose the yellow for definite. And we'll come into sort of a nice blue. And then when you hover there now, can you see you're getting a nice sort of pale blue-gray kind of fill? Now, there's lots of different gradient patterns. This is the gradient linear you can see there. If you go for a cylinder, you can see it kind of looks as if it's on the face of a cylinder and so on. If I come down a bit, we've got curved, we've got spheres and so on. This one is quite a good one, the inversed curve. So if I select that and come in here, can you see it just kind of gives you a very simple pattern. So if I click there now and just press enter to finish, the workflow is the same as if you were using a hatch pattern, but you're just using colors instead. So I've mixed that gray and that blue. And if I double click on the wheel to do a zoom extents now, you really cannot miss the flooring there in that archiving storage room that we've worked on previously. And the lovely thing about it is because you've got the island detection on, it's avoided the cupboards, it's avoided the chairs, and it's just highlighted the floor, which is a really nice aesthetic in your AutoCAD drawing. Now, obviously, you want to make sure that those grid lines come back. So we'll just pop into the layer drop down. We'll thaw those out by clicking on the snowflake symbols there, like so, and hit escape to lose the drop down menu. And then when we zoom out and zoom in, you can see we've got our grid lines back there, like so. Now, the points don't have to come back on. We're not going to be using the points anytime soon. But obviously the grid lines are important because they're used for reference and you might need to measure from them to place objects in your drawing. But that's how the gradient fill works. It's the same workflow as hatch, but you're using the colors and the gradient setting in the hatch creation tab on the ribbon. We're staying in our hatchinggradients.dwg file. And I just want to show you now how to edit your hatches and your gradients. And it's actually really, really easy. In fact, the workflow is remarkably similar to working with your hatching and your gradients in the last two videos. I'm going to zoom in on the conference table, top right corner. That was the first thing that we hatched in our AutoCAD drawing. All I've got to do is hover over the hatch pattern, it highlights, and I click on it and select it. You'll notice it has one central grip showing the geometric center of the hatch pattern. Now, as soon as I do this, the Hatch Editor tab appears on the ribbon, and it looks remarkably like the Hatch Creation tab, and it is pretty much the same. The whole idea here is that you're editing your hatch pattern rather than creating it. So you can change things. I can change the hatch pattern there to say ANSI 38. There we go. I've got a slightly different hatch pattern on my table. And what I can also do is I can remove a hatch pattern, recreate a hatch pattern. I can go from pattern to gradient if I wanted to. Look, there's the gradient fill again. I'm using a pattern at this particular point in time. I might change the hatch scale. Let's change that to say 1500, for example, and press enter. And you can see it's a slightly bigger hatch pattern. And as I said, changing that hatch scale, bit of a dark art that perhaps Harry Potter might potentially need to learn in his dark arts classes. Hatching and hatch scaling has always been a bit of a ninja skill in AutoCAD. So don't worry if your hatch scaling doesn't work first time. Jump into the hatch editor, change your hatch scale, and then tweak it so that it looks right on the drawing. Hatching is indicative. So for example, if you were using a brickwork hatch, let's say one of these, ARB816 or ARB816C, they look a bit weird at the moment because I haven't set a hatch scale for them. However, if I go back to ANSI 38 so that we can see our hatch, those brickwork patterns, you don't have to get the bricks exactly the same size as a real brick when you're working in the model tab. You don't need to worry about that at all. The whole idea is that it's indicative and it's telling the person looking at the drawing that they're looking at brickwork. You should have a note on that drawing somewhere telling them what type of brick, what type of mortar, what type of cement mix, etc. If you're creating your drawings effectively, that's what you should be doing. You shouldn't just rely on a brickwork hatch for somebody to put brickwork into a building, for example. So that's editing that particular hatch pattern. So I'll close the hatch editor and I'll zoom out slightly and pan up. We've got our cross hatch here. So if I click on that one, there's the hatch editor. There's the ANSI 31 pattern and so on. There's the scale there and so on. Now, you'll notice that all hatch patterns by default are associative. So what that means is if I zoom in on this safety area at the bottom of the stairs, what will happen is if I make that boundary of that hatch bigger, what it'll also mean is the hatch pattern will follow it. Let me hit escape a couple of times just to deselect the hatch. If I select the polyline there and I just click there on the grip and drag, you'll notice the hatch pattern follows where I've made that change. Now, obviously, that looks a bit silly now, so I'll just undo it and bring it back like so. So if I select that hatch and go in here and switch associative off like that, it's now non-associative, and I just hit escape to deselect and click on the boundary. Keep an eye on the hatch pattern. You'll notice it doesn't follow the boundary because it's now non-associative. So what I'll do is I'll undo that back. I'll select my hatch pattern again like so, and you'll notice now I've got no way of making that associative again. So if I come down here, can I do it in the options? No, I can't. So once you've made a hatch pattern non-associative, that's it. The only way to get it back is to undo like so. So if I undo, and now if I come back and pan across and zoom in, if I select it now, it's associative again. So once you've made something non-associative in the hatch editor, that's it. You're done unless you undo it and go back to it. Be aware of that one. So I'll just hit escape there to deselect. It's the same workflow with a gradient. There's my gradient highlighted. Notice it's calling it a hatch, even though it's a gradient. It's just a different type of hatch. So if I click on it there, I'm in the hatch editor. I'm using gradient. There's my colors. There's my gradient settings there in the pattern. It's the same workflow as if I was editing a regular hatch pattern. Now, last but not least, I want to show you something quite cool, which is creating what they call separate hatches. So I'm going to just hit escape a couple of times and zoom in a bit on this central area. And you need to be able to see this furniture here and this hatch pattern here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to hatch, and I'm not going to worry about a layer or anything like that. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to match properties here, like so. So I click on match properties and I'm going to match this hatch pattern. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go 1 and 2 and 3 and enter to confirm. Now, if I hover over that and click on it, it's all one hatch pattern. Now, I know I've used the safety pattern off the stairs here. I'm not too worried about the actual hatch, the pattern, the scale. But what I want to show you now is when you go into the hatch editor, if you go into options and use separate hatches like so, and just hit escape a couple of times, you've now got 1, 2, and 3 hatch patterns. Sometimes you need to separate your hatches to make sure that you can use them individually in your AutoCAD drawings. That's how you do it in the options, in the hatch editor, or in the hatch creation tabs on the AutoCAD ribbon. I'll just hit escape a couple of times now, and what I am going to do is remove these. I don't need those on the furniture anymore. I'll just delete those and double click on the wheel to zoom extent so that we've got the full floor plan in our drawing area in AutoCAD. We're starting a new chapter now, and I want to show you some more text annotation techniques in AutoCAD. I've shown you already in the Learning AutoCAD course how to set up your text styles, and how to work with things like single line text and multi-line text. The techniques I'm going to show you now with text annotation are further on from that. They're a little bit of a deeper dive into the annotation you can use in your AutoCAD drawings. Talking of drawings, we've got a new drawing for you. It's called Using Text.dwg. And as usual, you can download it from the library to follow along with these videos in this chapter. You'll recognize it. It's pretty similar to the drawings we've been using all the way through the videos in each of the chapter of this course. Now, I've added a few extra bits for you. If you go to the Home tab on the ribbon and go to the Layer drop-down, you'll see there's a text layer available. Select the word text to make sure it's the current drafting layer and that you're on that layer. Now, we're going to go to the annotation flyout here on the annotation panel as well. And you'll notice there we've got labels model 250 millimeters. That's one of the text styles in this drawing. So make sure you're using this one here, labels model 250 millimeters. Now, the reason we're using that particular text style is it will create labels in the model space that are 250 millimeters high. And it doesn't matter what height they are, they're just labels to show people what's what in your drawing. Now, I've done that in a deliberate way. Let me just jump back to that flyout a second and go back to the text styles. You'll see there we have labels model 250 millimeters. So that's telling you that the labels are to be used in the model tab and they're 250 millimeters high. Not to be confused with title layout 10 millimeters, which I've just clicked on in error very easily. So I've done that deliberately because you can see that you can pick a text style just by clicking on it. Now, the reason I've done that is you need to make sure that you're using the appropriate text style that might have been set up for the particular space in AutoCAD that you're working on. So title layout 10 millimeters is for layout tabs. Labels model 250 millimeters is for the model tab. And I always put that in each of the names of my text styles, one as a reminder to me to make sure that I use the appropriate text style for my text in my AutoCAD drawing in the appropriate space. So if I see it's got model in it, I'll use it in the model space in the model tab. If it's got layout in it, I'll use it in one of my layout tabs, perhaps on a title block, for example. So just make sure in that flyout and in the text styles there, you are using the labels model 250 millimeter text style. Now, we're just going to place a few labels in our drawing, and I'm going to show you various ways of aligning your text and making sure it fits nicely. We're going to zoom in on this area with all the desks and chairs here. Just zoom in nice and tight like so. You'll see the room number there, WS001. So you need to be near that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to place some multi-line text. So go to the annotation panel on the Home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout, and you want multi-line text, like so. Now you'll see how big that text is. Multi-line text gives you a little preview based on your text style there. Can you see the ABC next to the crosshair? I'm going to pick an area here, click, and I'm going to drag it across to about there and click again. And then my text editor kicks in, as you can see on the ribbon, and the text area kicks in that I've selected on screen here with a little ruler, a bit like Microsoft Word. Now, I'm just going to type the text in first, and then I'm going to worry about the justification. So this is going to be the hot desking area, okay? So hot desking area, and what we'll do as well, we'll press enter, go down a line, we'll open up our parentheses there and put staff only, like so. Now you can see that is justifying at the moment to the left-hand side. It's defaulting to a left-hand justification. Now I'm going to show you how to change that in a moment. What I'd like you to do is come out from the text editor. You can click on close text editor or just click away from the text, and there's our multi-line text using that labels text style. Now, I don't want it left-hand justified. What I want to do is give it a different justification. Now, the lovely thing about this is I hover over the text, click on it once, like so, and you can see it highlights it, and I can make it bigger and smaller, and I can drag these arrows here to change the column width, and also drag there to change the column height. I can also click on this grip, and it just changes the location of the multi-line text. If I double-click on the text, though, what will happen is it goes back into the text editor. I'm going to highlight the text, and I'm going to change my justification here and align the text to top center, like so. And can you see the text centers there in the text editing area? So I just click away, and that now is justified the way I want it to be. But I now want to align it to something. I want it to look a bit neater. So what I could do here is select it, and now the grip is top center, like so. So I'm going to click there on the grip, and I can move the text around. And now I can do something like a shift and right click and go for a mid between 2 points. And I'm going to go end point and end point on those two lines there. Can you see that line there that are part of those two blocks that form the desks? If I hit escape to deselect, that now sits nicely. If I zoom out, I've aligned that neatly, and it just aligns nicely with some of the geometry there in the drawing itself. So that's using multi-line text. What about single line text if I want to align something that is single line? Well, let's have a look at that. We've got the archiving area. Do you remember that we put the gradient fill on here? Let's zoom in on that area there. And what I want to do is I've got this little area here, and this is shelving. So what I want to do is put the word shelving here, but I want it vertical and aligning with something. So let's do some single line text this time. Let's go to the annotation panel, click on the flyout, and select single line text. I come into the drawing area, right click, justify. And this time there's actually an align option. So I click on align, and it says specify first endpoint of text baseline. Okay, I'm going to go there, left click. Second endpoint, I'm going to go up to this endpoint here and left click. And now all I've got to do is type in the text itself. So you can see there's a little flashing cursor there. I'm going to type shelving, like so. I press enter once, enter twice, and it aligns it with the line based on those two endpoints that I've clicked on. So the align function in the single line text is really useful because it's given me the shelving there. Now, obviously that text is a little bit too big. So ideally what I could do there is do a manual change. It doesn't have to be the 250 millimeters. I can change the properties of it. So I select it, right click, go to properties on the shortcut menu, and the height of it at the moment is a little bit too high because what it's done is it's aligned with the line and sized it between those 2 points. So whilst it's using the 250 millimeter text style, the height is relative to those 2 points I've suggested. So ideally, we want to reduce that to the 250. So it aligns now, if you'll pardon the pun, with the text style. Press enter to confirm, and you'll see that it doesn't change. Now, the reason it won't change is because it's aligned. So how do we get out of that? How do we change that? Well, what we can do there is we can place the text in a different way. So I'm going to close the properties palette, hit escape to deselect, and I'm going to select my text, and I'm just going to delete it like so. I'm going to zoom in a little. I'm going to go back to my single line text here, and I'm going to pick a point, endpoint of text baseline, that'll align it. I don't want to do that. I want to right click, justify, and I want this time bottom center, BC. Specify bottom center point of the text. That's going to be the midpoint of the shelf there. So I've hovered over that midpoint. Ideally, I want that midpoint there though. Just be careful which midpoint you select. And there's my midpoint. Now, here's the trick. Specify the rotation angle of the text. It doesn't have to be 0 here and horizontal. I can put in 90 degrees and press enter to confirm. And now that text will rotate at 90 degrees. So when I type in shelving this time, not only will it adhere to the 250 millimeters, unlike the align option, but it'll also, when I press enter once, enter twice, rotate the text through 90 degrees. It's even slightly off the shelf as well, which the align one actually places it on the line. So I've now got shelving, and if I zoom out slightly, you can see there shelving sits nice and neatly in the drawing, using the text style and using the appropriate height of text from that text style as well. So there's some really neat little features there that allow you to align your text using the justification, the object snaps within AutoCAD, and placing your text accurately and, more importantly, in a way that it's easy to read on your drawings. We're staying in our using text.dwg file. And in the previous video, I showed you some little tips and tricks and more annotation text techniques that allowed you to align your text in your AutoCAD drawings. What we're going to take a look at now is we're going to utilize some multi-line text to place some notes in a title block for our drawing. So, good CAD practice to get into. When you're finished in the Model tab, do a double click on the wheel to zoom extents like that. Always do this because then you know where you are the next time you come into the Model tab. You can see everything rather than, say, just those desks there if I zoom in really tight. Now, I don't want to come out of the Model tab zoomed in like that because nobody knows where you are in the drawing. It's a simple double click on the wheel and make sure that you zoom extents. That way, when you come into the Model tab, you see everything and you know where to locate yourself in the drawing. Let's go down to the Layout tab, ISO A1 Landscape. If I click on that, there's a very simple title block in place. You can see the viewport. There's a viewport there just showing the overall floor plan. Now, over here in the top right corner, I've placed a rectangle. Can you see it there? And it's on the title block layer. Now, the reason I've done that is to allow you to place some notes in a notes column on your title block. So to do that, we're going to go to the layer drop down in the layers panel on the home tab and use our title text layer like so. We're then going to zoom in here like so. And we're going to make sure that we can see the top of the rectangle there like that. Now, we are on the right layer. Do we actually have a text style that we can use to place our multi-line text? I'm going to go to the annotation drop down here and click here on the text style editor like so. So there's all our text styles there. We've got labels model 250 millimeters. We've also got title layout 10 millimeters. We haven't got a notes style anywhere. So we're going to click on new and the style name will be notes like so, underscore, and then layout. You'd only use this in your layout tabs, and then underscore again 3.5 millimeters like so. Click on OK, and there's our notes layout 3.5 millimeters. I'm going to leave the font name Calibri. I'm going to leave the font style regular. It's not going to be 250 though. I'm going to change that to 3.5 millimeters. It won't be annotative because you're placing it in the layout already. We don't need any effects. We don't need any width factors or oblique angles. So we apply that and we set it as our current text style and close. If I go to the drop down now, can you see we're using notes layout 3.5 millimeters? Yes, it did disappear. I'll just pin it open so you can see it again. There we go. Notes layout 3.5 millimeters in our text styles here, as you can see. I'll just unpin that, pops back into the ribbon. We go up to the annotation panel now, and we go multi-line text. Now, this is where we can utilize our snaps because this rectangle is the space where I want the multi-line text to go. So I can click here, left click, and as I come down, can you see I can obviously come down to a snap, let's say halfway down. There's a midpoint there. I don't have to go all the way down. I can if I want to, and click there like that. And I know that that text now will fit in that rectangle. Once you've clicked on the snaps, zoom in and just pan to make sure you can see what you're doing, and click in the text editing area. See the little cursor there? Click inside to make sure that AutoCAD knows that you're typing text in that particular box. So I'm just going to type notes like that, perhaps put a colon afterwards, and then press enter once, and I'm down to the next line down. Now this is where I can go up to bullets and numbering, because I'm using multi-line text, and I'm going to go numbered. So there's my first one there. So we'll say all dimensions in millimeters, which they are, like so. Press enter, next one down. All changes must be verified by principal engineer. Let's just put a couple of notes in like that. If I click away from that text or click on close text editor, there's my notes column there. Now, the rectangle that I've placed outside it, I do not need anymore, because the notes now have their own justification and object snap, the insertion snap. So I can click there and I can just delete the rectangle, and now they fit nicely in the notes column because I gave them that little 5 millimeters around the edge. So always use a sacrificial rectangle like that to get your notes looking neat and tidy in your notes column. Now, all looks a bit bland at the moment, doesn't it? So if I double click on the multi-line text, I'll highlight the notes there, maybe do a bold and an underline like that. Close the text editor, looks a bit better, stands out a bit more. But that underline's really close to the number 1, isn't it? So let's double click on it again. Just click there, get next to the colon there, press that, have a space there as well. Now, something else you'll notice is my millimeters is spelt the English way because I'm English. Okay, that's why I've spelt it that way. But it may be that this is an American drawing and the spelling needs to change. So what I'll do is I'll just click away from the text and update it accordingly. And then I'm going to go to the Annotate tab here on the ribbon, and there's a little ABC with a green tick. That's my spell check. You have no excuse for bad spelling or bad grammar in AutoCAD. Check spelling like so, and I'm going to go here, instead of entire drawing, I'm going to say selected objects. Click here to select the object, and I'm going to select my text like so. Enter to confirm, and be aware here, you have to click on start in the spell check. And of course it finds millimeters there, not in the dictionary because it's using the American English dictionary, like so. I can add it to the dictionary, or I could potentially change it to the American spelling, and it updates. Spell check complete, close the check spelling dialog box, and now we're in the American spelling of millimeters. Now, obviously I've done that deliberately because I would spell millimeters the English way, but the spell check is there basically to make sure that your drawings go out in a professional fashion, especially in your notes column using your multi-line text. You can spell check quickly and easily. You'll also notice if I double click on the multi-line text, the spell check is available here as well in the text editor. There's spell check right there. And it will pick up as you type by underlining with a little red dash line anything it's not sure about. I'll close the text editor. And that's how you can work with some multi-line text in your title block in your AutoCAD drawings. Now, one more thing, that good little bit of CAD practice. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents like so before you come out of the drawing. Make sure you save the drawing like this so that next time somebody comes into the drawing, they can obviously see what's going on. They can see that they're in the layout tab, they can see the viewport, the title block, the notes, etc. We're starting a new chapter now, and I want to teach you some more dimensioning techniques. In the Learning AutoCAD course, I taught you some basic dimensioning techniques and showed you annotative scaling, where you could add an annotation scale to your dimensioning so that it would show up in the viewports in your drawings. So we've got a new drawing for you. It's called moredimensioning.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with the videos in this chapter. Now, when you open up the moredimensioning.dwg file, you'll see it's in the Layout tab, the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. And I've deliberately opened it in the Layout tab because you can see the dimensions in the viewport. And they are annotative dimensions. So they have an annotation scale applied to them so that in the viewport here, which is set to a 1:100 scale, as you can see there on the status bar, it means those dimensions will display because they've got an annotation scale of 1:100 as well. Now, obviously we discussed that in the Learning AutoCAD course. What I want to show you is how to work with your dimension annotation using some more dimensioning techniques. Now, you normally do not display your dimensions in a Layout tab. Personally, my personal preference is you go to the Model tab in the bottom left corner there, and you work in the Model space with all of your dimensioning annotation. Now, if I hover over this dimension here, you can see it's got the annotative scaling symbol next to it. So it has an annotation scale applied to that particular dimension, which is why it appears in the viewport in the Layout tab. Let's zoom in now, and I'm going to zoom into the top left corner to make sure that I can see that 457 dimension and that 9601 dimension. I'm going to show you how to edit and override some of your text in your dimensions in this particular video. Now, one of the things you can do is apply what they call a text override, or you can use what they call an edit override as well. I'm going to do the text override first, and I'm going to do it on the 9601 dimension here. So I select it as an object just by clicking on it. I then right click and go to Properties. Now, in the Properties, there's lots of information. It's a rotated dimension, tells me layers, lines, and arrows. If I use this little slider bar and come down to the text area, the last entry is the text override. So if I click in that box there, I get a little cursor. Now, if you look above the text override, it gives the actual physical measurement in model space based on my unit settings, which is 9601.2 millimeters. Now, it may be that I want to update that. 1.2 millimeters in construction on a building site to create this particular floor would be null and void. It would be negligible. So I might want to put a text override in there of perhaps, say, 9,600. So if I just put 9600 in there, that's my text override. So if I now press enter, watch what happens to the dim text in the dimension. It updates to 9600, but that's just text. It's overriding the measurement value in the properties palette above it. Now, let's go back and double click in the text override and delete that. If I now put a less than, greater than arrow like that, that'll tell AutoCAD to put back in the actual measurement. So if I press enter now, you'll see it goes back to 9601 because it's now using the measurement. Those little greater than, less than arrows basically tell AutoCAD put the measurement value back in the dim text of that dimension. Now, it may be that I want to actually tell them it's millimeters too. So if I double click in there again in the text override and put something like 9600 and then put for millimeters and press enter, it's now 9,600 millimeters. So text override is a really useful feature in the properties palette. I love it because it means I can edit any dimension. So as long as your dimensions are what they call associative, as in they're all one object and they're not like a separate arrowhead and a separate piece of text, etc., because you should never explode dimensions anyway. The whole idea there is the text override allows you to tweak that information. So measurement-wise, yeah, okay, I'm losing 1.2 millimeters. Think about that for a moment and how that would be so negligible on a construction site if a guy was reading this particular drawing. All he'd want to know is 9,600 millimeters. Thank you very much. That's how far it is between those two grids when I'm setting out the site. So I can now close the properties palette like so, hit escape a couple of times, and that now reads 9,600 millimeters. I could go around updating all of those dimensions on my grid lines like that if I wanted to. Okay, now what about editing? We've done the override, but we can edit them and add information to them as well. So I'm going to use the 457 over here, which is the distance between 1 and 1.1 on the grid lines there. So I'm going to type what they call DD edit, like so. It'll come up on the suggestion menu on the dynamic input as text edit. And you can apply this to any piece of annotation, not just your dimensions. When I press enter, it says select an annotation object. So I'm going to go over here and select 457, click there, and it gives me this really weird readout. But the benefit I have is the text editor kicks in. So I can now tweak this text in any which way I want to. So it doesn't have to be 457. I can put any bit of text in there. So for example, if I come in here, can you see the little cursor moving where the purple is on the 457? I can move that cursor. I can't get rid of the 457 though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 457 space 2 grid, like that. Okay, because I want them to know it's 457 to grid. Now I can either click away from the text if I want to, or click on close text editor, and that now updates that 457 to grid, like so. Now what that does mean that it kind of clashes with the other vertical 457 dimension there, but you'll notice I can go to any other annotation object I want to and edit it accordingly if I want to. So let's pan across a little bit. Let's go to this 10363. If I click on that, again, I can edit it. You'll notice I did mention that you can't get rid of the 363. You can, but you get rid of the whole thing because it's the measurement. So I can type in something like 10360 because 3 millimeters, again, very negligible between grids on a site like this. And I'll just put like that. Again, I'll close the text editor and it updates accordingly and enter to finish. So you can see there, I can do a text override in the properties of a dimension, but you'll also notice I can do a DD edit at what they call a text edit on a dimension as well. And over here with my 457, it's 457 to grid. So it's 457 from grid to grid, like so. Quick and easy, 2 ways of doing text overrides and editing in your dimensions, which gives you a bit more of another tool in your toolkit when you're working with that dimension annotation in your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our more dimensioning.dwg file, and we're going to take a little look now at baseline dimensioning and continue, which is a great command for continuous dimensions as well. Now, what I'd like you to do is double click on the wheel to zoom extents, first of all, and then pan upwards a little bit and zoom in on these grid lines at the bottom of our floor plan. The reason I want to do that is we've just got a nice clear space there where I can show you exactly what baseline and continue do. You'll find baseline and continue on the annotate tab on the ribbon. And you can see we've got continue there on the dimensions panel, continue and baseline. Now, before we do either of those, we're going to place one linear dimension. So I'm just going to hit escape a couple of times. And what I'm going to do is place a linear dimension first. So we go linear like so. Now, all I'm going to do is literally go from this endpoint, second one in, click to this endpoint here and click again and just drag my dimension down a little. Doesn't have to be exact, and click there like so. Now, the reason I've done that is when you've placed one dimension, I can now go here to continue and it will go automatically from that dimension that you just placed. So if I zoom out slightly, I can then jump along, click to that endpoint, click to that endpoint, enter to finish, and they are all separate dimensions as well. So if I press enter a second time, because it's still prompting me to continue, I've now got 3 separate dimensions, as you can see, like so. I'll hit escape to deselect those. Now, here's the interesting thing though. I can continue from a different dimension if I want to. So I'm just going to zoom in on this corner and you can see we've got a 2896 dimension just there. I'm going to go back to continue now, like so, And you can see it's trying to continue from that last lot of dimensions we placed. So what I can do is I can now right click and go to select, and I can pick off of this dimension and come down here. I'm not going to worry too much. I could potentially go to there, let's say, and click, and then enter once, enter twice to close continue. And you can see I've continued that dimension down. Now, obviously, that's a completely null and void dimension because it's going just to the end of the grid line, which doesn't really serve any purpose. But because it's an individual dimension, I can quite happily select it and delete it like so. So once that's selected and deleted, I'm going to zoom out slightly, pan across again, and I'm just going to select all of these dimensions using a crossing selection, and I'm going to delete them. Now, we're going to repeat that workflow, but we're going to repeat it using the baseline setting, which is slightly different. Now, your baseline settings are normally set up in your dimension style. Let me show you. If I click on this little arrow here on the dimensions panel on the annotate tab, there's the dimension style manager. So I'll go to M, arrowheads, millimeters, and I'll go to modify. And then if you look here, can you see we've got baseline spacing in the lines tab? So what it means is it's going to place those dimensions with a 10 millimeter baseline spacing. Now, these particular dimensions, if I go to fit, are annotative. So they'll be working with the annotation scale that is set in the model space. So if I just cancel that and close the dimension style manager, down here, the annotation scale is set to 1 to 100. So that means that they'll be 100 times bigger. So that means 10 times 100 is 1,000. So the spacing in model space, full size, will be 1,000 millimeters. But that's to accommodate in the layout tab our 1 to 100 viewport here, as you can see it in the layout space. That's why they display so neatly and tidily there, because they've got an annotation scale of 1 to 100 in the model space. I'll just hit escape to deselect the viewport and go back to the model tab so that I can show you the baseline tool. Let's go back now. I'm going to place another linear dimension like I did for continue. So I'm going to go from the second one in there, the second grid line in, click, and then click on the endpoint of the next grid line along. Drag that down. Don't go too far, right down here. You'll see why in a minute, and click there. Now, the benefit you have with baseline is it uses the extension line of the last dimension placed as the baseline. So if I go up to the dimensions panel, click on the flyout and select baseline, can you see it's coming off that extension line on the left? And as I go along now, click once there and click once there, like I did with continue, and then enter once. It's asking for another base dimension, which I haven't got. Enter again to close the command. So you can see there now, it's put a baseline spacing of that 1,000 millimeters that I mentioned between each of the baseline dimensions placed. Now, all of these are individual dimensions as well. So 1 and 2 and 3, like so. They're all individual dimensions. I'll just hit escape to deselect them. And what I'd like you to do now is for the next video, leave your baseline dimensions in place. Don't delete them. You'll see why when I show you what we're going to do next. But you can see how useful there baseline and continue are. If you need to work from an edge and give people dimensions from an edge, you'd use baseline. If you need a continuous string of dimensions, you'd obviously use continue, and they're all individual dimensions as well. So you can delete the ones that you don't need later, perhaps, when you're detailing your dimensions a little bit more intricately to make sure that they adhere to what you want in your AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our more dimensioning.dwg file, and I've left it in the same state as I asked you to leave it at the end of the last video. So you've got your baseline dimensions in place at the bottom of the floor plan there, and you're zoomed into them as well, so you can see them reasonably clearly. We're also working out of the Annotate tab on the ribbon as well. Now you'll notice the dimensions are automatically going onto the appropriate layer. That's because we're using our dim layer override here. So it should be set to A010D dim layer, as you can see. Now, what I'd like you to do is just zoom in a bit closer on this bottom left corner. I'm going to show you how to utilize what they call break and space in your dimensioning tool set. Now, these are up on the dimensions panel. So there's break there, and there's space there, okay? They're called dim break and dim space if you want to type the commands in. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a dimension of one of the windows in. There's a window there. You can just see them if I hover in. Window there, and there's also a window there. I'm going to dimension this window here. So it's just going to be a linear dimension. So I just go to the flyout, select linear, and zoom in nice and tight so that you get the appropriate snaps on the window opening like that. So you get the two snaps like that. There's the 1524. Then roll back on the wheel and pan up a little bit. And I'm going to take this all the way through those three baseline dimensions and click there. Now that is a cardinal sin of dimension annotation, because you've now got these extension lines of this dimension crossing the dimension lines of these dimensions. So this is where dim break comes in very, very useful. Now I can do this on all three baseline dimensions if I want to. So I'm going to do that and show you how it works. So we jump up to here, dim break, like so. So I'm coming in here, select dimension to add or remove the break to. That's my 9601. Click on it, select the object to break the dimension, and lo and behold, it puts two breaks in there and there. But the benefit is when I press enter now, you'll see that this is still all one dimension when I select it. I pressed enter there, obviously, to close the dim break command. So let's do that again. Let's go back up to dim break, and we're going to select this dimension here now, the 19964, and select the object to break the dimension. That's our 1524 here. And again, it puts the two breaks in. Now, what we've also got there is select object to break dimension again. So if I had another dimension, like the 1524, breaking other dimensions, I could just go over to that one and also apply it to the 19964 dimension if I wanted to. I don't have any, so I press enter. And then I'll do it one more time. So break again, select the longer dimension, the 29566 dimension, and then select the 1524, and there's the breaks there. Enter to finish. Now, the lovely thing about this is all these dimensions are still all one associative object, even with the breaks, which is a really cool feature in AutoCAD. It also tidies up your drawing because now it's obvious that the 1524 is the window dimension and the other three dimensions are separate to that. Because where the extension lines and the dimension lines cross, you can easily miss an arrowhead and the dimension could then be incorrect on site when you're building this building that we've got the ground floor plan of. Okay, so let's have a look at how we remove these now. So we go back up to dim break again. Select the dimension to add or remove the break to. So if I go to this 9601 and then right click and select remove, it removes the breaks, like so. Now, the other way that you can do this is simply to delete the dimension that is causing the breaks, my 1524. I select it, delete it, and it automatically heals the dimensions that it was breaking in the first instance. So that's the break command, the dim break command available. I don't want to get it mixed up with break when you're breaking objects like lines and so on. It's dim break. If you hover over the command, you can see it's dim break and it's just called break, similar to break at point and break at 2 points, which are geometry rather than dimension related. Okay, we're going to take a look now at dim space. Now you'll remember when we placed the baseline dimensions in the previous video, we knew that they were at a baseline spacing of 10 times the annotation scale here 100. So we knew that the distance between each of those three dimensions is 1000. So it's 10 millimeters in the dimension style times the annotation scale 100, so that when they're scaled down at 1 to 100 in the viewport, they're the right size. Now, here's the trick. We need to remember that it's 1000, okay, that baseline spacing. We can measure it if we want to using the measure tool over on the utilities panel on the home tab if you want to. But you can take my word for it. The distance between these dimension lines here, here, and here is currently 1000 millimeters full size in the model tab here. What about if we want that to be a bit bigger and we don't want it to adhere to the dimension style? We think that this text here is a little bit too close to maybe that extension line there. What we do is we go up to this command here, good old dim space, known as adjust space. So I click on it and it says select the base dimension. Always start with the dimension you want to work out from with the spacing. So I'm going to go with the 9601 there, and I'm going to start coming downwards in the drawing. If you were at the other side of the floor plan, at the top, you'd go upwards, obviously. So you'd work upwards away from the top of the floor plan, or in this case, I'm working downwards away from the bottom edge of the floor plan. It then says select the dimensions to space. I'm going to go for that one and that one. When I press enter, I get this weird little thing come up on the dynamic input, enter value or auto. Be very careful with the auto, because more often than not, it adheres to that 10 in the baseline spacing. You need to type a value in because you're working with annotation scales. So my value, I want it to be a little bit bigger. I'm going to go for 1500. So I'm adding 500 millimeters, which, if you think about it with the annotation scale and the baseline spacing, is another 5 millimeters when you look at it in your layout tabs in that 1:100 viewport. So I'm going to press enter there. Watch what happens. They all space nicely, and they've added that extra 500 millimeters in the model space full size between each of the dimensions. That's a really nice feature. I love this one, dim space, because it now gives me space to maybe have another dimension here and another dimension here. And I don't have to adhere to the baseline spacing that's in the dimension style. But I don't have to move them individually either, which can lead to errors. You might not get it exactly right. So the dim space allows you to space a group of dimensions equally, neatly and tidily to the same spacing value. Really, really nice feature in AutoCAD. So that's how you work with your dimension break and your dimension space commands, your dim break and your dim space. Once again, we're in our more dimensioning.dwg file. And I want to show you some more dimensioning techniques as we've worked through this particular chapter. In order to do that, I'd like you just to double click on the wheel again to zoom extents. And you'll remember in previous videos, we created this hot desking area here. Zoom in and get nice and close like so, but just make sure you've got a bit of space underneath the hot desking area here like so. Now, what we're going to do is we're basically going to utilize a thing called automatic dimensioning. It's a really nice feature in AutoCAD. You can find it here on the Dimensions panel on the Annotate tab. It's this dimension icon here. It creates multiple types of dimensions within a single dimension command session. You'll also notice on the Home tab on the ribbon that the dimension command is available in the Annotation panel too. I'm going to go from the Annotate tab though, because I've got all of my dimensioning tools available there. So I click on Dimension and I come into the drawing area. Now remember, from the Dimensions panel in the Annotate tab on the ribbon, you can make sure that your dim layer override is in place, which should be A010D_dim. Just check that it is, just to make sure it hasn't changed from the previous video. Now, here's the lovely thing. Normally, when you're creating a dimension, let's say a linear dimension, you have to click on the two origin points and then pick a point where the dimension goes. In this particular case, you're using the object rather than the origin point. So if I hover over this line here, can you see it's automatically realizing, linear dimension, it's a line. So what I do is I select the line to specify the extension line's origin. As soon as I do that, look at that. I've got a dimension. It's 2 clicks. I can do the same again. Let's do it here. There's another 1819. I come down. Now, the nice thing is, using my object snaps, I can line them with the endpoint there and click, and I can get them all to line up. Look how quick this is. 1 click. Come down here, line up with that endpoint, click. And another click on this line. It's a little bit longer because it's going out, remember, to that external wall where we needed the extra hot desking space. It's all of about 80 millimeters bigger, but don't worry too much. And we'll go to the endpoint and click there. Enter to finish. Look at how quick and easy that is using that dimension command. Now, it doesn't just have to be linear dimensions either. Let's zoom out slightly And you can see that we've got an ellipse there, for example. Let's go and see what happens with that. Let's go up to dimension. And if I hover over this, you can see there's a center point. If I click there, it automatically creates, can you see a distance there going from the center like so? So what it's got there is a second extension line origin. So if I come to there and click there, you'll see I've got a distance there from the center out to the edge of the minor axis. Click there. We now know that that minor axis, the radius of that minor axis, is 750. Quick and easy. Now, the other thing I can do here is if I right click, I can also specify what type of dimension I want. So if I go to angular now, it says select arc, circle, or line. So if I went for this line here and this line here, there's my 90 degrees. I'll zoom in and get that placed. Come out slightly. Let's just get it there like so. There's my 90 degrees like so. And I'll press enter now to finish. So can you see how quick that is? You're not having to worry about basically origin points of linear dimensions and so on. It's all based on objects rather than points. So the benefit you have there is you can go and select an object. AutoCAD knows how long that line is, what the radius is, what the angle is. All you've got to do is specify the objects that form that particular dimension. So that dimension command, known as automatic dimensioning, is really quick and easy, especially when you've got a group of dimensions like I did with the hot desks there, the 1819 and the 1894. Really makes your life a lot easier because it's just a case of click, 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 rather than origin, origin, place dimension. Then repeat the dimension command that you need, which would be linear, and then origin, origin, and place dimension again. So use your automatic dimensioning. Make sure that your dim layer override is in place first, and you've got a much quicker way of going around and placing dimensions on your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our more dimensioning.dwg file. And as you can see, I've zoomed to extents by double clicking on the wheel of the mouse. Now, just before we get started, I'd like you to go to the Home tab on the ribbon and make sure in your layers drop down here, you're using the A010D_dim layer. Just click on it like so to make it the current drafting layer. Then we're just being consistent, and all of what we're going to create in this chapter goes on the same layer as our dimensions. Now in this chapter, we're going to look at multi-leaders, and I normally place these on my dimensions layer. It's up to you if you want to place them on a different layer. Your call entirely if you want to create a new layer for them. We're going to zoom in on this top right corner. You'll remember the large conference table that we put the weird hatch pattern on, like so. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to create a leader that comes off of that and cranks across here and just tells people that it is the large conference table. Now, the best way to work with your multi-leaders is to go to the Annotate tab on the ribbon. And you'll see that we've got a leaders panel, and I'm going to click on this little arrow here on the leaders panel because we need to create a new multi-leader style. So we're going to click on new like so, and we're just going to call it training like so. And I'm going to start with standard because it's the only one we've got. I am, however, going to tick the annotative box and click on continue because I want it to be annotative. And what that means is any sizes that we put into this style will be working off of the annotation scale, 1 to 100, which I left from the previous video. Now, we've got leader format, so the type is straight. That means a straight line like so. So we're going to leave that as straight. I like them straight, or if you want, you can have a spline, which makes it nice and curvy. In fact, I quite like the look of that with some text, so we're going to leave that curvy with the spline type. Color, you want by layer. Like we did when we were creating dimension styles, you want to think about that like so. Now, the dimension styles, we did look at those in Learning AutoCAD. Line type, also by layer. Line weight, also by layer. We'll go with the standard close field arrowhead. That tends to work. And the size there, well, we want that to be, say, 5 millimeters, like so. And then the break size, we'll make that 5 as well. So we'll just tab that like so. So that's 5 and 5. And you can see it's got a bit smaller. Don't worry about that too much at the moment. We're going to go to our leader structure now. Maximum number of leader points is 2. So that means 1, click on the arrowhead, 2 when you place it up here. You can have extra angles if you want to by switching them on or off. That's entirely up to you. The landing settings in this case will be grayed out because we're using the spline option there. And the scale is annotative, so it's going to work with our 1 to 100 scale. The next bit, which is really important, is content. What sort of multi-leader type do you want? Do you want M-text, multi-line text, which will look a bit like that? Or if you go to block, you can have things like call-outs in a slot, a circle, so you can see all different types there, and the attachment can be center extents. I'm going to go back to M-text in this case. Text style. What we're going to utilize is something like standard, or do we want to create our own text style for this? Well, I'm going to click here on this little button, and I can go into the text editor like so. And what I'm going to do here is create a new text style. And I'm going to call it leaders, like so. In fact, M leaders, you might want to call them if you want to. Multi-leaders, it's entirely up to you. There you go, M leaders like that. And I'm going to do an underscore like so, and then model. Now, the trick here is to say OK to that. We'll give it a suitable font. So I'll type C there and select Calibri, regular. And it's going to be annotative or not annotative. Leave it all as is. You don't want it annotative and you don't want the height in there because we're going to specify the height in the style. Can you see there? Text height is available there. So what we'll do is we'll leave all of that as it is. We don't need any effects and you don't need to actually set it current. You can just apply that and close. And then if you go here, you'll see that we've got M leaders model. And look, it looks much nicer already. Text height, though, we want that to be 5, and just press Tab, and you'll see it all of a sudden looks a bit big. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to frame the text. I like framing it. It always looks nice. And we'll have a horizontal attachment coming off of our leader, as you can see. And you've got vertical attachment, left attachment, do you want it middle of the top line of text, and so on. The landing gap needs to be improved, though. I'm going to make that 1.5 millimeters and just tab that as well. Can you see that that kind of gives you a little bit of a gap there with the text? I'm going to OK all of that now, select training, set current, and close. And what that means now is I've got the training style as the current multi-leader style. So if I click on multi-leader now and specify where my leader arrowhead location goes, I'm going to go midpoint off the table. Can you see the arrowhead is a nice size? Because it's adhering now to our 1 to 100 annotation scale. So I'll pop that to about there and click. There's my M-text. Text editor kicks in on the ribbon as well. So I've got all the text editor tools available. And I'm just going to put there large conference. And then I might press enter now and come down a line, table. And then I just click away from the text and there we go. And the lovely thing about that is you've got that nice curved leader line and the text stands out, but it's adhering to our 1 to 100 annotation scale. So that means when I come into the layout tab, you'll see that there it's appearing as well because it's 1 to 100. However, it's cut off by the edge of the viewport a little bit. No problem there. We just select the viewport, click on the grip, make it a little bit bigger by dragging, and there we go, hit escape. There's our large conference table. What I'll do now, I'll go back to the model tab. Let's place one more of these. I'm going to zoom out and pan up. And we've got here a little kickback area. So I'll go multi-leader, pick a point, take it to about there. And there's our little cursor again. So this will be the staff kickback area. And I click away from the text or close the text editor. As you can see, it's got a little box around it. If I go back to the layout tab now, because it's using that 1 to 100 annotation scale and it's annotative, it's all showing nice and neatly on the floor plan in the viewport. You'll also notice that our baseline dimensions don't fit. So I click there, just click on the grip there on the viewport, bring that down, and there's those dimensions that we placed when we were working with baseline earlier. Hit escape to deselect the viewport, click on the model tab, double click on the wheel, get into that CAD practice of double clicking on the wheel to go to the extents, and there's our multi-leaders in place. Now you don't have to use text. I showed you there the block option in the multi-leaders too. So you could have a circle, and what it does there is it creates a block with attributes. So the circle, you could have a number in it, and you could have a number call off perhaps for a parts list in a mechanical drawing if you wanted to try that and delve deeper into the multi-leader command. We're moving on to a new chapter now where we're going to be looking at reusing AutoCAD content. For that reason, we've got a new drawing for you in the library. It's called reusingcontent.dwg, and you can download it to follow along with the videos in this particular chapter. Now, what we're going to do when we look at reusing content is we're going to look at groups, which we'll cover first, and then we're going to take a look at AutoCAD blocks. Now, I've mentioned AutoCAD blocks in the Learning AutoCAD course and in this course as well. So we're going to delve into those a little bit more deeply and see how blocks work in AutoCAD as well. First things first, though, we're going to look at groups. Now, you need to be in the Home tab on the ribbon, and ideally just use the 0 layer here, the default layer. So scroll up to the top of the layer drop down, select the 0 like so. And you'll find the groups panel here on the Home tab on the ribbon. Just click on the flyout arrow and pin it open, because you will need to go back to this group manager occasionally when you're working with groups. Now, before we work out what's going to go in our group, we're going to zoom in on this central area of the drawing. Now, you'll notice we've got some chairs and some tables and some sofas and some tables. And what we're going to look at here is we're going to look at grouping these bits of furniture together using groups in AutoCAD. That'll allow us basically to manipulate them and move them around a little bit more easily. Now, just before we start, just make sure that group bounding box is on, like so. Just click on it like that, and it will highlight in the panel there. That way, when you select a group, there's a bounding box showing you the boundary of the group. It's a little gray line, and you'll see that when we create our first group. Now, the way to create a group, I always avoid just going straight to the group command here, because it creates a group of objects with a random name. If you go to Group Manager first, it'll open up the Object Grouping dialog box. And what you want to do is you want to put your group name in here. Now, this is all entrance furniture, so I'm going to call this one ENT_FURN, and then I'm just going to put 001, like that. Now, you can give it a description if you want to. That's entirely up to you. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create this group. So we click on New. That'll take us into the drawing area, and you've got to select the objects that you want to go in the group. So I want these 3 objects here, the 2 sofas and the table. Now you can pick them individually, or I'm going to click here, drag a crossing selection. I can just go to about there if I want to. They all cross within the window, like so. Once they're selected, press Enter to finish. And now you'll see in your object grouping, you've got Entrance Furniture 001, and yes, they are selectable. Now, make sure they are selectable. That always helps. Otherwise, you can't select it in the drawing. So make sure that that is selectable by ticking the box and then click on OK. Now, when you hover over this, you'll see they're all one object. And when you click on it, there's your group bounding box that I mentioned. But the benefit you have, if I zoom out slightly, is I've just got the one grip, and I can just go, oh, I want to move those down there as a group. Hit Escape to deselect. It's that quick and it's that easy. So let's do the same with this furniture here. We'll zoom in again a little bit. We'll go back to the group manager and we'll click on New. So this time the group name will be Entrance Furniture 002. So ENT_FURN 002. Now you'll notice I'm doing this in uppercase and lowercase. The groups always end up in uppercase in the listing. So it doesn't matter too much if you put in lowercase. Just make sure you spell things correctly, obviously. So we click on New again. I'm going to do a little crossing selection here. Make sure I get everything, like so. Enter to confirm. Takes me back to the object grouping dialog box. So I've got 2 groups now. Again, though, make sure it's selectable. Tick that box there and click on OK. Now, when I zoom out, I can now click on this one. I've got the little grip in the center with the bounding box, and I'll perhaps place those down here near the entrance of the building, like so. And again, hit Escape to deselect the group. Now, the groups are really easy to use because you can just click on them and move them wherever you want them to go. But more importantly, how do I remove objects from a group? Or more importantly, lose a group or edit a group? Well, very easy. You've got these icons here. You've got here Group Edit. You've got here Explodes or Ungroups a group. So let's go to this one first. Let's go to Ungroup. So I select it, and select a group. So if I select this group here, like so, they are now ungrouped. Can you see on the command line, group entrance furniture 002 exploded, and they're now back to their original objects. I'll hit escape, obviously, to deselect them. This is still a group though. So what happens if I want to edit a group? Well, I'll just hit escape there like so, and I'll go here, edit group, like so, adds or removes objects from a group. So as soon as I do that, it says select the group. Okay, I'll select the group. There we go. And I've got a choice of add objects, remove objects, or rename the group. I'm going to go to remove objects like so, and I'm going to select the table and remove that and press enter to confirm. Now, here's where it gets really clever. Because if I select that now and click on the grip and just move up, you'll notice now that I've only got the two sofas there. Hit escape to deselect. The table is now out on its own again as its own little table. So the trick there is that you can work with the groups, add and remove objects from the groups, and edit the groups really quickly and easily. The only thing I must stress is when you're working with groups, always go to that group manager first, like so, because it brings up the object grouping dialog box and you can name your group first before you select the objects. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to select this one like so, and I'm going to explode that. Now I can explode it, or I can go to remove like so, and I'll remove those two objects like that. And you'll notice enter to confirm, and it will go, there's no objects in there. When I OK that, you'll see that that's on its own and that's on its own, but I've still got a group there. If I go to group manager though, that is there. So all I've got to do is I can explode that. So if I explode it, you'll notice it disappears. Okay, that, and I've got no groups left, but all my objects now are back to their individual objects. Nothing is grouped anymore. Very quick and easy, and groups are really useful if you've got a bunch of geometric objects that you want to move all in one go. So group them together, give them a name, move them around your AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our reusing content.dwg file, and I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. So you can now unpin the groups panel on the ribbon like so. What I'd also like you to do is double click on the wheel and zoom extents like we've done in previous videos. And then go to the home tab on the ribbon and click on the flyout here on the layers panel and just scroll up to the top and make sure you're on the 0 layer. That's really important this time for this particular video, and you'll see why in a moment. Now, what we're going to do is we're basically going to create and use a simple AutoCAD block. We're going to create a simple chair block. So what I'd like you to do is zoom in on the central area like we did at the beginning of the last video when we were using groups. Now, there's a little bit of space near the spline that forms that little weird kind of separating wall between the stairs and the entrance area. And we're going to create a simple chair. So zoom in reasonably close so that you've got a bit of space. And there's our 0 layer. Make sure we're on our 0 layer. We're then going to create a simple rectangle. So we're going to go to the draw panel, up here, click on the flyout and select rectangle. Pick a point about here, click and drag upwards like so. Now, this is going to be the seat of a small chair. So roughly speaking, if we went for, say, about 600 by 600 millimeters, that's the seat of a small chair. So in each of the boxes here, you can type 600 like that, and then press the comma key, and then type 600 again like that, and then just press enter, and you'll get a small square like that. You can see it kind of relates to the chairs over here in the hot desking. It's a similar size. I'm then going to zoom in nice and close because I want to work on the chair itself. That's it at the moment. And we're going to create some really simple rectangles off of this and use the mirror command and just make it look like a sort of lounge type chair that you might have in an entrance area of a building. So back to the rectangle command, and I'm going to click here like so, click that point there, and I'm going to come out, but I'm going to hover over this endpoint here and drag outwards like that. And I'm going to type in there 150. Make sure your polar tracking is coming out like that though. 150, enter. And that's going to be the arm of our chair. Then all we've got to do is go to the mirror command on the modify panel and select our smaller rectangle we've just created. Enter to confirm. First point of the mirror line, Make sure your object snaps are on down here, and it's midpoint to midpoint. Erase source objects? No, because we want 2 arms on the chair. Last but not least, we're going to create a very simple 3-point arc on the back of the chair. So we go to the draw panel again, click on the arc here and select 3-point. I'm going to start here, left click. I'm then going to hover over the midpoint. Don't click on it, and come vertically upwards to about there. It doesn't have to be exact, but make sure you got that polar tracking kicking in, and left click, and then come down to this endpoint and left click again. So there's our funky looking lounge chair. The arc forms the back of the chair, and the 2 rectangles form the arms of the chair. You can now zoom out slightly again to give you some reference as to where things are. Now, we're going to make this into a very simple block called lounge chair. So what we're going to do now is go to the Insert tab on the ribbon. Now, I always use the Insert tab when I'm working with blocks because I've got the block panel and the block definition like so. So we need to go to block definition here, click on the flyout and select Create Block. Now, the reason I've got you on the 0 layer is whenever you create a block on the 0 layer, it will always adopt the current drafting layer. Now, I haven't changed the current drafting layer at the moment, but I'll show you how that works in a minute. A block definition has to have a name, so we're going to call it lounge chair, like that. All one word. Base point, we pick a point. You don't need to put X, Y, and Z in or specify on screen. You can if you want to, but ideally you want to give this block an insertion point so it can be used over and over again. Hence, we are reusing the content. Pick point like so, and I would normally go for a midpoint there perhaps, or a midpoint there. Up to you. I'm going for the midpoint at the front. Click there. And as you can see, there's no way I could have guessed the X and Y values there. Not easily. Make sure your block unit is millimeters because we're working in millimeters for this particular project. We now need to select the objects that make the block. So we click on the Select Objects button there, and we click 1, 2, 3, and don't forget the square that forms the seat, 4. So there should be 4 total objects down on the command line. Press enter to confirm, and you can see our little preview there now. Looks like a briefcase, in fact. It's actually meant to be a chair. And we want to convert these to a block. Now you've got a choice. You can retain the original objects, the rectangles and the arc. You can convert the objects to a block, or let's make you a little bit nervous here. Let's go to delete. Now, delete is fun. What will happen is the block is added to the DWG file, but it will delete the original objects that you used to form the block. It does not need to be annotative, but we will scale it uniformly in the X and Y direction. So tick the uniformly box and also allow exploding. Always allow exploding for your blocks because you might need to explode one, tweak it slightly and create a slightly different block from it. So it's always useful to allow exploding. We don't need to open in the block editor. We will cover that later. Click on OK and your chair has disappeared, but don't panic. It's in the DWG file. So what we do now is we go back to the Home tab on the ribbon. We change our layer. We're going to change it to the furniture layer. So use the slider bar. And there's the furniture layer there because we want our block to come in on the current drafting layer because we created it on layer 0. I then go back to the Insert tab on the ribbon, or you can use the block panel here on the Home tab. It's the same thing. You go to Insert like so, and there's lots of different blocks like so. Or you can go blocks from libraries, favorite blocks, or recent blocks. So what we can do here now is we need to scroll down this list. As you can see, I'm just using the wheel. There's all different blocks. Can you see all the different chairs and things? And we need to scroll down pretty fast. We need to get down to L, to our lounge chair. And you can see there's our lounge chair there, like so. Now you'll notice some of these blocks are colored. That's because they've been saved on their own individual layers. Ours has been created on layer 0, hence it's white on the layer 0. But when I click on lounge chair, and come in, there's our lounge chair. You can see the insertion point that I set up. All I've got to do now is click. Now you'll notice before I click, I can right click, I can specify a different base point, I can scale it, rotate it, explode it, or repeat, which means I can add more than one block. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to click once here, roughly where I created it, and there is my block reference. If I hover over that, you can see it is a block reference on the layer furniture. If I select it, right click and go to properties and look down at the bottom, there you go, lounge chair, not annotative, it's rotated at 0 and it's millimeters. So the unit factor is 1, millimeters to millimeters, because that's in millimeters and our drawing's in millimeters. So I'll close the properties palette now, hit escape a couple of times, and that's basically how you create and reuse your simple block in your AutoCAD drawings. Once again, we're staying in our reusing content.dwg file. And you can see I've left it in the same state as it was where we created our little lounge chair block here, which is currently on the furniture layer. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the explode command to explode it back to its original objects. You'll remember in the previous video when we created the block, I said to tick that allow exploding box in the block creation dialog box. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to zoom in a bit closer like that so that we can see the lounge chair block. I'm going to select the block. You can see it's a block, and as you can see, it's all one object, and there's the insertion point I specified like so. I'm then going to go up to the Modify panel on the Home tab and click on Explode. There it is there. And you'll see it goes back to its original objects, the arcs and the rectangles on layer 0. If I select one of those, you'll see they're on layer 0. Hit Escape to deselect. Now, I'm going to utilize the fillet command to update the arms on my lounge chair, like so. Modify panel on the Home tab, click on the flyout and select fillet. I'm going to right click and select a radius of 45 millimeters and press enter. And then because they're polylines, I can right click and go polyline and just hover over it and click like so. I can then right click again, repeat fillet, right click again, polyline, quick and easy because it remembers the radius, and click again. So what I've done there now is I've exploded my lounge chair block back to its original objects and made some changes. Weirdly enough, those changes make it look like the little Android robot for Android phones, which is not what I planned at all. But it just looks a bit funkier now. It's a nicer looking lounge chair. It's got those nice curved arms on it, and it looks like it would fit into an entrance area of a building, which is where obviously the block is placed at the moment. In the next video, I'm now going to show you how to redefine this as a block, because at the moment, our block is still the block with the square rectangular arms, but we want to redefine that existing block that we created in the previous video to this block with the nice curvy funky arms that we've just created after exploding our block definition in the drawing. So let's move along to that next video and I'll show you how to get this back to our lounge chair block. Once again, we're staying in our reusing content.dwg file. And as promised at the end of the last video, we're going to redefine our lounge chair block. Now, we've already made the changes. We exploded our original lounge chair block and gave it those nice funky curved arms on the sides using the fillet command and the polylines that formed the arms on the side of the lounge chair. Now, you'll notice if you go to the Home tab on the ribbon, in your layers panel here, furniture is the current drafting layer. That's fine. You don't need to be on the 0 layer because these objects are already on the 0 layer. So that's great. So make sure that everything that forms your lounge chair block is still on the 0 layer. I'm hoping you haven't made any changes. So we've now got our new lounge chair shape. You can see we've got these nice curved arms that just look a little bit nicer aesthetically in the drawing. We're going to redefine our lounge chair block. Now, one of the real quick ways of getting to the block command is just literally type block like that. You'll see it come up on the suggestion menu and just press enter. That'll bring up the block definition dialog box. Now, if we're going to redefine a block, we need to find it in our list of all the blocks that are in the DWG file. So there's lots of blocks in here. So you just need to use the slider bar, come down to L, and there's our lounge chair. Just select it in the list. You can see the little preview looks like our original lounge chair block. So we need a base point here, pick point like we did last time. Going to use that midpoint snap there, just like I did last time. We then go to select objects like so, and make sure we select all the objects that form our chair and press enter. You'll see a little preview now. Can you see that? And that looks a bit more like a chair I'd like to see in my drawing. Now, we're going to use the convert to block option. And the reason I'm doing that is we're just converting these objects to the lounge chair block. But the benefit is they're on layer 0, and as soon as you convert to block, because they're on layer 0, they'll adopt the furniture layer up here in the layers panel. Make sure you scale uniformly, like you did last time. Make sure you allow exploding, like you did last time, for exactly this reason, so that you can redefine the block. The block unit here will remain in millimeters, and no, you don't need to open in the block editor, so just leave that unticked. Click on OK now, and it will say, hang on a minute, lounge chair is already defined as a block in this drawing. Would you like to redefine this block reference? There's one instance of lounge chair in this drawing, which is correct. It's this one here that we've exploded. So we want to redefine our block. So all instances of this block will be updated. Click there, and there's our new block. And it's adopted the furniture layer because all the original objects that we made into the block were on layer 0. If I select that now, you can see it's all one object and it's a block. If I right click, go to properties, it's still our lounge chair block, you can see there, and it is a block reference on layer furniture. Just close the properties palette, hit escape to deselect, zoom out slightly, and we've got a slightly funkier looking lounge chair, which, like I said, does look a bit like the Android robot for Android phones, which I didn't plan, but it looks nice all the same. So what we've done there is exploded a block, but also we've got the ability there to redefine a block very quickly and easily in our AutoCAD drawings. Once again, we're staying in our reusing content.dwg file. In the previous video, we looked at how we redefined our block, our lounge chair block, this block right here. What we're going to look at now is another way of redefining it, but more importantly, another way of redefining it so that we have a separate drawing of our redefined block that we can then insert into any other drawing. It's not restrained to this particular reusing content.dwg file. It's a really cool command in AutoCAD called wblock. Now, if I go to the Insert tab on the ribbon and just click here under Create Block in the Block Definition panel, right block is the wblock command there, but you can just type wblock as well rather than having to go find it. So I'm just going to hit Escape to lose that little drop-down menu there. And again, I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to my little funky lounge chair block. Now, wblock is really easy. You just type wblock like so. And that's the way I get to it every time, just wblock and enter. And that will open up the right block dialog box. Now, the nice thing is I can go and select a block from my current DWG file, our reusing content.dwg. So I click on block here, and you'll recognize the list when you click on it. It looks similar to when we redefined the block in the previous video. Just scroll down the list. There's a lounge chair right there. Now, the good thing is because you're selecting an existing block, you don't have to worry about a base point or selecting objects. It knows that you're using these objects here. You specify a file name and path. Now, I've already preset my file name and path there. It's loungechair.dwg, and it's in a particular location. If you want to change that, you can just go here, click here, and you can go to a standard file selection dialog box and define a location. The units are going to be millimeters in this case. Again, millimeters drawing, millimeter blocks. I'm going to click on OK there, and you'll see a little flash in the top left corner of the screen. That's AutoCAD writing that block to its own drawing file. Now, if I go up to Open here now, you'll see that I have a lounge chair DWG file. Does that look familiar? That little preview does, doesn't it? So if I double click on that and just open that now, you'll see that I've got nothing. You need to double click on the wheel to zoom extents because it goes to the same coordinates in the new drawing as it is in your existing drawing. So there's our chair, and you'll see that it's all its original objects. Can you see the rectangles, polylines, etc.? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the Home tab now on the ribbon. And what I'm going to do is use that fillet command again. So fillet, select it there from the drop down on the modify panel, right click, radius, and it remembers our 45 that we used previously. Excellent. Press enter, or if it's 0, just put 45 in there and then press enter. Right click again, and I'm going to go to polyline. And I'm going to select the seat of the chair this time and click like so. That makes that all nice and neat and tidy, but we've got some gaps up at the top. We want the back of the chair to come in and look good as well. Now you've got a choice here. You can click on the arc and use the grips and move them to the endpoints there, or the one that's really nice is the extend command. So we go to modify, click on this fly out here and select extend. Now in newer versions of AutoCAD, all I've got to do is hover over the end of the arc and click like that. But in older versions of AutoCAD, you'd have to right click, select your boundary edge, which in this case would be there, and then enter to confirm, and then extend it out like that. And then press enter to finish. It all looks really cool and neat and tidy. So what you can do now is you can save your lounge chair.dwg file. Look, that's the name of the file at the top of the screen. So we come up here to save like that. Don't use save as because you need the same name in the DWG file as you do as the block reference. Otherwise you can't redefine. So it's save, the little disk icon here. Click on save. That'll save it. And you'll see QSave appear on the command line. Once you've done that, you'll notice there's no asterisks on the lounge chair file tab. Come over the red cross, click and close it. Now you're back in your reusing content.dwg file. But here's the really neat trick that I really like now, is I can go to insert like so, and I want to insert my block. So I can come down here and insert like that, and there's all my blocks there. So I can come down here and I find my lounge chair. Now my lounge chair here would actually be a block that you'd have to find, right, in the list. But what I've got to do now is I've got to go and find it from somewhere else. So I want blocks from libraries, favorite blocks, or recent blocks. If I go to recent blocks, you'll see that I've got a lounge chair there and a lounge chair there. Now what I can do is I can go and find a different block. It's very easy. I go to libraries here and I specify a different file or new folder location. Now this is a different way of doing things in AutoCAD compared to the old way. So I can go here and click there, and I need to go and find my particular file. Now I've got to jump through a few hoops here. I've got to go to my C drive, like so, CAD FM, current business, LinkedIn Learning, and there's my current content. And you'll see that I've got various files there. I want to go into that one, exercise files, and reusing content. There's my lounge chair. Now I'm using the DWG file there. So if I open that now, can you see there's the path? There's the lounge chair. Now it's gone to the DWG file, not the block in the reusing content.dwg file. So my options now here in the libraries are I can specify an insertion point, uniform scale, etc., etc. Now if I tick insertion point, that means I can pick the insertion point where it's going to go. But what I've done using the libraries tab in the new blocks palette is it's allowed me now to locate a different DWG file that represents the same block that I've got in my existing drawing. So if I click here, I can right click on it, insert and redefine, or I can just insert it, redefine only, etc. So there's some really nice options there. I can insert it, I can insert and redefine the block, I can redefine only, which means that the block reference lounge chair will be redefined, or I can insert and explode it, or I can copy it to my favorites tab as well, which is always useful. I'm going to go insert and redefine. And as I come in and click there, Do you see what happens? There's my redefined one that I created from the DWG file, but here's the one that I created earlier, and it's redefined already, which is fantastic. So basically what I can do now is insert that lounge chair block, and it's got the redefinitions against it already because I've defined that path in my libraries tab in my blocks palette. It's really quick and easy, and the blocks palette in the newer versions of AutoCAD really does allow you to create blocks and redefine blocks really quickly and easily, especially if you're using that W block command as well. Remember though, this is for newer versions of AutoCAD. You might need to go back to one of the older courses in the library to see blocks used in a different way in an older version of AutoCAD as well. We're staying in the reusing content chapter, but I've got a new drawing for you. It's called dynamicblock.dwg, and what I'd like you to do is open up the dynamicblock.dwg file once you've obviously downloaded it from the library. You may have downloaded it already, and it might already be in a folder somewhere ready to be used. But just make sure you've opened up the dynamicblock.dwg file. Make sure also you are on the layer 0 for the moment, and also more importantly, you are in the model tab. Now, the reason we're on the layer 0 at the moment is we've been drawing this particular rectangular polyline there and this arc there, like so, to represent a door and a door swing. Now, if you go to the layer drop-down, you'll see that we've got some layers, very simple layers, door and walls. Now, what we've been doing is creating objects that we want to convert into a dynamic block. This is a really nice feature in AutoCAD that allows you to add different tools to a block. We're going to add a flip action, which is a bit like the mirror command. Make sure you go to the door layer though, because when you create your block, you obviously want it to go onto the current drafting layer. Because the objects that we're using are on layer 0, like in the previous videos, they will automatically go onto the drafting layer, which is our door layer. Now, we're going to create a block, so we go to the Insert tab now on the ribbon, and we've got here Create Block in the Block Definition panel, so click on Create Block, like we've done before. But this time it will be a door, but what I always do is if it's a dynamic block, I do an underscore and then DYN for dynamic, so people know it's a dynamic block. AutoCAD also displays a little lightning symbol next to any blocks that are dynamic. So you'll see that little lightning symbol as well. We're going to go to Pick Point, like so, and I'm going to use, if you zoom in, this little corner here. Can you see where it might be the hinge point for the door? It's also the bottom corner of the door, like that. So I've got an endpoint snap on that little rectangle that forms the door. There's no way I could have guessed those values, as you can see. Now, we need to select the objects that make up the block. So we need to zoom out, but to do that, we need to click on Select Objects and then roll back on the wheel a few notches and pan down. You want to select the door, the rectangle, and the arc. That's it. And then enter to confirm, and you'll see the little preview in the block definition dialog box. We do want to convert to a block this time, so make sure that is selected. And it's not going to be annotative. We're just doing this in the model space to see how the workflow works. I'm going to scale uniformly and allow exploding because I might need to make some changes later and create a different block from this block. Now, you'll remember when we created the last block, I said do not tick open in block editor. This time we're going to tick it. And then when you click on OK, something really weird happens in AutoCAD. You go into this space that you've never seen before. You've got the block editor in the tab on the ribbon at the top, and you've also got the block authoring palettes right here. Now, you're now in the block editor, which is where you can add the parameters and the actions to create a dynamic block. I'm going to do this at a really simple level because I don't want to get into too much detail here because I've already got a dynamic blocks course in the library that delves into this a lot more deeply. So we're going to create a simple dynamic block. Roll back on the wheel a notch, just so you've got a bit more space around your rectangle and your arc. Now, we're going to create what is called a base point first. So make sure you're in the Parameters tab on the palette, Base Point. Click on it, and the base point goes where we selected the insertion point for the block. And you'll see it adds a little sort of circular, sort of crosshair type thing there. That just means that you've got a base point to work from with the dynamic block in the drawing. Now, we need to add our flip parameter first. That's really important. So we're going to add 2 of these. So we're going to go flip parameter to the block definition. And it asks for the base point of the reflection line. Shift and right click on your mouse, and you want mid between 2 points on the override snap menu, and it's endpoint there and also endpoint there. And you go vertically upwards above the door. Make sure the polar tracking kicks in to 90 degrees and click. And there's our flip state 1. It will now ask you to put the label somewhere. Just put it above the sort of parameter there like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. What it's telling me now, though, is I've got a flip parameter without an action because I've got that little exclamation mark there. So I need to add an action to that at some point. Now, the trick is to do this one by one. So you add the parameter and then the action. So now I need to go to the Actions tab and select my flip action. It adds a flip action to the block definition. Click on flip, and it will now say select parameter. So there's my parameter, my flip state 1. You can rename these. They don't have to be flip state 1. You can right click and change the properties if you want to. So I'm selecting that there like so, and selecting objects, roll back on the wheel and select absolutely everything. And then enter to confirm, and you'll see flip state 1. You'll also see that you've got a flip action. Can you see that? So when you hover over it now, there's your action there, flip 1. Okay, we've done that. Hit escape a couple of times just to deselect everything, make sure nothing else is selected. We're now going to create another flip parameter. So we go parameters again, we go back to flip, and this time you're going to zoom in a bit and you're going to go from this endpoint, click, and then pan across to this endpoint here and click, and put your flip state 2 just out here somewhere and click. So you can see there, we've got another arrow. Can you see that one there? There it is there. Now, it might have been better to maybe do it the other way, just so that arrow is over here. So there's nothing to stop you selecting it and deleting it like any other AutoCAD object. So let's go back to Parameters tab, flip, and maybe go the other way. So go this way. So 1, and then 2, and put the flip state 2 over here. And can you see the arrow appears over there? Now, if I zoom out again slightly, you can see that we've got a flip going in each direction. Now, this arrow has an exclamation mark. So we go back to Actions, like so. Flip action there, like so. Select this parameter this time. And we need to select the objects, absolutely everything, including your flip state 1, because that will obviously flip with your flip state 2. Select everything and enter to confirm. Now, the nice thing is I don't have to leave the block editor just yet. I can test my block in the test block area here. So I go up to test block, and I'm in like a drawing environment. I select the block. I can flip that way. It works. I can flip that way. It works. Close the test block, and I'm back in the block editor. Now, what I can do here now is go to close block editor, like so. And it will prompt me to say, do I want to save the changes? Well, of course I do, because I'm making my dynamic block. So I save the changes to door DYN. As soon as I do that, I'm back into my AutoCAD drawing area, and you can see it's adopted the door layer. So when I click on that now, I've got some nice flip actions available. There's my base point that I placed, and I can flip this way, and I can flip this way, like so. Hit escape to deselect. And what I've done there now is it saves me having to perform the mirror command. I just click on the block, click on the flip, and it flips it that way, or I can flip it that way, doesn't matter which way I flip it. Those arrows allow me to flip it in all the directions that I need to manipulate that door block in my AutoCAD drawings. I can then just hit escape to deselect. It's back to its green layer color, and I can replicate that. And because it's a block, I can place that anywhere and everywhere in my AutoCAD drawing. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at attributes and tables in AutoCAD. We have a new drawing for you. It's called attributes.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with the videos as usual. You'll also recognize the drawing from previous videos and previous chapters too. Now, what we're going to do in this particular drawing is switch off a few layers so that it's not so busy, just before we create a small block with some attributes. So we're going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, Layers panel here, and we're going to click on the flyout here and slide all the way up with the slider bar. And we want this layer here to be frozen, A010D_dim. So when you click on the sun symbol there, you'll see that all your dimensions and dimension annotation disappears on the drawing. Just hit escape to lose the drop-down menu, and it just allows us to work with the geometry rather than anything else at the moment. We can switch it back on later, no problem at all. Now, what we're also going to do is go back to the layer drop-down, and as we're creating a block, we want to make sure that our objects that we use to create the block are on layer 0. So I'm going to click on the 0 there and make the default layer 0 the current drafting layer. Now you'll remember in the previous chapter, if we create a block on layer 0, it automatically adopts the current drafting layer when you bring it into the drawing. We're going to zoom in on the hot desking area here, and you'll remember we created an array of our little executive chairs. You can see the array there. So I'm going to click on that first. Go to the Home tab on the ribbon and click on Explode on the Modify panel. We don't need the array anymore. And what we're also going to do, once we've exploded the array, is we're going to remove all of these here. So we're removing the 3 chairs and the 3 lines that make up the hot desks. So we'll just delete those. You can use Erase or just hit the Delete key on the keyboard. Zoom and pan over here, like so, to about here. And then you can see the chair and you can see the line. Now we're going to explode the chair block. Now you think to yourself, why are we exploding the chair block? Well, we're going to create a block with attributes that represents that entire hot desking workstation. And I'll show you exactly how. So click on the chair like so, and again, hit explode here on the modify panel, and that'll explode. And when you click on one of these now, you'll see it's on layer 0 anyway. That's great. No problem at all. We don't need to worry about that. And then also here, we click on this line and we click on the drop down here and we go up here to our 0 layer and put it on the 0 layer. Click on the 0. That'll put the line on the 0 layer as well. And just hit escape now to deselect. Now we're going to basically create a rectangle here that represents a desk. And the quickest and easiest way to do this is to utilize our line we've got here. So we're going to go up to the polyline command on the draw panel. And I'm going to come from this object snap, click, and just work my way around creating a polyline there like so. Enter to finish. You'll remember polyline edit from previously in the course. So we type PE, polyline edit, and enter. We select our polyline here that we've just created there. We select join, and we join the line segment to it there. Press enter to finish once, like that. That'll take us back to the polyline edit menu, and then enter to close the command. We now have a rectangle that represents a desk. We now have a group of arcs, lines, circles, etc. that represent a chair. Now, the benefit we have is we can now create a block, but we're going to create a block with attributes. We're going to add an attribute to this desk, and it's just going to be the desk number. So we go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then we're going to go here to our Block Definition panel and Define Attributes. This will bring up our Attribute Definition dialog box. Now, one of the things that we are going to do here is utilize that geometric center snap that we've used previously. And the reason that I've made this into a rectangular polyline is so that we can do that. So our tag here will be desk number. And when you create attributes, no spaces. It doesn't like spaces. So I've just put desk NO for desk number. The prompt will be literally as if you were typing the prompt. So I normally do that, desk number, and then a question mark. And the default might be, say, D999. That's the default value that it will put into the attribute for us. Now, the justification here, I want to be middle center. I want it in the middle of the desk. And the text style, my suggestion here may be you've got multi-leaders, labels, title layout, etc. I would potentially use something like labels model 250 millimeters here, because you want it to be that size on your particular drawing. And the good thing about labels model 250 millimeters is it's not annotative. So it will always be 250 millimeters high in the model tab. Doesn't matter what annotation scale or viewport scale you're using. It'll always stay the same height, 250 in the model tab. That's great. And you can see the text height there is grayed out because it's taken on board that height of the text style. You don't want this to be annotative at all. The insertion point, we will specify that on screen, and it'll lock the position as well. So when you bring the attribute in, it's going to specify that on the screen. We'll use the geometric center snap. Rotation 0, that's great. We want it horizontal. That's all good. So when I click on OK now, there's my desk number attribute. Now you'll see it's got a left-hand crosshair kind of justification going on there. Don't worry about that. We now need to specify where it's going to go on the desk. So this is now a shift and a right click to bring up our override snaps. And we want geometric center, like I mentioned. There's our geometric center. There's our desk number attribute in place. Now we need to select everything and make our workstation block. So like we've done previously, block definition panel on the insert tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout and create block. And this time it will be Office Workstation will be the name. Type that in. Try not to spell it incorrectly. Always bad to see blocks with badly spelt names. And we're going to go for a pick point here like so. So the point I'm going to pick is going to be the midpoint snap there. Now, the reason I'm using the midpoint snap there is I can then snap to the middle of any space I want to drop it into. Now, thinking about it, midpoint might not be the best object snap to use. Why is that? Well, if you think about it, you normally put a desk into a corner. So maybe if we went for, say, an endpoint snap there on the endpoint corner there of the desk, that might be better. As you can see, the X and Y values would not be easy to work out. What we're going to do is select the objects, hit the select objects icon there, and we're going to select the desk. Don't forget the attribute and everything that makes up your chair. So it's all one object when it becomes a block. So it's a block with a desk, a chair, and a desk number. What I can do then is press enter to confirm my selection, and there's my little preview going on there. Now we're going to convert this to block, much easier that way. And then the behavior, we don't want it to be annotative, but we do want to scale uniformly, and we do want to allow exploding. I've mentioned it before, if you allow exploding in your blocks, it means you can explode them, update them, and create a different block from your block. Again, millimeters, hyperlink we don't need, but you can add a hyperlink like a URL or something to your blocks if you want to. We are not going to open this in the block editor, so we can untick open in block editor. Now, as soon as I click on OK, that becomes a block, but it's also prompting us now, what is our desk number attribute? Now, you'll find that this comes up with any block with attributes when you insert the block into the drawing. So I'm going to click on OK, and there's my D999 attribute. So when I click on that, can you see it's all one object, all one block, but you've now created a block with an attribute. With that selected, if I right click and go to properties, you'll see that there's the attribute there, desk number D999. You've got all the other information about the block as we've had in previous videos where we've used blocks. The one thing I will do is with that still selected now, I'll go to the Home tab on the ribbon. 0 is our current drafting layer, so it brought the block in on the 0 layer. Ideally, needs to be on the furniture layer, so we'll just pop it on the furniture layer. It escaped to deselect, and there's our little hot desk all in place like so. The benefit you have now is you can select the block, and there's the grip there. So I select that grip, and I can right-click, move, right-click, and copy to use that grip, and I can just drop a block into each hot desking area and enter to finish. You'll also notice there is a slight gap there because when we initially created our hot desking area there. We just extended the line across to the wall. Now we've got 4 desks, 4 chairs, all representing the same size desk and chair, etc. Unfortunately, where I've obviously copied them, they've all got the same attributes, so the desk numbers would need to change. But we'll look at that in the next video. And remember, when you're working with grip edits, like we've just done so, to put the desks across the hot desking area, you want to just hit escape a couple of times to deselect the block you were working with. We're staying in our attributes.dwg file, and you'll remember in the previous video we created our little workstation block with the attributes. It had the desk number on it. And you can see at the moment we've got our desks and chairs with our little workstation block all set up in our hot desking area. The only problem is they all have the same desk number. How do we alter our attributes, obviously, to change that? Well, let's start with the desk here, the little workstation here on the left-hand end. All you've got to do is hover over it and double-click on it. That'll bring up a really cool little function in AutoCAD called the Enhanced Attribute Editor. I'm just going to pop it over here to the right so that you can see what's going on with your block. Now, we're working on this block here, and you can see it tells us the block name, Office Workstation. It tells us the tag name, desk number. And there it is there. I can select it in the list, and I can change the value. So let's change this to D100. So that'll change the value. It does that automatically on the screen, which is actually really, really nice. And what we'll do there is we'll apply that. So that is applied. We can also mess around with our text options. So I can change the text style. I can change the justification. I can change the rotation, just like I did when I created the attribute. But it's the properties that are really useful, because at the moment, obviously that's on layer 0, that attribute, which is fine, but we can change the color. Let's make it red so it stands out in the drawing. Or I could potentially change the line weight or the line type. Not ideal with text though. So what I'll do is I'll apply that and I'll OK that. Job done. That's D100 using the Enhanced Attribute Editor. So let's jump in here real quick. We'll do the other attributes now. So we need to change this one to D101, like so. We'll go to Properties, Color, and we'll make that red as well. And we'll apply it and OK it. And we've just got to jump across each time now, making sure that we change it to the appropriate desk number. So this will be 102. And properties again, we'll change the color there to red, apply and OK. Last but not least, just jump in here. We'll make sure that this is also 103 and we'll change the properties to red again so that they stand out on our drawing. So we'll apply that and OK that. Now what we've got are our workstation blocks. As you can see, they're all numbered correctly and the numbers stand out because we've changed the properties in the Enhanced Attribute Editor. It's a really useful tool available to you in AutoCAD if you've got blocks with attributes. Now, I've created a really simple attribute and changed the properties, but you can see the benefits there. If you've got lots of attributes on a block, you can go in and edit those at any time using the Enhanced Attribute Editor. We're jumping into a new drawing now in this chapter, and it's called tablestyles.dwg. And you can see it's a really simple drawing when you open it up in the Model tab. So make sure you're in the Model tab. We're not actually going to use the Layout tabs for this particular video. And what we're going to do is we're going to start working with tables and table styles, which again is another part of how we work with the information in our AutoCAD drawings. There's nothing better than a neatly laid out table to display information that people need to know. So we're in our tablestyles.dwg file, and you can see we've got 3 simple shapes. We've got a rectangle, which is there, and you can see it's on the rectangle layer. We've also got a circle, which strangely enough is on the circle layer. We've also got a polygon, which is an octagon, and that's on the polygon layer. Now, the reason I've drawn those is basically each of those is, in essence, a polyline. A rectangle is a polyline. A circle is a circle. It's not classed as a polyline. It's called a circle in AutoCAD. And the octagon is another polyline using the polygon command. They've got their own layers, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a table that represents the information in each of those particular pieces of geometry. Now, we've got some layers, so go to the Home tab on the ribbon and go to the Layer drop-down. Just make sure you're on the Tables layer and it's your current drafting layer, because we don't want to make any changes or create anything on the layers that we're using for the shapes down here. Now, the first thing we need to do is create a table style. Now, we can do this in two different ways. We can do it from the annotation here on the Home tab on the ribbon. So annotation panel works. We can expand it out here, and you can see there's the table style icon there if you wish. Now, something that I often do when I'm working with annotation is go to the Annotate tab. And the reason I do that is I've got all of the table information here in the Tables panel. If you want to go to Table Styles, which we're going to, you then just click on this little arrow here on the panel title bar. So if I click there, there's my Table Style dialog box. Now, at the moment, we've got the standard table style. That's it, just the default style. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on New, and our new style name, we will call it Geometry, because all of our information is going to be about geometry in the table. And we'll click on Continue, like so. Now, we get the new table style dialog box now. Now, this is where we've got to go through everything and make sure it's all doing what it should. It's really important that we do this. Now, here, select table to start from. Well, we don't need to worry about that. And table direction, you can go down, and you'll also notice you can go up. Ideally, you want to go down the table, title, header, and then data. Now, we need to set up our cell styles. So let's start at the top. We'll select title, like so. And we've got three tabs, general, text, and borders, like so. So let's go to general. Properties. Do you want a fill color? Now, I often fill the title bar of my table. So I'm going to go for a color. I'm going to go to select color and use the AutoCAD color table because I want to use a nice gray like that, and I'll okay that. Can you see it shows you that in the preview? The alignment of the text is middle center and the type is a label. You can also have data, but we're going to have a label. Format, general is fine. Now the margins there, remember this is going to be in model space. 1.5 millimeters is going to be quite small because this drawing is in millimeters because I'm from the UK and I use millimeters as a general unit of measurement. So let's tweak these to 50. And we'll just tweak those to 50 millimeters. You'll see why when we actually place the table in the drawing. Now, that's all fine there. So we go to text. Everything will look a bit weird in the preview initially. Don't panic. So we've got text style here. Standard is fine. Text height is 6. As you can see, a little bit small. So we've got a 50 margin. We ideally want to go to about 150 for the text height. Text color. You can do that by block. I'm going to do it by layer because we want it on the same layer that we're using to create the table, which is tables. So go by layer. That means it will be red. Text angle 0 for horizontal. That's all good. Now, you'll notice the other headers and data cells are looking very small. Don't panic. We're now going to go to header, like so. Go to the General tab again. Fill color, might go for a different color this time. So I'll go select color, and I'm going to go for that pale green there, like so, and click on OK. Alignment middle center is good. General and label is fine. Margins, update these to 50, like we did for the title up here. So we'll change those to 50 as well. And again, remember this is all in millimeters. If you were working to create an imperial table, you'd be using your inches, feet and inches, etc. I'm going to go to text now. Text style standard. Text height, we're going to go with 150 again, like so. Text color again by layer. So you'll notice it updates now. Can you see that? And if I go to borders here, which I haven't actually changed for the title one, I've left the defaults. I've left it as line weight and line type by block. Ideally, these should also be by layer. Color should also be by layer. So what we need to do there is maybe jump back to the title one and just check those borders there are all by layer as well. Ideally, everything, all the sort of attributes and values for your new table style should be by layer because you're going to be using that tables layer to put the table in the drawing. Last but not least, let's jump to the cell style data. And again, General tab, Fill color, don't want any fill color this time. Alignment, we want middle center. It does default to top center. General and data are fine. Margins again, 50, like so. And again, 50, like so. Now, going along to the text here, standard is fine. Text height, I'm going to make it slightly larger, 125, so it's kind of diminished from the title and the header. Text color, again, by layer. Text angle will be 0 for horizontal. Borders, again, make sure these are all by layer as well, just to be on the safe side. Now, what we've got is a really smart table style called geometry. So if I now click on OK, it'll add that here to our table styles available in the Manager dialog box. We select geometry, set current, close. That is now our current table style. You'll notice that's updated here in the drop down. So there's geometry, there's standard. You can see how our geometry stands out there. Select geometry as your table style. And in the next video, I'll take you to the next step with your tables in your AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our tablestyles.dwg file. And in the last video, we created our table style that we are going to work with. Now what we're going to do in this video is design our table. Now, just make sure in the Home tab on the ribbon in the Layers panel that you have Tables as the current drafting layer. Click on the layer drop-down, click on Tables, and there's our current drafting layer, Tables. What we're going to do is create a table and design it around our geometric shapes, our rectangle, our circle, and our octagon. And we're going to take some data from those shapes and put it into the table itself. Now you can, because you've already set up your table style, use the table command here in the annotation panel in the Home tab on the ribbon. Personally, I prefer to go to the Annotate tab on the ribbon because then we've got everything in our tables panel here. You'll notice as well, you can do things like extract data and link data into tables. If you go into some of the other courses in the library, there's some deeper dives into how to do that. We're going to use our geometry table style here, like so, and we're going to start designing our table. So I click on the table command. That will create what is called an empty table object. So we're using our table style geometry. That's what we created in the previous video. We're going to start from an empty table. And the nice thing is we have a preview of our table with our style. You can switch the preview off, which makes it blank. I don't quite understand why you wouldn't want a preview of your table style. I always have that switched on. Much, much easier to see what's going on. We can, with insertion behavior, specify an insertion point of our table or specify a window that it will fit into. I personally prefer the insertion point method, which is what we're going to use here, specify insertion point. Now, we're going to have 3 columns, basically. We're going to have the name of the shape, the layer the shape is on, and the area of the shape. So we're going to go 3, like that. Column width, I'm going to set that to 1,000 millimeters. Now, bear in mind, that's just a unit of measurement in this particular drawing. Now I'm working with millimeters full size. To give you an idea, the horizontal edge of the rectangle just under the dialog box is 1,000. So that gives you an idea of how big the columns are going to be in the table. Now the data rows, we need 3 because we've got 3 shapes. So each row will be the data for each particular shape. And we're going to have first row cell style. So we're going to have a title bar and a header bar, and then data for all other row cell styles. Now, you'll notice it says data rows there. We've got 4, I want 3 in there. Remember that. We need 3 data rows, 1 for each shape. So 3 data rows, row height 1, but our title and our header will appear automatically because these are data rows we're specifying, not title and header. What we're going to do now is click on OK. There's our table. Now you can see it just about fits. I'm just going to basically roll back 1 notch on the wheel, pan down a little bit just to make sure that this fits just above our shapes like so. Now, as soon as you click to place your table, you've now got in here, obviously a text box where it's asking you to start putting data into your table. Just click away from the table like so first. Then the table is placed. Then we can start thinking about what we're going to put into each cell. So let's design our table now. I'm going to double click in the title bar and type geometry like so. I'm then going to use the arrow keys and the tab key. If I tab now, can you see it just tabs down to the next cell available? So that's going to be shape, as in the name of the shape. I'm going to tab across again. That'll be layer, like so, and then tab across again, area, like that. And then just click away from your table again. So now we've got to start thinking about what sort of data are we going to have in the table. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here just to make sure that we can see everything that's going on. So shapes, these are just going to be the names of the shapes. So we double click there, and this is just going to be text. So we'll have rectangle. So just type in rectangle, use the down arrow key, takes you to the next cell down. So we'll have circle, and we'll use the down arrow key again, and we'll have octagon. And then again, click away from the table. So what we've done now is we've designed our table. And what we're going to do in the next video is we're going to actually extract a little bit of data from the shapes themselves and place it into our table. This uses a fantastic command called field in AutoCAD. And I'm going to show you how that works so that you can occupy your table with accurate data from the geometry in your AutoCAD drawings. Once again, we're staying in our table styles.dwg file. And as promised, we're now going to look at using the field command to actually take some information from the objects in our drawing and place it into the layer column and the area column in our table. Now, the lovely thing about this is I can double click inside a cell in my table like that. I'll get the little flashing cursor. But if I now go up to the text editor on the ribbon, there's the text editor contextual tab. In the insert panel, I've actually got field right there. I can right click over the selected cell, and you'll notice as well, I can insert field as well. So either way works. I'm going to click on insert field there. Now, this is where it gets a bit interesting because you get this weird and wonderful dialog box called field. We need to select a field category first. That's going to be objects, obviously. And then we need to specify what field names we're going to use. So we've got count, formula, named object, or object. We just want object. Now, as soon as we do that, it's prompting us for an object type. So we click here to select our object. Now, before we do that, note we are in the rectangle row. So I click there to select object, and I select my rectangle. As soon as I do that, you'll notice I've got all the information about that polyline. So we are in the layer column. So I select layer, and it tells me rectangle. Now, I want this to display in uppercase, so I can set it there, and I just click on OK, and there's rectangle. Now, when I click away, you'll see that the word rectangle from the field data there is a bit big. No worries at all. We click on the table and we've got all these wonderful grips we can use. So I can now click on this grip here and just move along a tad, click again, and make that particular column a bit wider. The area will need to be wider, so we'll click on this grip, take this along here a bit, and it all updates accordingly. Just hit escape now to deselect your table. Let's do that now for the layers for the other shapes. So I'm going to double click in here. And again, I can go up to field here if I want to. It remembers our field category and our field name selection object. So all I've got to do now is click on select object, select circle. There we go. Layer is circle. It remembers the uppercase. I click on OK. That's placed in the cell in the table. That's excellent. So I can now click in here, double click, and again, field, object, select the octagon this time, like so, and I want layer, and there's my polygon layer for the octagon, and I click on OK. Click away from the table, and now if you change the layers of any of these objects and save the drawing, that information will update. So, for example, if I select that, and I go back to the Home tab, and I change it to, say, circle, like so, and hit escape a couple of times, I won't save the drawing, but if I type regen, which regenerates the drawing as if I'd saved it, watch what happens. The rectangle is now on the layer circle. Let's put it back on the rectangle layer, as where it should be, obviously. And then we'll type regen again, and it goes back to rectangle. I'll hit escape now, just to deselect. Now, let's think about areas. How does that work? Again, you use the field command. So I can double click inside this cell here, like so. I go back to field in the insert panel. I've got the object selection already, so I click there and I select my rectangle because I'm in the rectangle row. There's the area there. There's the preview there. I can change the precision if I want to. I don't need all those zeros. So we'll just go to no decimal places, and there's our preview there. Now, obviously, this is in square millimeters, so the numbers will be quite big. I'm not worried about that at the moment, but you can use additional format here and use conversion factors, prefixes, suffixes, etc., etc. I'm just going to leave the preview as it is and just OK it, and there's my value there. Click away from the table, double click in the next cell. We now need the circle, so we go to Field, Object, select the circle. There's the value of that one. It remembers all of the settings, you'll notice, which is really useful. Click on OK. There's my circle area. Click away from the table, double click in the area cell for the octagon. And what we'll do there is we'll go to Field and again, Object, and we need to select the octagon. Just click on it with the pick box. There's the area of that one. And again, it remembers the settings. Click on OK, information in the cell. Click away from the table. And if you just zoom out slightly now, you can see there that we've got our layer names and our areas from the actual objects in the drawing, utilizing that field command in our AutoCAD table. Now, this is a really, really simple example of an AutoCAD table and how you create the table style, how you design the table, and how you use the field command to bring information into the table. You can see the benefits of that already because all of those ones that have the little sort of gray background masking are fields. So if you update anything in the drawing and save it or regenerate the drawing, those values will update accordingly. So the benefit you have there is it's kind of a live link between the geometry or whatever object you're putting into the table. So remember that, utilize that field command, and you can actually add data from your objects, your geometry, into your tables in your AutoCAD drawings. We're starting a new chapter now for you, and we're going to start looking at how we work with external reference files in AutoCAD. These are often abbreviated to XREFs. So you may have heard this mentioned in your CAD office at work, where the CAD users are talking about XREFs of particular drawings. Now, an external reference file is basically a drawing file that is paper clipped or stapled to your existing host drawing. So we've got a new drawing for you called xrefs.dwg, but we've also got another drawing for you called property line, which is literally a property line around the property. It is just a line, as you can see, just a polyline like that. But you need to have both of these drawings downloaded from the library and stored in the same folder. Otherwise, when you open up XREFs, you won't have this property line here, this dashed property line. And you'll probably get an XREFs error saying it can't find the reference file. So make sure that when you download XREFs and the property line drawing, propertyline.dwg, that they are stored in the same folder, because they are using what is called the relative path format to make sure that AutoCAD checks the same folder that the host drawing is in, XREFs, and it's looking for the property line drawing, which is the XREF, the external reference file. So how do these XREFs work in our AutoCAD drawings? Well, we've got all of our data here. And look, as I hover over it, this is all in model space, by the way, in our model tab. So we've got all our dimension annotation, our desks, our chairs, and everything else. Now, the property line, which shows the boundaries of the property from a legal perspective, so this might be the car park here, for example, but it's the legal boundary of where the building is generally in its location. If I click on that, it's a very different object. You expect it to be a polyline. It's not. The external reference tab kicks in, and it lets me know that this is an external reference file. Basically, it's a separate drawing that has been paperclipped to our xrefs.dwg file. Hence these icons here. Look, open reference. Can you see the paperclip on the icons? Now, what I've done is I've already xref'd the property line drawing to the host xrefs.dwg file. That's why you can see it there. It's got one little grip, which is the insertion point where I inserted it into our xrefs.dwg file. Just hit escape a couple of times to deselect it. Now, when you're working with these xrefs, what you do is you go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and you've got a great big reference panel right here. And if I want to attach a reference file, it doesn't just have to be a DWG. If I click on Attach, as you can see, it's gone to my external references folder where I'm working from. There's the xrefs.dwg and the propertyline.dwg. That's where both of your drawings should be, in the same folder like that. But going back to files, lots of different file types can be brought in. Things like point clouds, PDFs, Navisworks files, even MicroStation files, DGNs can be brought in if need be. I'll just hit escape a couple of times to lose the dialog box. So that's your reference file and how it can be brought in. Now, I'm going to take you through all of this anyway and show you how a reference file is attached to your host drawing. But a couple more things. In the reference panel here, there's a little arrow. If I click on that, it'll open up my external references palette. I'm just going to make that a tad smaller. It's quite large. Let's just bring that in a little bit and bring it over here like so. So we'll just drag that to there so that we can see part of the drawing. So there's our xrefs drawing. That's our host drawing. And you'll see that property line has a little paperclip on the icon letting me know it's the xref. It's loaded. Its current type is an attachment, and it's a saved path. You can see the little dot and the slash there. That's letting me know that that's a relative path. So propertyline.dwg is in the same folder as the xrefs drawing. And I can add as many xrefs as I like. If I right click on it, there are various tools available. I can compare xrefs if I want to. I can unload, reload, detach, bind, which brings the xref into the host drawing. So that would bind the propertyline.dwg file to the xrefs.dwg file. I can change the xref type. Do I want it to be an attachment or an overlay? I'll explain that later. You can even change your path type to absolute instead of relative, or remove the path, or select a new path. It's entirely up to you. So there's lots of different things you can do with your external references, your xrefs. So I'm going to close the xrefs palette. And just one more thing before we leave this video. There's a little icon down here, Manage xrefs. If I click there, that will also open up the external references palette. So if you see that little orange icon down there with the paperclip on it, it means you've got an external reference file attached to your host DWG file. So let's close the external references palette now, and what I'm going to do, which you may find quite shocking, I'm going to select my external reference file and I'm just going to delete it like that. So we're just in the xrefs.dwg now without any external reference file attached. We're staying in the xrefs.dwg file, and you'll remember in the previous video, I actually physically deleted my xref file, the propertyline.dwg file. Now, if I go up to the Insert tab on the ribbon, go into the Reference panel now, and select Attach, you'll see that it takes me to that folder where the xrefs.dwg file is, and the propertyline.dwg file is. I'm going to select propertyline as the xref, the drawing that I want to bring in as my external reference. So I select propertyline and click on Open. Now, as soon as I do that, it's prompting me to attach the propertyline.dwg file. I can still browse for a separate DWG if I want to. I'm not going to. Now, the bit that I want to explain here is reference type, attachment and overlay, because it can confuse a newer user. If you use a reference of an attachment type like so and hit the attachment button, it means that that xref will always display, regardless of whether you've xrefed an xref and then xrefed another xref into an xref, if you get my meaning. So kind of what's happening here is that will always appear. It's a permanent setting. If you set it to overlay, what will happen is if I xref a file into a host drawing, and then let's say I xref the host drawing with the attached xref into another drawing, that xref that's been attached initially will not display. Now, it sounds very wordy, but the best way to do it is to test it. So when you have a moment, what you'll do is set this to overlay and then xref in your xrefs.dwg file with the property line.dwg file attached, and then xref that into another drawing, and you'll notice that the property line xref isn't there. That's what overlays are for, basically, to hide lots of different xrefs that might be attached. It sounds very wordy, and I don't want to confuse you too much because we're just going to use the attachment reference type for this video. But check that out. There's some great help in the AutoCAD help about reference types as well. So if you just click on your help icon and put in external references as the search sort of criteria, it'll tell you all about attachment and overlay as well, and probably explain it a lot better than I do. So we've got scale. I'm going to leave that at a uniform scale of 1 with X set to 1, because think about it. I'm bringing in a reference file into my host drawing, my xrefs.dwg file. So ideally, my xref and my host drawing should be using the same units. So the scale should always be 1. If it isn't, obviously, make sure that you're working to the appropriate scale that you need to be working to. Might be a project standard, might be a company standard where that is different. Insertion point, I'm going to use 0, 0, 0 for X, Y, and Z. You don't need to worry about Z. That's the 3D coordinate setting, which we don't need because we're not using that at the moment. We're in a flat 2D drawing. So that is null and void, but X and Y must be set to 0. Really important. And in this case, Z will also be set to 0 because we're in a flat 2D drawing. Again, though, I'm not specifying that on screen. I don't need to. So don't tick these specify on screen boxes. Path type relative, because my property line.dwg file is in the same folder as the xrefs.dwg file. Rotation, angle 0. We don't want to rotate it. However, if you needed to rotate an xref when you're bringing it into the host drawing, you can. And as you can see, block unit millimeters, factor 1. So that's relating back to your scale here. So it sees that the drawing that we're bringing in is also in millimeters with a factor of 1. Now I'm going to click on OK and just watch what happens. There's our property line. So that's this drawing here, the property line drawing, brought into our xrefs.dwg file as an external reference file. And when I select it, you can see, like I showed you earlier, there you go, it's an external reference. AutoCAD knows that, brings up the external reference tab on the ribbon, and I can start working with my external reference file, but it's in my host drawing, the xrefs.dwg file. I'll just hit escape to deselect it so that we go back to our regular ribbon in AutoCAD. What we're going to have a look at in the next few videos is how we can manipulate and work with these external reference files, our xrefs in AutoCAD. Once again, we're staying in our xrefs.dwg file, and you can see the property line.dwg file is referenced into our xrefs.dwg file. There it is right there. It's an external reference file. And if I select that, you can see that AutoCAD knows it's an external reference file too. So what we're going to have a little look at now is we're going to have a look at clipping and altering the xref view in our drawing. Now, if we click on the xref, you can see that we've got some tools here. I'm not going to look at edit just yet. We're going to look at clipping. So we can create a clipping boundary and we can remove a clipping boundary. Now, what this means is if I create a clipping boundary, I can specify which part of the xref I want to see in my host drawing. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm telling AutoCAD that I only want to see a certain part of the property line.dwg xref in my host drawing, the xrefs.dwg file. So if I go to create clipping boundary, like so, I can select a polyline that might already be there. I can create a polygonal clipping boundary, a rectangular one, but I can also invert that clip. I'm just going to go for rectangular. and specify my first corner of my clipping boundary. I'm going to pick a point there and drag it across like so. I don't want to see the parking lot, that bit on the sort of right-hand side there. So if I click there, you'll notice it disappears like so. So there's my clipping boundary. Now you'll notice I can flip it as well. Can you see I've got an invert X-clip boundary there? Can you see now the XREF disappears? I've got no property line inside the clipping boundary. If I click on the arrow, I can flip it, and there is the XREF there. There's the property line inside the clipping boundary. I'll just hit escape to deselect it. And it's a really useful feature, because what I can do now is perhaps bring that into a layout and just show the boundary line, the property line there for the building itself. I'm not worried about the parking lot bit that kind of comes down here and around here. So what that means is that clipping boundary will always be there. But if I select it, you'll see that it goes back to the external reference tab on the ribbon. So there's my clipping boundary there. And delete old boundary? Yes, I can, because I clicked on create clipping boundary. Yes, I'll delete the old boundary. So I can then select polyline, go polygonal perhaps, or rectangular, or invert the clip. So I can invert the clip, but it won't do anything there because I'm deleting the old one. So let's go for polygonal, and I'm going to pick a different boundary this time, a different clipping boundary. So I'm going to do it polygonal. I'm going to kind of come down here, into there, round there, over there, and I'm just going to do this completely randomly like that. And then enter to confirm. And can you see it's created a clipping boundary that shape? And it is a little bit odd, but when I flip it, can you see I've only cut off that little bit there of the actual external reference drawing. When I flip it back, I've just got that little tiny bit that's been cut off by that diagonal line there. Now, the good thing is, nice and easy, when I select my external reference, I can just say, right, remove clipping boundary. Job done. And I can now see the XREF, the property line.dwg in its entirety. So clipping your boundaries and setting them up in AutoCAD is actually really, really easy. The tool is there. Just select the XREF and go to clipping in the panel here in the external reference tab on the ribbon. You can create a boundary and remove a boundary. It's that quick and it's that easy. And it just allows you to alter the display of your XREF in your host drawing. Once again, we're in the host drawing, xrefs.dwg file, but you'll notice I've also got the property line drawing open as well. So make sure you've got both drawings open from the folder where you downloaded the two files from the library. Make sure that the XREFs tab here is the current tab, like so that you can see the XREFs drawing and the property line external reference file there as well. Now, I can, if I want to, select the external reference file and open it from the external reference tab in the ribbon. I've got it already open anyway, but you can just hit open reference and it will open up the file. Just hit escape to deselect the XREF file, the property line.dwg. Now, the whole essence of external reference files is collaboration. So I can have my xrefs.dwg file open and I'll be working on that. Someone else might have the property line.dwg file open and be working on that. So what I'm going to do now is act as if I'm the person editing the property line drawing. I've already got it open. Make sure you have too. And we're going to go into the drawing itself. Now, the property line is a polyline. So select it and go up to the modify panel on the home tab and click on explode. So they'll all be individual line segments now. Now, I've done that deliberately because we're going to make a change to the actual property line. So make sure you are on the property line layer in the drawing, like so. And then go to the line command over here on the draw panel, and we're going to draw a line from this endpoint to this midpoint, like so. Enter to finish. We're then going to use the trim command in the modify panel here. Click on trim. So click on the flyout and select trim like so. And we're going to trim back this line and this line and press enter. Now remember, the trim command workflow is slightly different for older versions of AutoCAD. You will need to select your cutting edges first. Okay, polyline edit now, PE, like we've done previously, and press enter. We're going to select the top line here because we want to make this all back into a polyline again. Do I want to turn that into a polyline? Yes, I do. So accept the Y for yes by pressing enter, select join on the polyline edit menu, and select all of the other lines that form the property line, like so. You can even select the original line if you want to. AutoCAD won't mind. Press enter to confirm that, and it takes you back to the polyline edit menu. Press enter again to close polyline edit. Just a quick sanity check, just click on it, make sure it's all one polyline, like so. Hit escape to deselect, and then save your drawing, your propertyline.dwg file. That's up here on the quick access toolbar. Click on that, and you'll see a little Q save appear on the command line. You've now saved that drawing. What happens now if I jump back to the host drawing after the external reference file, the XREF, has been edited and changed? Let's go back to the XREFs here. And what it will tell me now is it will go, an XREF was modified. I can reload the property line XREF, which was changed by AMD, which is the name of my computer, by the way. So I've got here, compare the changes. This is a lovely feature available in newer versions of AutoCAD. It allows you to do what is called an XREF compare. So I'm going to tick that box and show that to you as well. So I'm going to reload my XREF, and you'll see that you've got the angled XREF there in the green, which is the change that was made to the propertyline.dwg file, but it's also showing me the original XREF as well. So it's showing you the change that was made. So red is what was there originally, green is what is there now. If I go to the settings here, I can change all of that. So I can go not in the current XREF, like so, only in the current XREF, no differences, not compared, etc. The cloud display here, I can make it bigger and smaller. Notice it gets closer there. I don't want it closer. I want it out like that, almost like a revision cloud. And I can also filter out hatch and text if I want to. So the lovely thing about this is I can change the colors and so on. The cloud display color can also be changed. But the nice thing is I can compare one XREF against another when those changes are made to make sure that we've got a dialogue between the two people collaborating on the project. I can also zoom in. So I can zoom in, and there's a little sort of close-up of what's going on as well, showing you the green and the red and the revision cloud. Once I'm done with that, I can simply click on the green tick, and it takes me back into my host drawing, xrefs.dwg. I'll just roll back on the wheel and just pan across a little bit, and there's our edited XREF. So when I click on it now, there's the XREF, and you can see that somebody's changed that, and I've been able to reload the XREF, but also compare the XREF to the original to see what changes have been made. That compare XREF feature is really, really useful, and it's worth upgrading to newer versions of AutoCAD just for that particular feature alone. You'll notice I'm still in the host drawing, xrefs.dwg, and I've got the external reference file, property line, selected in the drawing area. So I've got the external reference tab showing. If you haven't got that, and it looks like this, and you haven't got your external reference selected, just hover over it, click on it, and the external reference tab will appear on the ribbon. Now, in the previous video, I showed you how an external reference file can be edited by someone else and then be brought back into the host drawing. That's the whole idea of external reference files, these XREFs. They allow people to collaborate and bring different drawings together to show the appropriate information. However, you can edit an XREF in place. You don't have to have that external reference file, DWG file, open to edit the reference at all. What you can do is you can use a thing called Edit Reference in Place. Now, I mentioned the Edit panel earlier in the chapter. We're going to look at Edit Reference in Place here, like so. Just before we do, though, you want to make sure in the Home tab here that you're using the appropriate layer. Now, I've got a property line layer. So let's go down, and you'll see you've got property line there, but you've also got this one here. Now, I mentioned layers earlier, and layers, you can see there's a property line and then a funny little sort of upright line and then a property line again. So what that's telling you is the name of the reference file and the name of the layer that's come in with the reference file. So you'll notice there, property line is the name of the file, property space line is the name of the layer in that reference file. So you can work with that layer. You can change the color, you can freeze it, you can lock it, you can switch it on or off. I'm not going to make any changes to it, but just make sure you're on the property space line layer, just in case you do make any changes to this xrefs.dwg drawing, because you're working on the property line on the building in the xrefs, the host drawing. It doesn't matter what changes you make if you're editing the reference in place, because it will do that in the property line.dwg file. Now, it's really clever how this works. So let's go back to the external reference tab on the ribbon and select edit reference in place. Now, as soon as I do that, it says, oh, reference edit. You need to edit your reference in your AutoCAD drawing. Now, the good thing is we've only got one reference, so it's not difficult. You might have a big list here, though. So just make sure that you select the appropriate reference that you want to edit. You can also change the settings. So you can create unique layer style and block names when you're editing in place, and you can lock the objects that are not in the working set. That lock objects is really important. Make sure it's ticked, because then you're only working on the xref in place and not anything else. So we identify the reference, there is only one, and any nested objects, such as you might be working with blocks and nested blocks, make sure that that is selected as well. It's always useful. Click on OK, and it will say that the xref selected references a previous release drawing file format. Now, the reason that it's letting me know this is because all of our drawings that we provide you with in the library go back to that 2013 DWG file format. If you update an external reference file in place, it will automatically go to the current release drawing format. So in this case, it will go to a 2018 DWG file format. That's really important to remember, because what it means is people with previous versions, previous to that 2018, won't be able to see the xref. So be aware of that. You might need to go back and edit the propertyline.dwg file locally and save it back to a different file format once you've made the changes. Really important to remember that one, because it can affect a big project with lots of xref files. I'm going to click on OK just to say, yep, okay, I've got that. And the xref cannot be checked out for editing. Why not? Well, because I've already got that propertyline.dwg file open. There's the tab up there. So if somebody's using it, I cannot do a reference in place edit. So I'll OK that. Thank you for that. I go up to property line here, like so, and I just close the file. I go back to the xrefs now, select my xref like so, and go edit reference in place. Property line, automatically select, check your settings, make sure that lock objects is on, and OK it. Now it tells me about the file format. So I just click on OK, and now you'll see it's highlighted and I can make the necessary changes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the Home tab on the ribbon. As you can see, I'm on the property line ref ed. So it's sorting out all the layers in the in-place external reference already. So I go now to line. I'm going to draw a line from here like that, hover over this point and come upwards and click there. I'm then going to come back down to that point there, enter to finish. Now remember, this is a polyline. So what I've got to do is I've got to explode that like so. So make sure I explode it like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that line there like that. And then I'm going to do polyline edit like so. Select polyline. So make sure you select one of the line segments. Do you want to turn it into one? Yes, I do. Like we did before. So it's now join, and you want to join everything. So all of these are going to join together to make a polyline. So make sure you select everything like so. You can even select the original line as well. That's all good. And then you press enter to finish, and then enter again to close polyline edit. You'll notice where you've joined to the polyline, those line segments there do look a little bit weird there. Don't worry about that too much. That's just polyline edit doing its little thing there. So don't worry about that too much. You can maybe go back and edit that later if you need to. But we've now finished editing in place. Hang on a minute. Where did that external reference tab go? Well, as soon as you selected edit reference in place, you've got a new, on the Home tab here, edit reference panel. So you want to now save your changes. Yes, they will be saved. Click on OK. Job done. So that's all been edited, and you can see there that you've got your edited external reference file. Now, if I go back to open and I open up the property line drawing, there it is there. It's edited in the property line.dwg file as well. It's all been edited in place from the XREFs drawing here. So you can see how quick and easy it is to edit your references in place as well. Really important that you know that, because the external reference files can all be linked up. You just select your reference file, edit it in place, job done. Quick and easy. Sometimes you might need to do that because the person who is meant to be working on the property line drawing might not be available. They might be on holiday. It saves you having to go and find the file. You just edit it in place. But make sure with that file format that you go back to the property line drawing and do one thing that I need to show you, which is here. Make sure you do a save as, like so. There's propertyline.dwg, and make sure it's saved back to the file format that you need. So ours are always saved back to 2013. I'll do a save. It will replace it because it's using a 2018 file format. Do I want to replace it? Yes, I do. Just to make sure that it's saved back to the 2013 DWG file format instead of the 2018 DWG file format. We've come to the end of our course now, and I really do hope that you've enjoyed this AutoCAD Essential Training course. I also hope that you've learned all the key skills that you need to know to develop yourself as an AutoCAD user. The whole idea of this particular course is that it ties in beautifully with the Learning AutoCAD course, also available in the library. So once you've done Learning AutoCAD, which takes you through all the basic methodologies and terminology you need to know, you would do this course, the AutoCAD Essential Training course. Once you've combined those two courses together, you should have the necessary AutoCAD skills to function in any AutoCAD office anywhere. So you should be able to create drawings, create title blocks, work with external reference files, add all of your annotation to communicate your design intent, and also know how to reuse content with things like blocks and dynamic blocks as well. So I do hope you've really enjoyed this course. I do hope you've got the skills you need. And I really do look forward to seeing you in another AutoCAD course in the library sometime soon. So you've finished your AutoCAD course. Where do you go now? Well, you're a rounded AutoCAD user now. You can perform a CAD role using AutoCAD in a CAD office. You can also reuse your design content as well, utilizing AutoCAD blocks, and you can also modify essential information in your AutoCAD drawings quickly and easily, getting the essential information out to stakeholders on a project on time. You can also annotate your designs, communicating your design intent quickly and easily, utilizing those skills you've gained in the course with text, dimensions, and tables. You can also work really quickly and fast now using that information. You can work smarter, not harder. If you're an existing AutoCAD user, the skills that you've gained in this course will enhance what you've already got in your skill set. Who knows, maybe you could even become the AutoCAD Jedi in your CAD office as well. What I'd like to do now, though, is wish you well on your AutoCAD journey with those skills you've gained. So go out there, use those skills, and use AutoCAD.